The story unfolds in the garrison of the fighters where there are some weirdos. There was a morning in the yard. The chef beat everyone for breakfast. Meanwhile, people began to wake up in the barracks. The chef continued to Homon. Ankrid woke up with Homon with reluctance. At that time, his neighbor by the name of Rom noticed that something was in his shoes. He began to look inside to see. As suddenly a beetle fell on him, he scared the beetle. Sid woke up from the cry of cry. When he opened his eye, he thought, why so noisy? Looking at everything around, he told himself. His name is Ankrid. He is a detachment commander of weirdos exiled from all over the country for his bad behavior in society. With their detachment weirdos, they were from the slave to the war. The fighters readily tubed into a special horn, notifying everyone. During the tube, the commander in the whole voice was in charge of the order to go to battle. All knights on both sides rushed into the battle. Ankrid was just thinking with them that he had no special power. He came here only thanks to endless training and great willpower. In the battlefield, he fought desperately for his life. He did everything to survive on this field of battle where everyone for himself. He defended himself and pushed enemies from himself. Trying to reflect from one enemy, he did not notice how another attacked him. The enemy grabbed Ekrida, knocked him down. Without letting him move, the enemy engulfed him to the ground. He grabbed his hand and began to beat him in his face. Suddenly, his friend came to the aid of Ankrid and sent the enemy to the world. Ankrid, liberated, tried to reach his sword. Getting his sword, Ankrid quickly got to his feet. Covering his head, began to retreat. He thought his dream was too far away from him. Suddenly, the arrow flew past Ankrid and kissed the man behind his back. He was shocked because she could get into it. With Jacques looking back, he did not stop running. He thought that although everyone laughed at him and said that nothing would work, even when he met again in front of him, he continued to believe that while he firmly holds the sword in his hands, it will definitely become a knight, even if this dream is torn and already faded. Suddenly, the enemy struck a fatal stroke in the neck. It is not able to continue to fight Enkroyd with a poorly fallen knees, leaving his sword from his hands to the ground. Having lost his strength, he began to fall further. He did not even suspect that he would die so senseless, unable to fulfill your dream. In his last minutes of life, a mysterious fire suddenly lit up, but Ankrid could not see what was happening around him. Everything sailed before the eyes. He was only able to see a strange figure in front of him. His eyelids were heavy and began to close slowly. Closing his eyes, he was in a mysterious, quiet place. Water waves diverged around him. The forces left him completely, and he died. Suddenly, he woke up from the homoon of the cook, who wished all the people before breakfast. Ankrid, opening his eyes, was very shocked by this, raising from touching his neck and thinking that it was a dream. Suddenly, his neighbor Rem said in surprise that something is in his shoes. Throwing the boots on him again, a large beetle fell, whom Rem again frightened the fucking beetle from where he was here. Hearing this, Ansid looked at Rima in surprise. He felt something wrong here. He has already heard these words earlier than Dejo. A little time has passed. Ankrid went to the battlefield again. He desperately reflected the shield from the enemy fighting for his life. Suddenly, an enemy attacked him from his back and struck him with a fatal blow to his neck. Ankrid was unable to dodge and thought it was happening in the second. So Ankrid has died 4 times, and every time he returned on the same day from which it all started. The chef again awakened for breakfast. Waking up as always, Ankrid checked his neck. After all, the sword of the enemy always aimed at her fatal damage to him. The endless battles that were repeated every time. Everything was the same. It could be a little different, but the result is always the same. In this eternally recurring day, Ankrid continued to try to survive. He did not want to accept such a fate and continued to fight. Suddenly, the same enemy who caused the Ankroyd of fatal damage every time came out of the crowd. As he approached Ankrid, he immediately began to attack him with his sharp sword. He aimed at Ankrid's neck. Standing in the steady, Ankrid prepared to take the enemy. He was decisive to stop this moment that has been repeated several times. Ankrid's view was fully focused on the enemy. He was ready to fight for the last. The enemy rapidly headed to Ankrid with a sword exposed to apply a fatal blow to the neck. Sweat drops flowed on the face of Ankroyd. Looking at the perfect prickly blow to him, he tried to reflect, but he could not dodge the enemy's sword. Ankrid has seen the sword's edge in front of the 17th time, which always hit one goal. The enemy rapidly inflicted fatal damage to the Ankroyd. Under his sword, he lost his balance and began to fall. He will die for the 17th time. Ankrid's eyes were burning hatred because he could never do anything with his skills. If he had a little better than the sword, or could he cope with this enemy? He didn't stop thinking about it. Maybe if he made more effort. The enemy knight was inflicted on fatal damage and went on to fight. He is passionate about the injustice of life. Ankrid was again at the starting point to move on a repeated day. The depressed Ankrid lay looking into the void, as suddenly the words that asked him were heard. Does he really think? A figure of a transparent cape sailed on the boat. The figure kept the lantern that illuminated his path. From his words, Encred began to climb. The strange figure turned to Ensita by saying that he continues to struggle to feel despair and then surrendered. Hearing the words of an unknown person, Encred sat on his knees, clapping the hopeless situation in which he found himself. But he didn't want to give up just like that. His eyes lit up with her unbreakable determination. With his teeth clenching, he will continue to fight further for his life. It's been a little time. The day was repeated again. The cook, as always in the morning, awakened all people for breakfast. Waking up, Encred was dissatisfied with all that happened to him until now, and he started getting out of bed. Wandering as always, Rem looked at Encred and said in surprise that the department's commander woke up today before usual. Turning towards Rem, Encred calmly warned him that there is a large beetle in the boots. Listening to the RIM commander, he decided to check whether it was true. He looked carefully in the middle of the boot to see it. He could not see anything, so that he decided to turn the boots. Suddenly, a beetle fell to the ground. Rem was surprised. In order not to escape the beetle, Ram quickly threw it with his foot. With dissatisfaction with Rem, asked if the commander had not led him a beetle, and that these are stupid jokes. Going outside, Encred said Rem does not scream. Turning back, Encred looked at the dead beetle. He sees the lifeless body of this beetle for the 18th time. Going out of the barracks, he thought, how much more will he see this picture to finish this bored, repeated day? Thinking about, he began to remember his childhood. He trained carefully with his sword since childhood. One day, a mercenary who accidentally burst into the village of Encred taught him fencing. They trained every day. Once in training, Encred was able to defeat the mercenary who trained him. He was passionate about his skills and skill. He also added that Encred will be able to become a knight. After the words of this mercenary, the young Encred began to dream of becoming a real knight. In the future, young Encred imagined himself a powerful, proud knight who could overcome thousands of enemies alone. Only one of your presence to change the course of the battle for all. To become an invincible hero of which will be respected by everyone. A knight that will end the end of the war. Everyone will call him the Knight of the Apocalypse. Encred thought that he was a hero from the song Minstrel. With such dreams, Encred went on a journey. He left the village to become a knight, but in a new place, everyone was bullied and laughed. Others in the whole voice laughing said that he is a guy who is afraid of ordinary dogs but dreams of becoming a knight, that even the mercenary will not work. Young Ensid, listening to it, just thought that when he left his village and entered the detachment of mercenaries, only then he was able to understand what had no talent. But looking at his sword, he did not want to just give up one failure. He will continue to try for his dream. After all, efforts will never betray. Therefore, Encred that the knight continued to train with the sword. He slowly went to his dream. Growing up, everything continued to train hard to become stronger. Our Encred did not leave a minute not to work out. At each time of the year, he trained carefully. He dredged that his efforts will pay off once he will fulfill his dream. In addition to training, he could have a survey in battles with monsters. They helped to find out his level of abilities. Making a small achievement of winning monsters, Encred thought that all the disagreements could be overcome by sparing skills. He developed strength and endurance to be conquered by others. To stop mocking him, he wants to prove to them that he is strong. Without seeming, Encred sincerely believed that he became stronger and that he would be able to become a knight despite the words of others. And this incendiary hope once began to break into pieces. He could not win in a duel against other people who were more talented if he did not train it. Encred was unable to do anything in a duel against a boy who was more skilled in his own sword. A young boy from the village where Encred lived called him to a duel in which he could easily win. Winning, Encred's boy said he was weak for him. The boy was only 12 years old. He said that he was holding the sword only for 6 months. Having lost, Encred was strongly discharged. After all, he trained for almost 10 years with his sword. He got a lot of calluses on his hands. But all this turned out to be hopeless before the real genius, which was just half a year as he began to study fencing. When despaired by Encred, he thought that all his efforts were hopeless if you do not have an innate talent. Isn't there a different way to his sincere dream to become an invincible knight? Despair slowly captured Encred. But despite the despair of Ensid did not want to give up so easy. Let everyone laugh at him. They say it is hopeless. Twice the others. Reducing time for food and sleep, he will continue to train carefully. Grading himself with training, Encred trained until the morning. He did not stand out for a minute for rest. Only carefully trained, thinking that when he would come to become strong to prove to everyone. Sweat drops drained on his face, but he continued to make a sword to become stronger. The sun began to rise higher to the sky, and Encred from fatigue began to breathe hard. His severe look was chained to the tree with which he trained. The tree had a large number of cuts from the sword of different depths. Despite severe fatigue and the hands that began to shake in pain, Encred was not ready to give up. He firmly took the sword in his hands and stood in a rack to hit him again. With an attempt, Encred struck the tree with a sword with a deep cut, continuing to strike the thoughts that if he cannot become a real knight, at least will become an experienced fighter. For 4 years and until now, Encred has been training hard every day, not wanting to give up just like that. At this time, Satipris Division, the 4th Battalion, the 4th Mouth, and under it, the 4th Platoon. Thanks to his endless workout, he was able to get a better place. He became the detachment commander of the so-called weapon. The regular army of the kingdom is still better than traveling mercenaries. Walking past Ensita noticed Jackson, and he asked him to replace him today in the morning shift. Jackson looked at the commander. And Rising said Encred would be guilty of him later for this request. Dissatisfied, Rem said Jackson is cunning as a cat, and how he looked dissatisfied with Encred that was calm, and only turned to Rem. Suddenly, Rem asked if Encred did not want to push him some job as Jackson. Looking at him, Encred strongly said that he wanted to learn the beast's heart again. Listening to Captain Rem Skos, he looked at him in surprise. He did not expect such a turn of events. Remy said with interest that Encred still tried and immediately threw it away. He asked or does not think that something would come out of it now. A little time has passed. On the battlefield again there was a clash between Norili and Aspen. In this battle Encred went to the world again. And Encred began to live the same day again and again. Having died and revived each time, he studied in the cross of the beast. But so far, he could not see the edge of the sword that applied fatal damage every time. The sun began to rise to the sky. Soon the battle had to begin again, in which Encroid went out that everything would change today. All fighters on the battlefield shouted with their readiness to start a fight. They lifted their swords up. 20 for the same on the same battlefield was Encred. He still continued to reflect on enemies. Every time everything was repeated, so he remembered everything that would happen to the smallest details. About the spear that should fly to him at this moment. But he quickly evaded him. He then attacked the guy behind who had to pounce on him from his back, skillfully coped with the enemy. After that, he quickly turned towards his fighter from the detachment. The fighter Vel from the 2nd department fought hard to defend his life on the battlefield, but he did not notice the battle with the enemy as he flew an arrow that would cause him fatal damage. Quickly closing the shield, Encred was able to save his life. Vel was very shocked by what happened. Disorienting because of a sudden attack, Vel forgot the enemy with whom he fought. Using the moment, the enemy decided to pounce on the lead. Knowing the next course of the enemy, Encred quickly sends the enemy to the world. Turning Vel could not understand what was happening here. Saved one person who had died earlier, was able to fulfill the first goal for today. But the hardest thing remains. It is to cope with the enemy who, every time the Fate Lié, harm to the neck. This enemy knight sent to the world everyone who stood in his way. He did not give them a chance to win. The meeting of Encred and this knight was not transient. The enemy looked at Encroid with fury, wishing to send him and the world faster. He slowly headed towards Encred. He always applied fatal damage to the throat, thereby sending to that world 20 times. Holding his sword in his hands, Encred was ready to defeat him this time and prove that his efforts were not in vain. Outing the sword, the enemy went with a tricky smile to Encred to send him to the world. Remembering the moment of workout with Rem, he said that Encred always closes his eyes at the most dangerous moment for him. Deciding to show it clearly, Rem quickly sent an axe to Ensita's neck. At approximation, he stopped her. At the moment in the stroke, Encred closed his eyes. Pointing to it, Rem said that to do so in the middle of the battle is tantamount to sending to the world. You need to be bold and not worry about the little things and not panic. He advised him to become a weirdo who was not afraid to die. It is necessary to be a beast. This is the technique of the heart of the beast which you want to learn from me. Returning to the battlefield, the enemy rapidly headed to Encred with a sword to cause fatal harm. At this point, Encred thought of the words of Rem. He spoke of the beast that did not know the fear of parasailing, whether Encred is really afraid of death. In his thoughts, he has long gave himself the answer to this question. She just makes him stronger with every time. With these thoughts, Ensid this time was able to dodge the fatal blow of the enemy without getting a single cut. Endicides' heart was successfully avoided. The enemy knight was surprised by this. For the first time in the 21st attempt, Encred has a chance to get out of this battle. The hostile knight looked at Encroid with hatred. He could not leave everything and lose him. With great confidence, Encred wanted to send this enemy to the world. He mowed up with a sword. But at this time, the enemy retreating a little ago changed the position of the sword in his hand for the counter attack on Encroid. Encred did not notice the stroke of the enemy's sword rapidly. Late but still, Ensid noticed the sword's edge from which he could not evade. Feeling acute pain from fatal damage, Ensita began to fall to the ground by going to the world. One time returning to the leader of the souls who told him that Ansid suffers and is stuck in an endless day. Looking at him, the conductor of the soul suggested to surrender and get in the boat, to confess his weakness and get rid of it. At first, Encred sat quietly, lowering his head, and he listened that the conductor would say this time. But he could no longer listen to him and said with Rice that he would not come when he was just like that. Again, getting birth, it all started as usual. Encrid about moving forward step by step. Having been decisively, Encrid was ready to challenge the enemy knight 22nd. The battle began again. The fighters fought bravely in their lives. This is the 33rd attempt by Encrid to resist the talented enemy knight. He looked carefully at the edge of the sword that was directed at him. Now, he clearly saw the enemy's intentions and was able to skillfully evade his fatal attack. Evagrading Wig tried to turn quickly before the enemy did. He must first strike to win it. Going to the enemy, Encrid was able to evade fatal damage but not completely. The enemy's sword chose his neck. The enemy is still too agile for Ensid. He cannot evade his second occasion. The deprived of the fatal stroke of Ensid began to fall to the ground. The mysterious pendant on his neck broke up and slid from his neck. At that moment, he remembered past times when he was a mercenary. One day, he received an order for the destruction of several monsters. It was not a necessary job, but just a sudden request from the village past it. But Encrid still decided to help them. Because his dream was a knight, and the knight should protect the weak people. End City monsters returned to the village to tell. Returning to the village, he met the elder of the village. Handling his hand, he conveyed to him the thing told him that it was all that they could give him. The tired Encrid did not expect him to give him something. He looked at his hand to look. In his hands was like the night sky amulet. Ensid thought that this is a funny reward for life risk. Suddenly, the elder pointing to the amulet added that he would fulfill his desired dream. Going to the world, he looked at the amulet that lay nearby and thought, is this amulet really forcing him to live this day again and again? To be able to become a knight. While Ansid was thinking about it, the enemy was slowly approaching Encrid, which kept the last forces. When he came to the sword, he said that Encrid should be very painful to Tommy. He would show mercy by sending him to the world with one sword. From the last forces, Encrid tried to get up from the earth to escape from him. Ensid was unable to rise from earth, maliciously looked at the enemy and mentally said that it could be mercy. This knight goes enjoying it. The enemy with a tricky smile wanted to send him to the world sooner. The day began again from the beginning. The chef again wakes up for breakfast. Waking up, Ensida bandaged his hands for training and said Remu that he put his beetle in his boots. Having checked this, Rem was dissatisfied with this. Using Remus, Encrid decided to swing over him in the early morning and that he was completely crazy. Seeing that the beetle from the boot began to flee, Encrid decided to trample him, and he said that Rem would stop the fool to run and go out. Turning to Rem, Encrid calmly said that the heart of the beast would show him. The offended Rem became serious. He was suspicious of Encrid because he could not use it until now. They came to the training platform. Rem decided to check the ability of Encrid and whether he really owns the heart of the beast. Focusing, Encrid carefully monitored the rapid attacks of the axe, and Encrid skillfully evaded in the landslide's Rima, which is seriously tuned to check it. From the skillful evasion of Ensida, Rem was shocked. How he did it because yesterday he was not so well. After completing Rem test, he asked Enserid in one night he could improve his heart shell, and Encrid only said that he was training. To which Rem said that this could not be trained and that he could not study the secret technique of someone else from the clan. Turning, Encrid said to Herm that there was no difference as he could. The main thing is that he had it. There was a stable with different weapons. Encrid approached her and took the sword. Turning to Reem, he stood in a rack and invited him to fight. Encrid wanted to improve his level of ownership of the sword. Seeing a seriously tuned Encrid, Rem was originally surprised by his determination, but he was more interested in this match. A smile appeared on the face of a match. Turning on Encrid, Rem thought that even if he studied the heart of the beast, without a decisive attack he will simply die. Despite the rapid attacks Rima with axes, Encrid skillfully evaded every attack. Attacking Rem was interested in why the commander only evades and did not attack. Against the rapid attack of an ended neck, Ensid thought of his skills. The only thing he now knows is the Valen sword technique. On time to evade Encrid, he could not completely dodge and Remus a little bit of his face, leaving a cut. In trying to keep his balance, Encrid thought of the non-standard sword technique seemed to be created by the mercenary Valen. Some people disdain this technique with cheap tricks to survive in battle. The first attempt to restore the balance failed. Taking advantage of this moment, Rem decided to attack, saying that Encrid had too weak his legs. Thinking about how to strike in response to Encrid, restoring the balance firmly on the ground. Fast to stand in a rack, he strained all the muscles, getting ready for the attack. He set his foot to rush forward. Seeing this, Rem was severely shocked. He did not know what to expect from the commander. Remembering the movements of the enemy who always destroyed Enserid, put a sword forward and rushed to the remains. But Rem did not get lost in a sudden attack. He quickly knocked the sword out of the hands of Encrid, who was confused by it. The sword was knocked out of the hands of Encrida, flew to the side. Looking at the trembling hand, he said that for a moment he could repeat the blow of that pervert. He died dozens of times from his cases, so his body was able to remember it. Thinking about it, he caught his fist, believing in the best. Staying the head of Rem, dissatisfied, said that it was necessary for Ensid, though a little blood splashed, and Encred only looked at him silently. Continuing, Rem added that the last commander was the most exciting of all that he showed, and showing how it was necessary to say that it should be. And from his hand had to go blood, and Encred only looked dissatisfied with Rima without answering it. Thinking about how to draw it right, just said, Encred has too much doubt. Ensid said it was determined to improve the skills that this attack should not fail, and he wanted to find out if she is locked what he should do next. After pointing to Encred, the axe of Rem said that he needed to think that the enemy would not be able to evade and say that he would send him to the world. With this mood, Encroid will definitely not release your sword. Strongly tuned Encred listened carefully to Rima, and looking at his palm thought that though Remus did not understand what to do, but Encred understood the essence of his words. The difference between the ideal lump of enemy face and the dwelling of Encroid is too big. There was no confidence in Encred's sword to hold it firmly. Therefore, he lost again to the enemy. With pleasure, the enemy knight approaches Encred to send him to the world under the guise of mercy. Once, having died Encred, he realized for himself that confidence means to stab hard to send someone to the world. Ensid continued to train with Rem with determination, but his sword was still knocked out of his hands with ease. After training, Ensid as always went to the battlefield to try to defeat the enemy, but nothing happened again. The enemy won him again. Step by step, Encred tried to learn this occasion, not wanting to give up. Even if his efforts do not give a clear result, Encroid is still a little about his goal. It has been 111 days, and Encred still cannot defeat the enemy and only hears the same words about mercy. On the 123rd days, the enemy also ruthlessly takes the life of Encred with his sword. And in 124th day, Ensida is carefully training the sword with Rem. After the attack of Rem could not knock the sword out of the hands of Encrida, then was very shocked. Standing in a stand for Rencrid's fall, he firmly held his sword in his hands. Sweat drops drained on his face. A cold drop of sweat flowed on the face of the remains. He was in Jahov from Encrid and thought he went crazy. I lowered the sword from the hand of Ensida began to go blood. Worried Rem said that Encrid's hand was badly damaged. From his words, Encrid began to smile at a tricky. After all, he was able to study the prickly blow of that scum. Encrid has passed a little time again with that enemy, but this time he had the hope of victory. He put all the desire to cause enemy fatal damage to Encroid on the enemy, which at that moment swung the sword at the moment. Rejecting all the fear of Encrid rapidly headed to the enemy with the sword with faith to destroy him. Insida's sword was able to get on the helmet. Enemy could not cause any damage. In response to his attack, the enemy inflicted damage. The first attempt of Encrid to kiss the enemy's neck. Despite his wounds, he tried not to close his eyes. Do not let the sword out of your hands. All variants of the result of the battle with him and the present attack have made progress. Using the enemy approached the lying Encrid and stepped on him. He looked at him cunningly smiling, wishing to send it to the world as soon as possible. Not long waiting for the enemy to grasp the sword with two hands and prepared to apply the last attack on Encroid. How suddenly Encrid spoke. From this behavior, the enemy was very surprised and did not understand him. In spite of the death of Encroid with the threat, tomorrow he would send the enemy to the world. To which the enemy just smiled cunningly with the words that for the dead tomorrow, he would never come and squeeze him with a sword. Again, rise on the same day, Encrid trampled the beetle that he saw that he climbed into his boots. Surprised by the fact that Rem thanked, what Encrid said if he is grateful, then let him turn him in the morning. The surprised Rem asked why the commander was untouched here suddenly. Coming out of the barrack, Encrid turned to a Razovor boy for what he was surprised, asking a booze boy to find him with a shield and a dagger, and added that she would pay later. The boy was alert from this, and gathering the spirit in the trail, he said that he would believe the commander adding to the word, adding to the debt. Remus was surprised by Encrid's behavior. Suddenly seated until now, Jackson suddenly they are unhappy and always dump everything on the commander. Rem was dissatisfied with him. Praying came Odin, wishing them grace. Looking at Rom Commander, thought Encrid is too strange today. Usually, it is not so bloodthirsty. Encrid was set to end today with an enemy who destroyed him hundreds of times. Encrid continued a little time. He was thinking that every time he has a terrible pain and injury and death. If he challenges 1,000, tens of thousands of times whether he can win. Is it possible to find a way to escape and survive? But whether today it will continue when a new one will wake up. Now it is stronger than it was before. He thought that enough. But just getting stronger and escaping it is not for Encroid. He wishes more. With his strong faith, he wants to overcome this high wall that appeared before his side. After repeating this day, he learned the heart of the beast. In training, he was able to master the piercing attack of the enemy, which he was always destroyed. This blessing does not want to give up. With his help, he became someone now. Completely prepared for the decisive duel, Encrid was ready to take another step forward. The sound of the horn was heard that meant the beginning of a new battle for life. Encrid, with their fourth detachments of weirdos, went to the battlefield. Starting his battle, Encrid considered the reason why he still survived the battlefield. One of the reasons was good cooking, good luck, and coolness, remembering the moments of the past. On the 46th day, a guy with a spider of a tank damaged his left shoulder. On the 47th day, he evaded, but the other enemy hit him on his head. But in the turn, Ancroyd beats the first. For 70, for the first time, the enemy fell on the ground, separated Ancrid's leg, because of which he did not have time to do anything against a crazy opposite. But this time, he defended his feet with riddles and was able to reflect from a sudden attack on his feet. On the 89th day, the axe of the axe kissed him a fatal Euron. Therefore, this time Encrid was attentive and evaded. If he leaves him alive, then the metal will interfere with a fight with a counter. Therefore, he is set to send him to the world. In all these days, he learned to throw daggers so that it did not cause problems. Therefore, he was able to kiss the enemy and destroy him. After all these actions, behind Ensita stands that he needs to save. After all, at this moment, a sniper appears on the name of the hawk. There is no time to disassemble in Encrid. Therefore, Encrid protects the enemy that wants to attack him from the back, quickly sending him to the world. There is a moment of meeting with the invincible wall of Encrid, a maniac who stands everyone who stands in his way. Sid, so many repetitive days with a cute enemy, met on the battlefield again. Approaching Encrid, the enemy decided to attack the first. He strongly swung the sword by attacking. But Encrid was able to protect himself from a stroke with a shield that broke immediately. Rejecting the broken shield, Encrid thought what to do next. It is not evading and lunges because he is worse than the enemy. Such as the enemy is called geniuses, although he is an ordinary soldier but strong. Encrid blocked the enemy's attack by the sword. The enemy's sudden block of Encrid was much surprised to expect the attack from him. Using the lack of experience of the enemy, Encrid was able to easily beat him and quickly struck his head. The non-standard Valensky sword technique is effective against it. Encrid rolled down the ground and threw the enemy into the face. After blinding the enemy, Encrid decided to take advantage of the moment to attack the immobilized enemy until he moves. Wipe the eyes from the ground, the enemy became angry and quickly rushed to Encrid. But Encrid expected his blow, so he was able to dodge him skillfully. The enemy's attack passed by, not being able to cause any damage. Using the enemy, he turned quickly and wanted to put a sudden attack on Encroyd. But Encrid already knew everything about this anti-influential blow, so he prepared an attack in response. In his blow, Encrid was able to break the enemy's sword on the pieces left him without hearing. Meanwhile, a hawk claw noticed that his friend in a disadvantage, he decided to help kissing Encrid. The arrow flew through the entire battlefield, heading to Encroyd. At this point, staying without hearing, the enemy was severely shocked by this situation and released the rest of the sword from his hands. Without losing a minute, Encrid prepared to strike a crucial blow to the crazy. Encrid focused on his enemy, did not notice the arrow that went to him from the back. Noticing this, Rem threw an axe to destroy the arrow that headed on Encrid. Using Rem shouted that he would send a hawk claw to that world. Jackson stopped him, saying that it is too late and not to waste his strength in vain. Due to the protection of the Rem, Encrid finally was able to defeat the crazy, inflicting his fatal Euron into his neck. Various battles between the soldiers took place around Encrid. The enemy in front of him finally, the disintegrated knees fell. Tired of a heavy duel, he looked at the enemy in front of him, as he suffered from severe pain. Lifting the sword with his readiness to strike Encrid, said that he would show mercy by sending him to the world. The enemy's head finally separated from the body. Encrid was happy that finally defeated him, and he was able to overcome this high wall that stood in his way for so long. He did not notice his victory with his victory as he was suddenly attacked in his back. In the back of Encrid attacked, not seen to this day, the enemy of another race. He had gray skin and red eyes. After falling on the ground, Encrid shouted at severe pain, "It looks like this blow to the bones." Reflecting from the enemy, Jackson was distracted by the cry and saw that Encrid was suddenly attacked, and Rem quickly rushed to him for help. Going to the enemy, Rem was able to recognize him and called him a frog. Kruging from the pain of the Encridi lay on the ground unable to rise. Frog looked at him scornfully, and he said that he spent so much strength to grow that guy. Frog could not believe that he lost such as Encrid. Due to the severe pain, Ensita, taking his teeth, lifted his eyes to look at the one who attacked him. At this point, Frog quickly rushed to send Encrid to that world that he was killed. At this point, Remus comes and blocks the axes of the frog attack aimed at Lying and Cryad. In response, Rem viciously attacked Frog that blocked the attack, was surprised by his force. They rapidly exchanged blows with each other. Frog tasked the remains a little, but he tried to evade. At this point, Encred remained defenseless, and the enemy soldier decided to take advantage of the fateful blow. Suddenly, Jackson came and, stopping the enemy mercilessly, sent the enemy to the world, what saved Encred's life. Meanwhile, Rem and Frog exchanged blows bounced from each other. Suddenly, Rem threatened him. If Frog wants to turn his neck to his commander, he must obtain a room permission. Hearing this, Frog was surprised to ask why the detachment commander Likalak Ensid and not stronger than him is at times. After alerting Rem with his readiness, he became a rack. After all, frogs are a battle for battles. You can defeat them with magic or pierce their heart. Looking at the reminder, Frog was also wary. He thought why such a fighter was involved in such a small struggle. And to pick up the life of a Rom, Frogov will have to take the risk of their lives, and this battle is not worth it. Straightening, Frog decided to retreat. He is not ready to take the risk of his life today. Looking as Frog retreated with other fighters, Rem said that he was a timid scum. Meanwhile, Jackson rescued Encred, bearing him on his back. Suddenly, they were attacked by a hostile soldier, but Rem Podospiv on time and sent him to the world. There were many obstacles on Jackson's way that prevented him from moving further. But the other fighters of the 4th Detachment came to Jackson and covered his back from annoying enemies. Holding on the last forces, Encred tried not to close his eyes to the last. The Allied fighters began to push out enemies. The end of this endless day was closer to Ensid, again, at the Place of Souls. The boatman said that Encred was able to stay for more than a day, but that was all that he could. Adding that the walls that will appear and it will not be able to withstand, and accurately accepted his proposal. Disappointment and despair is the fate of Encred. The boatman looked carefully at him by saying these words. Hearing the words about the fate of Encred, having crumbled his fist, he began to climb on his feet. Raising, Encred looked at the boatman and said that these walls existed in order to overcome them. To which the boatman smiled, saying what would look forward to the moment when his eyes are full of greed and ambition, completely stuck. A new day has come. Ensid crossed on the bed looking to the mountain. Suddenly, his voice told him that this is a medical tent. Encred decided to look who said it. He sat near him at that moment in his ear and said that Encred had fallen for 2 days. Sprinkling muser from the little finger, Rem asked whether he remembered how he was saved from the frog. Sticking his head, Ensid asked whom they were talking about. Suddenly, he thought a sharp pain, which was a miracle to survive by meeting Frog. Suddenly, Rem Jokes asked if Encred remembered him because he hit his head when he fell. Closing the eyes of Encred said they were not friends and called him a hunter on the aristocrats. Closing Encroid with your mouth, Rem said he may be silent because others can hear them. Make sure that none of those present in the medical chamber heard the words of Ensida. Nervous Rem said that Encred wants to tell other people's secrets, to which he took away his hand. Rima said that he chose whether they are friends or strangers. The new day left yesterday. Encred has finally been able to survive and start a new day. A little time has passed. Encred came to visit. He demanded from him a triple payment for the medical chamber. Listening to the end of now, Encred realized how he was able to get into the medical ward for treatment. Entricid asked, on the bed of the Encred, why the edge was not visible on the battlefield, what he was silent at him. Thinking about Encred's question, the Extreme smiled and said that for the commander he would make the discount so it would only be guilty of double. The evening has come. The sun began to go. This time Jackson came to visit Encred. Throwing his hands behind his head, Encred asked why Jackson said nothing though he came here. Without saying Jackson, he calmly threw an ointment box on the Encred's bed. Going out of the ward, he said, Encred smells her in the morning and in the evening, not to ask where she from him. Opening the box with ointment, Encred noticed what it was and which is usually used by Jackson. He was surprised because Jackson does not like to share it. A little later, Encred came to visit another fighter of his detachment, Odin. He was crying for his health. Unhappy looking at Odin, Encred said he was already going because he did not die. The night came, and Encred was thinking about today. He was surprised by the behavior of his detachment. They are usually lessons. Maybe worried about him. He thought it could not be. They are more worried about themselves than for him. Suddenly, another participant of the 4th Detachment of Lagna came into the ward. Looking at him, Encred was surprised. Noticing the commander in the Lagna house, he asked why Encred was lying here. Asking this, Lagna turned and left the medical chamber. Encred looked at him, and relaxing closed his eyes, thinking that it could not be a lag. So it is at all to sneeze on Encred. The next day in the morning, Ensid noticed that there are 2 more people in the ward. On the left of Andrika lay a platoon commander from the 2nd Company Benzins. He always climbed with his fists. Benzins noticing his gaze on himself. Another person was a soldier without a name who always looked at the void. It seems to be ordinary, but Encrid was interested in how he was able to get into the medical chamber. Suddenly, the ward entered the elf. Everyone in the ward turned to look at her. Going completely, she asked who was the commander of the 444th Detachment. Hearing this, Ansid looked at Elvin, without understanding anything. Suddenly, the surprised Benzins, without thinking and hearing, called her an elf. Hearing this, Elfish asked what unit he was. Benzins called herself that he was the commander of the 3rd platoon of the 2nd company. Having learned this, she asked whether, in his mouth they were taught to call the race when they see the elder by the rank. Understanding his mistake, Benzins frowned healed before the Elfine. Looking at her, Enkid thought that once she was scared of the rank, he is probably a new commander of the 4th company. Thinking through all Ensid called himself, and said that he was the commander of the 4th detachment of the 4th platoon and the 4th company. Looking at Enkrid, she said that they say neither he copes well with demanding wards and awaits success. Having said it, turned and left the ward. Looking at the trail of Enkrid was surprised. After all, she came here just to know it. Suddenly, the Elfian stopped and asked the name of the last man who was silently. From this question, he was nurtured and uncertainly called himself a Crand. Enkrid looked with suspicion. The crane was immediately visible that he had just invented him. Ensid thought that he may be with the nobility. After learning the name, the Elfian rapped and left silently from the medical tent. The evening has come. With the fist of Enkrid, he checked his physical condition. The pain went through and strength returned to the body, so he decided to restore the workout. To go to training, Enkrid began to get off. Suddenly, Benzens asked where he was going, to which Enkrid calmly replied that it was going to train. And Benzens said that Enkrid is stupid, and 2 tries as for an ordinary fighter, but Enkrid did not pay attention to him and just came out. At this point, Crand only looked silently as Enkid came out of the medical tent. Endicid's training remembered the past battle. It was one of the small, useful methods that he learned as a child paid a high price. Remembering the last decisive blow to Enkrid thought, and if it would be a desperate attack, to be with him. Whether the right solution was to put everything on one blow, in the event of failure, he would inevitably die. To make each blow fatal as an axe of Rem, and Croyd should be beaten with all power, but at the same time think about the next movement at once. Carefully focusing on the thoughts, Enkrid did not notice how someone came up and said that he was so carefully trained. Turning, he noticed a crandling sedentary nearby. Crand said that he did not understand what Enkrid is doing because in the barracks only waved his hands. And here, with the sword in the clouds flies. Looking at the Enkrid's sword, he said that it was for the training of the force of grip, and now he repeats the past battle. Without understanding Crand, he asked why Enkrid did it, and Enkrid only said not to die. Turning his head in hand, the Crarion continued to ask, "What will happen if the Ensid does not die? Is there something who wants to become his life?" Lifting his head, Enkrid thought, who he wants to become. The dream of which everyone has always laughed, or it is worth talking about it. The dream of which he has already reached because of a small talent. But there is something that Enkrid has not stopped thinking all this time. Proudly lifting the sword of Enkrid, without a doubt, said he wanted to become a knight. Before that, the calm Crane became pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to hear that. Seeing his reaction, Enkrid said that he first sees one. Crag asked what he was about, to which Enkrid was squeezed that he was the first to laugh. Suddenly, Crand began to get up as if he had forgotten something and suddenly came to his head. Walking, Crand added that looking at Enkrid, he realized what he needed to do next. It was for the first time when Enkrid was sincerely supported and laughed at such a dream. Turning a rock with a smile, he said, when Ansid would not forget his name and called him a friend. A new day has come. Bard Mistrel and the fighters overcame the hero of the field of the Battle of Sifris. Waking up under the songs of minstrel, Benzins was angry and complained why breakfast had not yet been brought. Instead of the training platform, Enkrid decided to go for a walk. On the way, he met Jackson, who asked his health, to which Enkrid said that the medicine was good and thanked Jackson for it. And Jackson said that if Enkrid is grateful, then let him return to the system. The night came. As he went to bed, Krang wished Enchek a good night. Enkrid also wished him that. On that day, Enkrid went to bed early, and Benzins only told them that they would tie up and go to bed. Falling asleep, Ensid thought that today was a rather quiet day, and nothing serious happened. The next day, Enkrid again woke up from the songs of minstrel, thinking why he came today, because he should not be twice here. Suddenly, Benzens began to complain about why they have not yet brought breakfast, to which Enkrid thought he was loud and shouting the same. And suddenly, Enkrid realized that something was wrong here. He needs to make sure that going out for a walk as last time Enkrid met Jackson again, who asked about his health. In order not to cause suspicion, Enkrid said that the medicine was good and thanked Jackson, to which Jackson answered him exactly as last time. Enkrid was able to fully assure that the day was repeated. Suddenly, Encrid ordered the words of the boat that he would be over again before him. Ensid realized with horror that he was sent to the world until he slept. In this situation, Encroid became even more helpless than when he was prevented by the psychic stirred-on injections. He felt very bad. But Encrid overwhelmed the determination to overcome this high wall that had presented it before him. The night came, pruning as if he is asleep. Encrid thought who could send him to the world. It takes a lot of power to get here. To do this, you need to be at least a knight, and this is not possible. This means that this is assassin, and a great likelihood that it is one of your own. This should be the one who knows the location of the medical tent. He is able to blend well his presence and skillful in destruction. Ensid thought of the Elfian. After all, quiet and pronoun elves are just suitable for such quiet destruction. On that day, the Elfius came to see the medical chamber to think about the plan. But it is possible to know Encrid exactly when he sees everything himself. There is only one entrance in the medical ward. He thought that as soon as he noticed him, he would cry. It woke up all the soldiers, so I decided to wait for the assassin to come. But suddenly he kissed a poisoned needle. Starting in the pain of the pain, Ensid thought that he did not even see as assassin penetrated here. Encrid's pain could not move or speak. He was only able to fall out of bed. It was a rather strong paralyzing poison. Through her, Encrid died last time without understanding. Other platoon commander Benzins and Crand went to the world. Suddenly, Encrid saw Assassina near the Crand bed. Sieg could only do anything to see as Assassin puts the last stroke on the Crandling. Looking at the death of the Crand, Encrid was very angry but could do nothing. Suddenly, another assassin in the red cape came inside. Despite the darkness and cape, Encrid was able to notice long ears and weapons with which the Elfine was. This was indeed the company commander who came here last time. Having learned one of the assassins, Encrid again started the day, waking up from the songs of minstrel, he thought. Even when he was careful, he could not feel the presence of enemies. It will not be easy to overcome this wall. In addition, this company commander. Even if Encrid is able to stop the assassins, you will immediately have to deal with it. What a hopelessness. Encrid felt this feeling just a few days ago. Struggling with that coping psychopath, he was able to win him much effort. There is a way out of this situation. Encrid has sincerely believed for the better, if not seemed so easy. Ansid took a little time and began to pull the blanket from Benzins, to which Benzins was dissatisfied that he had gone crazy. Having checked the medical chamber, Encrid assured that the enemies have not yet penetrated in the middle and should be monitored for the perimeter. Benzins did not like it. Suddenly, having reassured Benzins, he decided to feel like Encrid said that he was just ordinary and was not expected of him. And Encrid calmly said that he did not know that the platoon commander was so cared for. Benzins said that he did not understand the sarcasm. Looking at the angry Benzins who drove him, Encrid has exhausted heavily because he also spoke with sarcasm. At this point, the Crand came into the ward, saying that these two would quarrel again. Noticing that he was strangely looking at the Crand and asked if he was worth getting out of here, to which Encrid calmly said that he would pass. The Crane with a smile went inside, and Benzins was dissatisfied with the bed, calling them. Watching Krang carefully, Encrid thought that the assassins accurately came after him. After all, they studied it carefully. Although Crand looked very suspicious, but who really appears? Encroid was very fun to know, although he is not one of those who will ask the interlocutor if he does not talk about it first. It also applied to the weirdos that were in his detachment. He did not ask them about the past. But through Krond, Ensida was drawn into a dangerous situation from which it is difficult to find a way out, so he decided to ask. Who actually is Crand? Hearing this, Benzins interested in rose to listen. A drop of sweat flowed on the face of the Crand. He did not expect such a question from Encrid. Seeing the Crand reaction, Ensid thought that it was not necessary to ask so straight. After all, it is possible to communicate Encrid somewhere at the level of Rem. Suddenly, Crand thought seriously about who he actually appears. Expecting Ansid's answers with Benzins looked carefully at him, but Krang said that he could not tell it. And Encrid quietly asked why he could not tell, to which Crand said that the situation is a little difficult. Understanding the situation, Encrid decided not to ask. At this point, Benzins did not understand his behavior, and it was angry that he was mocking him if such an answer arranged him. Therefore, let it be more silent. Pointing a finger on the Crandling, Benzins said his manners did not look like local, and asked if Krarang was not a spy from another country. In his words, Crand only looked in silently at Benzins. Frightened by such a reaction, Benzins died down to say anything more. Suddenly, Crand began to slowly approach the Benzins bed that was very alerted. Stopping, Crand looked at Benzins and said confidently that he would not betray the kingdom. Looking at Crand that he said so confidently, Encrid saw in his gaze and every movement. The solidity of the night was felt that not to hide even hard. Trying not to give the appearance of fear, Benzins tried to threaten the Krang, as he addressed the eldest on the rank, but Crag just smiled. A little distinguished by Encred thought that Crand could not be a knight. After all, he was helpless before the assassins as well as Encred. But there is exactly something that puts Krarangs at one level with knights. The thoughts were very concerned about Encred. After calming, everyone began to prepare for sleep. After lying in their beds, they wished each other quiet dreams. In preparation for the arrival of assassins, Enkid thought why Benzins was so frightened by Crand, and suddenly, he became so obedient. Rap Encred felt that the assassins would come soon, and all three, including it, would go to the world. Encred has not been able to wait quietly to wait for the bed. Noticing this, Benzine was surprised, and he decided to ask why Encred did not sleep, and he goes here. What Encred turned and said that assassin would soon come here, and if they want to survive, they have to cooperate. Without believing his words, Benzin said that Encred had gone crazy, and only turned to another to fall asleep. Not paying attention to the words of Encred, Happy Crand lay with his eyes closed trying to fall asleep. After looking at them, Encred thought that this was the expected situation. It is unlikely that anyone will just believe it. Suddenly, the sedentary in the basis of assassin heard it and rapidly attacked Encred by pushing a fatal Euron into his neck. Quickly inflicted fatal Euron Encroid. Assassin was accepted for the destruction of the other two. He did it so quickly that Encred did not understand anything. The fourth attempt came. Encred was thinking how to persuade Benzeps and Krang to help him, but he decided not to count on them. He thought that it is better to tell the management and cause reinforcement, but the management also did not believe Encred and threatened. Then Encred decided to predict when the assassin appeared and shouted right before it. Looking carefully at the entry could not pick up the moment. After all, he hesitated greatly, only by thinking the moment to scream. As assassin quickly pierced his sword, he was too fast for Encroid. The next time, Encred decided to arrange a basis from the outside. It is not possible to hope for others. He must reflect himself by setting up the foundation. But the enemy noticed Anarsi faster and destroyed with a poison needle. This battle for Ensita was like an invisible, until Encred cannot notice it. Assassin, in turn, sees everything here. If the Encroid fails to dodge the poison needle, he will not be able to kick and move his finger. The 20th morning came under the songs of minstrel. Without a little opposition, Encred went to the world every time. He was terrified of this fact. After all, he did not advance for these 20 times, but he was pleased with this fact. It was still a small number of his death. Ensid has sincerely sneered this wall. After thinking, Encred decided to stop to dodge the poisoned needle of assassin, and it will be to fight later. He needs to find a way to respond faster to the enemy attacks. Suddenly, Encred looked at Jackson, who at that moment looked after his dagger, and Reme remembered Jackson. Rem called him a treacherous trot, remembering the essence of the conversation. Without realizing, Rem immediately asked, to which Encred said that Rem himself called him so. Rem said that he was a disgrace. After all, you can list the fights of Jackson face to face. Jackson loves to beat the enemies in his back and run away. Therefore, it turns out a proud and perverted lynx. Returning to reality, Jackson noticed Ansid, who went to him. And Jackson asked if Ansid's wounds were okay. Encred thought that with Jackson it would be easy to counteract the assassin. Ali took Jackson with him beyond the competence of the detachment commander, who was owned by Ensid. But even if Encred could do it, this wall was the one he had to overcome. Thinking about this, Encred decided that he should become Jackson by studying with him. When he got into the courage, Encred asked Jackson what to do if it is such a type of Encryid in the back. Having thought about Encred's question, Jackson said he didn't know because he had never seen at least someone survived after that. From his words, Encred was very shocked and could not say anything at once. Seeing the reaction of the commander Jackson, thinking he dropped his head to the bottom. And when he lifted his gaze, he said, pointing to the clip, "What you need to have eyes on the ward to prevent stroke in your back." Knowing the answer from Jackson, Encred was quietly thinking about his words and asked how he was the eyes on the clip. As an example, Jackson asked if Ensid did not see a cart. Encred asked him in surprise, to which Jackson said that the cart was behind the barracks. Encred looked to find a cart that Jackson said. Seeing the visa Ansid was surprised, as Jackson could see so far into him and there is indeed his eyes on the jacket. Suddenly, Jackson, closing her eyes calmly, said that the cart would break now. At this point, the cart really broke. He disappeared with a wheel. Jackson was able to see it even without turning. Surprising, Encred asked if Jackson was not a prophet, to which Jackson said that communicating with the savages has a bad effect. Interested in Encred, said Jackson stopped joke and asked how he learned. Jackson, pointing on the ear, said that it was all sound. When the cart ride, Jackson was able to hear how the wheels of the cart were tabulating. And if you listen, it is possible to predict what will happen next. Jackson said it with a serious face expression. Surprising, Encred thought how Jackson was able to hear it all. After all, Ancred almost heard that a cart was going somewhere. Rising Jackson said that something is not necessary to use the eyes, and if Ancred wants to work out, then he has to listen to sounds. Interested in Ancred asked why Jackson was so detailed. Earlier, when Ancred asked that, what Jackson only confirmed. And he said that it is better to do the knife so then Ancred will continue to get it with his questions. And Jackson noticed that Ancred has not wanted to give up like that. Another night in which Ensid will inevitably go to the world again, unable to do anything. Lying on the bed of Ancred was thinking about his second wall, with which he faced not visible destruction. Will Ancred survive if he can feel the approach of assassin? He decided to listen to the environment. Listening, he was able to hear the measured steps of patrolmen who explored the situation in the barracks, and the crash of a burning torch. Listening to Ancred tried to find assassin, who was hiding somewhere nearby. The enemy was getting closer to the medical chamber, but Ancred could not feel his approach. Trying to hear at least the small sound of assassin, how he was inflicted with a fatal Euron needle, and again starting the day with the songs of minstrel. Ancred thought about the moment of his death. So far, Ancred's situation has not improved, but his body remembers everything clearly. Reference of training in which Enkid studied the beast and a pervination. After thinking, Ancred again addressed Jackson, who had reported to him that only one sound could give a lot of information on guidance and volume. If you learn how to catch distant and quiet sounds, Enkid's ears will be no different from a new pair of eyes. Suddenly, he remembered a little Jackson with his fingers and said that the sound is a wave that appears everywhere, even in full silence, from hundreds of thousands of different sound waves woven into a heavy pattern. Telling this, he spoke with the help of hand movements. Grasping his hand into the Jackson fist, said that he then praises one single sound wave he needed. Hearing Jackson's advice, Ancred decided to train in a crowded place where everyone talked about their own. After focusing, he began to know what sounds mixed in this weaving waves. Listened, tried to distinguish and catch. Tripiti of the flagship seemed to Ancred as if it were one big flag. He tried to understand how many 7 or 10 of them. Then trying to catch the sound of the steps of the soldiers, he learned them. From the right to the left, 3 were near and 2 far away. Feeling the waves of Ancred felt many acquaintances, and at the same time many unfamiliar and unusual sounds that he had previously paid attention. Suddenly, Krang approached Ancred, calling him a short name of Enki. With a smile, Krang was interested in what Ancred's workout is engaged this time. And Ancred, not showing any emotions, repeatedly repeated the name of which he called him. Starting to draw a Kararian, said Enki comes on behalf of Ensid, and he said that this sounds. Ancred did not like it, but said that it would be. Enriching with a new prostate, Ancred asked why Krag thought he was training. After all, Ensid just sits and does nothing. To which Krang said that Ancred is not one of those people who will waste their time doing nothing. Surprised by the insight of the Krang, Ancred looked at him but said nothing in response. Again, the night where Eknerd and Kang will inevitably go to the world is unable to do something. 33rd day has come. The failures were inevitably persecuted by Ancred. 34th day. Again, Enkid heard anything to the world. Each time Ancred was expected failure, but he continued to train his ear to be able to hear assassin once. To overcome the wall in front of Encroid, he needs an excuse. It is not accidental insight and help of God. You just need to repeat everything without stopping to achieve at least some result. Suddenly, Krand wanted to quietly approach Ancred again to surprise him, but Ancred was able to hear his approach. Surprisingly, Krand said Ancred scared him when he opened his eyes so suddenly until Krand squeezed. Krand also said Ancred was sitting with his eyes closed for a long time, and he asked if he did not train to feel the presence. After all, Ancred is not one of those who are in vain. Again hearing this, Ensid was shocked by this. Another night has come. Will this time Ancred will feel the presence of assassin, who at that moment wants to kiss him? The poisoned needle flew directly into Encroid, but this time he was able to evade her. After successful evasion, Encroid quickly got a sword from under the pillow and attacked Assassina. The falling assassin did not expect such a turn and was severely shocked. Now Assassin was not an invisible death for Ensid. After all, he finally was able to see him and avoid a fatal blow. Owing Assassin quickly attacked Encrid, calling him a rat. Owing to the rapid attack of Assassin, Encrid realized that this enemy was not slightly lower in the direct struggle for the reacting of what the pervert. And you can handle this enemy. But Benzins has already gone to the world from a poisoned needle. And the Kreraren was still fascinating and preparing for the battle began to get a sword from the vagina. While Encrid is distracted by other people in the assassin plate, he decided to take this moment of attack. Encroid now cannot be relaxed. After all, Assassin was a high class and it should not be underestimated. Launching one of the dagger Assassin was able to cause damage to Encroid. Distributing this Encroid, Assassin decided to retreat from melee. Suddenly, A detachment of the fairies came into the medical chamber. Deciding to take this moment, Encrid decided to first attack the Elpheus and quickly rush to it. Seeing another obstacle in the form of an Elfian, Assassin decided to attack Krang Needles. At this point, the Elfian skillfully bypassed Enkrita to go towards Krand, and with her cloak she closed him from poisoned needles directed to the Krandling. Seeing this, Enkid realized that the Elfian on their side and came to protect them from Assassin. Taking advantage of the chance, Enkrid decided to quickly attack Assassina, which he destroyed it all the time. Under the pressure of Encida attack, Assassina began to throw back. He was weaker than Enkrid. Therefore, Assassin decided to escape to save his life. Enkrid was unable to hold it. All could only see as Assassin quickly escaped from the medical chamber. Enkrid was disappointed at the exit. The approaching Crane said, that Assassin was probably aimed at him, to which Enkrid answered that he already knew it. Hearing this Crand, in surprise, he asked where Ensid knows it. After all, the Crand did not tell him. To which Enkrid said that no one would send assassins to little fighters as he and Benzine. The detachment commander of the fairies confirmed his words, and hiding the sword in the vagina said that Enkrid had a good understanding of this situation. Looking at how the commander hides the sword, Ensid thought that it was necessary to be careful with her. After all, she does not want to find out about this incident. Suddenly, getting up between Enkroyd and the Elfian, Crand looked at her, said that he had a request. He did not want someone else to die today. Crand seemed to indicate that the Elfian would get rid of Enkrid. This request was surprised by Enkrid, but he said nothing. Bowing the Elfian with respect, she said that she would fulfill this request of Crand. Looking at Benzins, Crand said that this request also applies to Benzins because he has not yet died, to which the Elfian said that she has an antidote. Hearing this, Enserd thought she was probably versed in medicinal herbs. Thinking about the situation, Krang said that here you need to clean. After all, there will be problems if they find that Assassin came here. What Enkrid has quietly asked if it would be enough to get rid of evidence. Looking at the burning candle, Enkrid said that he has one way to do it quickly. The plan was to burn the medical chamber, then no one knows what happened there. Seeing the flames, all the fighters woke up and rushed quickly to simmer the flames with water. Meanwhile, Enkrid brought out Benzins and put it in safe on Earth. Looking at the Enkride's flame, he said that in this way the traces of Assassin would not be found. And with flames, they will be able to disassemble. Therefore, Ensid only watched from the side. At this point, Crand with the Elfian left the territory of Lagaris Sifris. The Elfian said that if Ansid had not pulled time, Crand would have already died. And she asked or did not change his mind through him, to which Crand confirmed and said that Enkrid is a very interesting guy. On what the Elfian reflecting, only turning silent. After all, she didn't know what to say. Looking in the front of Crand, he thought that he tried to avoid his destiny. But meeting the diligent Enkryad who never wanted to give up, and he gave himself a workout. This could have a great impact on the Crandling, and he realized what he should do next. Once upon a time they will meet again, and everyone will have their role to which they will come by the long way. At this point, overcoming the wall that presented it before him, Enkrid met the boat again. Not satisfied with this meeting, the boatman said that Enkrid would meet him again. What Enkrid said with confidence that it would definitely happen again. After all, it will not appear. Once again, Enkrid was able to survive the repeated today. He was able to survive after the silent destruction and met the morning of a new day. Now Enkrid could feel even the weak presence of a fair commander he could not feel. Now he will train more. Fortunately, Enkrid is not injured, so it can return immediately. Alongside the Cecil on the drawer, Benzins asked why Ensid saved him from the flames. Enkrid looked at him and thought why Benzins did not like what he was saved, and that Benzins is so annoying in Enkrid. Turning, Enkrid replied that they were comrades and to save him no reason, to which Benzins first silenced and then said that he pierced the life of Enkrid times. Raising, Benzins asked excitedly whether Ensid was back to the detachment, and Enkrid only confirmed it. Warning Benzins said that if you return now, the atmosphere in the trenches will be won, and he was not much lucky. Without understanding, Enkrid asked or did not happen, and Benzins replied that he was going to go to all the trenches. Meanwhile, Lagna began to argue with Remus, saying that he would not suffer and called him an underdeveloped monkey. And starting a fight, he strongly pushed Rima into his shoulder, what was healed, and lifted the Lagna in his arms to throw. All the fighters began to flee from them where their commander, after all, when they are not always beating. The swinging Rom threw a lag at the tent, thus broke her. Some of the fighters worried about her, but he was advised not to approach them. Raising, Lagna quickly rushed to the remains and hit him with his fist on the face. From this, she got a fist in response to Lang with all his strength. Suddenly, Rem took the axes and threatened the lags that he would decorate his head with an axe. The fighters were scared of this and decided to take their weapons. Owning this, Lag took his sword and also threatened him. Others began to look for other participants in their detachment to separate them, but they were not here. When Engrid came, he saw this mess and thought that he did not know what the curse was talking about. Enicid was frowned that these guys were the most true curse. As they approached them, Encrid said they cease, to which they said that they thought as if Ensid had already died, and Encrid said that he see normal. It has been 3 days since Ensid returned to his detachment. Feeling the quiet steps of Jackson, Encrid rapped rapidly. Jackson noticed that, and he asked if he did not wake him up. After all, Jackson went quietly. Getting out of bed, Ensid said that he was still going to get up and go to workout. Noticing the progress of Ensid, Jackson said he hears sounds well, though he only recently learned it, and Encrid only said that he was training. To which Jackson advised him to continue. After all, it will help Encrid as a detachment commander. Winter will soon come and the battles on the front will become smaller. Thanks to this, Encrid has more free time. Therefore, it was a good moment for Encida's training that he had never missed. In the morning, training with a large stone on his back, Odin noticed about the walking Encrid and greeted him. Despite the great weight on it, Odin asked whether Encrid was going to the morning workout and said he was an early bird. Lowering the huge stone, Odin stood before Encrid and said that it was a good solution. After all, the trained body is a shield. Therefore, you need to be prepared to withstand even a sudden blow from the frog. Smiling, Odin said that Encrid is still quite fragile and he needs to train more. Looking at Odin, Ensid thought that he was too big, and only he replied that he was trying to train more. Going himself, Odin remembered the method of muscle training, but suddenly a strange sound came. Outing the waist, he threw the lags with him. Throwing over the lagna, hit his head on the ground. Washing him, shouted that lag lazy, although he is on the duty today but still sleeps for some reason. Slowly climbing the bed of the lag crawled to his sword and took it in his hands. Raising quickly, swung to attack Rem. Seeing this, Rem took his axes and prepared for a stroke in response to Lagni. At this point, Encrid came with Odin. Encrid frowned because they were fighting again. Seeing the commander, they froze in place. Ensid also asked them to stop it. Praying, Odin added that he had nothing to decide. Independently pointing a finger on the lag, Rem said that this fool wanted to starve them. Lagna was insulted at the rest. After listening to them, Ensid asked the Lagna to take care of food once he duty today, what Lagna agreed to. Submitting a straw, he said that this booze would do everything, though so much bent to him. Not wanting to take an apron from a remains, Lagna turned his hand by saying that he was stinking. What he angriored again with the remains? Suddenly, Rem decided to sniff the apron, but he did not stink, but even pleasantly smelled. Looking at that, Enkidrid told him that he would not sew over the little things, and he asked if he had nothing to do, to which Rem smiled and said that they were not going to the battlefield now. From this, his hands are scratched. Looking at him, Enkid offered him to arrange a match with him. The yard was cloudy. Enkid staged a fight with Rem. Rem attacked him aside. Taking advantage of this moment, Remus came to the new attack by saying that Enkid was weak, and Sid was able to repel a severe Rima attack with efforts. He tried to keep peace of the beast. Without giving Enkrid rest, Rem was again attacked by Enkrid. With the help of the second hand, Enkrid stood the pressure of the Rima. Listening to Enkrid tried to combine the rumor in the duel to find a chance for the attack. Hundreds of times going to the world to teach a fall, Enkrid decided to use it on the turn. Grazing, Rem grabbed an axe with Encida's sword and grabbed it for the side. And by pressure, he dropped Enkrid on the ground. Falling, Enkrid hit his head. Suddenly, Rem said Enkrid was able to improve his skills and became stronger than before. But he is still tight. Encida's injections have already come to Ram, and he asked if Ansid was unable to use something else. Rising Enkid knew that he was no longer as helpless. Now he knew that even if he had to repeat thousands of times, he will be able to move on. Therefore, Enkrid said to her to attack, because he now wins. Looking at Enkrid, Rem wondered what his pathetic skills. But looking into Enkrid's eyes, which are filled with determination and desire not to give up, she was not tight at all. From the expectation of the battle, Rem said that Enkrid would try to touch at least the hair on his head. Suddenly, heavy rain began. What did they mix their duel? So they went to the tent. Standing at the exit of Enkrid, watched the rain that would not end soon. At this point, Rem, wiping from the rain, noticed that his fungus began to grow on his toes. Lagna slept on the other side of the tent on the bed, and Odin, meanwhile, prayed with the cross. Suddenly, the edge came into the ward due to the next breakdown of the agreement. Sleeping excess water from his hair, he said that at such a pace would start to believe in the curse. Interested in Enkrid, asked what curse the thing was going. What the edge asked if he did not hear rumors about the platoon commander. Hearing this, Enkrid remembered that something similar said Lieutenant Benzins, as if over the whole base cursed. Sitting on the bed, the edge began to tell that the weather is now strange and suddenly became more common wounds and fires. Therefore, all of this is called the curse. Also, the edge added that such cannot be, but because of the frequent change of weather, rumors spread at the speed of forest fire. And Encrid said that there is such a matter of command of the command, so soon it will stop it. Suddenly, the Extreme asked why Ensid was standing at the door, to which Encrid replied that it was training. The surprised Extreme said how you can train in such a drain, and Encrid only said that he trains it. Fragging Rem said he was like a cat. Reading Jackson said that this was a good way to work out, and said to continue. Surprising this Rem with a cry, he asked how much Jackson was so worried about the commander. But Remus inevitably ignored what he got angry, and Encrid at that moment thought that it is too loud and not even to hear the rain. Smiling Odin said that many methods know how to train sitting in place. Waking up from this lagna suggested helping Encrid with the sword. Seeing the interest of others in Encrid, Rem was very surprised by their behavior. Looking at each, Rem realized that the others could not notice the determination of Encrid. And at this moment, Encrid continued to follow the rain carefully. Meanwhile, all Maltha commanders gathered in the main chamber. They were ordered to follow what soldiers say. After all, they need to send the intelligence to the onset of winter again. They were also interested in whether there was no suitable soldier to fill the empty places. To which the commander Faye asked whether they did not fit the commander of 444th Platoon. To which the chief commander said that Encrid is a little fully fulfilled and will only be confused under his feet. The ferry commander said that Encrid may, on the contrary, bring an unexpected result. She was asked where she knows it. To which the commander of Faye with the validity said that it was simply her intuition as Fyra. The morning came the next day. Faye commander called Encrid to report the news. Having surprised Herd, Encrid asked if he was really called into a detachment. While Encrid was going to the keys, asked if he was chosen by the company commander. What Encrid said for what reason she to do it. And Crag asked why then she called Encrid. Suddenly, Encrid thought that this was because Crand left, although it is unlikely to be the case. Suddenly, Rem will ask whether Erida is really going to go into the intelligence of the detachment. After all, if Encrid does not want to go there, then it may not be sent there. To which Encrid said that he could not like Remus with an axe to separate the head of the commander. And Rem was surprised by the vision of Encrid about his character. What Encrid said if Rem goes even worse. Suddenly, Odin began to pray to God that he would not take him a melon and precious commander. Looking at this, Encrid did not understand why they all suddenly worried about him. Suddenly, Lagna woke up and said he could go. To which Encrid said that they definitely cannot go. Others were surprised because lazy Lagna suggested at all. After sitting quietly, Jackson decided to ask if the intelligence would be in the overgrowth of high grass. Therefore, he advised to be careful if the grass hears the unusual sound among the rustle of the grass and focus on this feeling. To which Rem was angry and said that Jackson did not do the commander with various dirty techniques. Looking at their quarrels, Encrid thought if he would go, then no one to spread their fights, and he thought whether they should be left alone. But Encrid understood that it was better to find no better. After joining the army through the mediocre skills, Encryard always transferred here to plug holes, then they did not give a clear position, and the only place where Encrid was able to find at least some value for himself. At this point, Rem began to swing an axe. Looking at this, Jackson too could not sit calmly, and in response, he prepared for the attack. To stop their Encryide, it became between them. Jackson with Rem stopped quickly so as not to injure the commander. This post-commander of a weapon detachment from which everyone refused became the only place for Ensid. Cleaning the axe, Remus began to calm him down. What Rem removed the axe and asked who he appeared, a fool or too brave man. Turning, Jackson said Rem would thank the commander. If it were not for him to go to the world, Rem said he would lose his head faster. Looking at them, Encrid thought that although they behaved badly, but they were very capable. And Encroid, compared to them, a real gap in defense. For Encrid, there is no point in all times to be aware of his abilities. He knows the best of all. He needs to try more. A new day has come. Encrid went for intelligence with a detachment. Intelligence detachment explores the forefront. It was the perfect place to train vigilance by bearing the enemy. Suddenly, Andrew, one of the participants of the detachment, asked why Encrid flies in the clouds. What Encrid was surprised. After pointing to Encrid, he said dissatisfied with his finger, though Encroid is also the commander, but the main thing in this intelligence is Andrew's detachment. And if he wants to deny something, he has his victories. Other participants began to make fun of Encrid, saying that as Erida dies because he is a hand. What Andrew was smiling, if Ansid will do it, then he will try not to cripple him. And he added that Encrid is holding on the post thanks to the fighters. Suddenly, Andrew told everyone to listen and ordered if they meet the enemy, then it is necessary to dispose of him immediately. Looking at this, Encrid thought that he was too loud here and wondered whether Andrew understood the meaning of intelligence, and whether there will be a detachment from this detachment. Suddenly, they noticed the traces of the beast. Andrew sat down to recognize and said that it should definitely be an antelope of beer, and he gladly suggested that the detachment follow it to arrange a barbecue today. At this point, Encrid thought, after all, The antelopes of the bends usually go by herds of 20 people, and as Andrew wanted to cope with them, such a small detachment. What laughed next to was standing Henri. He said that these are the traces of the gazelle and not the antelope of HNU. Notice that Encrid looks at him. Henri was first surprised, and then smiling said that their commander likes to sway. Going with Enria, Encrid was able to know a lot from him. Henri was a hunter from a mountain village and looks like a present commander he would not like. Talking to Enkid with Enria was able to quickly get. Enria shared with him many hunting wisdoms that were very useful. The night came. In its, a non-existent antelope of beer was in search all day. Therefore, intelligence was an empty waste of time. Andrew was disappointed. Trying to come up with a plan, Andrew thought how to bring at least some result. Encrid looked at him in surprise. A new day has come. The detachment arrived at the high grass. Andrew said that this place is what their detachment intelligence should be checked. This place was also known as the Meadow of Durable Herbs. The grass was larger here than humans. In cheering Andrew, shouting that they would cross these overgrowths and find scouts from Aspen and capture them. After alarming, Enria asked if they would really go to these overgrowths. After all, their task was only to explore the terrain. To which Encrid said that this is the orders of the commander, and they could not fail to fulfill it. Without arguing with the commander, everyone began to go in search of enemy intelligence. Musting through the overgrowth of Encrid thought that Andrew quickly had to surrender and followed him. But he surprised Encrid because there were no complaints. Suddenly, looking at the grass of Enria said that there was not enough animal litter here, and Encrid asked what it means. Suspicion of Enria said that there should be many animals in such overgrowths, but for some reason, they are not. Suddenly, Encrid felt the approach of the great beast and alerted it. A black panther ran through him. He was able to notice her, and having grabbed the commander, shouting at all to lie down on the ground to escape. But not everyone has time to react. 2 people went to that world. 2 people went to Tus. Among the dense grass appeared enemy intelligence, which kept the crossbows. The teams of Henri gave the order to all flee, but the enemies were too fast. They were able to capture Andrew and several more people. The enemies began to pursue Encrid, which was ahead of all. The enemies began to surround Encrid on all sides without giving him a chance to escape. One of the snipers decided to kiss Encrid, but he was able to hear it and seeing her evasion. But there were too many enemies. Encrid could not clearly understand how much arrows he flew into it. Dozens of arrows were kissed by Encrid, and he went to the world. Therefore, the next time he will know about the basis. Again, Enkid, Andrew tried to warn his commander about the foundation in high grass, but Encrid did not want to listen. But he expected such a reaction, and he wondered if he had to survive alone again. The moment has come to the thicket again. Encrid tried to retreat in the other way, but the enemies had surrounded them again. With his degeneration, Encrid believed that he could find a way to get out of this situation. In the east, Encrid pulled a detachment of 20 crossbows and died. The next time he escaped from the crossbows to the north, but fell into the rounding of copies. As if Encrid did not try to avoid their enemies, pursued him to the end. The clothing of the enemies was the shade of grass, which indicated masking, but Encrid was interested in what they guard here. After crawling, Encrid saw the Aspen's logger, on which the flags were hung with blood. But without managing everything to look at Encrid again, went to the world. He really wanted to know what they hide. There was a new repetition. Andrew again gave the order to find enemy scouts and capture. Thinking about the past 10 times, Encrid realized that having gone into these overgrown alive from there would not return. After all, the Aspens are so hiding something there, and Encrid needs to find out what they hide. Suddenly, Encrid thought, if he goes out now, you cannot go to the world, and maybe then a new day will come. It was only an endless thought. After all, Ensid was not going to retreat, so just before the new wall that appeared before him. Notice that Ensid is standing still. Andrew asked why he stands still and did not go. Suddenly, one of the members of the detachment decides to reassure Encrid and to enter the commander's position. What Encrid asked why he to do it. After all, there are nonsense that can be endured by stupid Andrew. Encrid also asked if he enjoyed so much to the son of the commander. To which the fighter became angry and threatened to say that Encrid repeated his words again. Pushing the fighter with the tail, Encrid said that he was not ready to put up with it. Concerned about the approach of Encrid, Andrew got a vaginal sword asking if he did not want to listen to his orders. Deciding to dramatically change the approach to the situation, it is not necessary to survive alone. With confidence, Encrid said that he would now give orders to the detachment. To survive, you need to use the abilities of all the detachment fighters to survive together. Hearing that Encrid wants to take away Andrew's command. According to Encrid, the most skilled and lively detachment commander Andrew Gardner, together with Enria and Soldat with a ponytail. Particularly strong was a soldier with a ponytail and fought as good as it looked. And Sita was overwhelmed by the fact that he walked the tail of the commander's son. Smiling, Andrew said that Ancred would try to take away his command, but only if he wins. Looking at him, Ancred thought, just a soldier cannot have a guard and a sword stable with his sword. Appreciating Andrew's stable, Ancred realized that, judging by him, he had a lack of combat experience with such a skill, probably Andrew from a noble family. But mentioning Andrew was worried about receiving the reward for this task. Perhaps it is a dinner nobleman. When he came with Andrew's sword, he said that Ancred has an undeserved rank and badly struggles. He is pathetic. Having said the rubbish of Ancred, that he thought to continue to follow Andrew this hybrid work. Shouting, Andrew said that he was not like Ensid. He has a mission he has to fulfill. Pointing a finger to attack Andrew, Ancred said that a lot is chatting. Let him attack because he does not need a sword. The swinging of Andrew rapidly rushed to attack Ancred, and to show that it is better. Standing in a steady, Ancred realized that despite his great skill, he would be able to defeat him. He underestimates him. The underestimation of the enemy leads to carelessness, and carelessness is only the worst end. Despite the absence of the sword, Ancred was able to skillfully repel the sword of Andrew's sword. Taking advantage of the moment of restoring the balance of Andrew, Ancred quickly attacked him. So Ancred was able to overcome Andrew easily, who sat on the pane on his knees. Others were severely shocked, as Ancred was able to win only one blow. After all, he was just an ordinary soldier of the lower rank. Looking at the fighters, Ancred confidently said that he was commanding a detachment from now on, and asked if there was an objection. Hearing this, Enria was very shocked and could not say anything on it. Outwardly, Andrew's pain was badly dissatisfied with the losing to Ancred. The fighter with the ponytail was first surprised, but accepting this only hard. Looking at their reaction, Ancred realized that the first step towards overcoming the wall was taken. This time, under the command of Ancred, the detachment went back to the high grass. All fighters in the detachment could not understand what was happening here at all, and what Ancred thinks. Suddenly, Ancred stopped and decided to seriously ask about the dream of Enria. What was angry was greatly surprised, and he asked why suddenly he decided to ask it. And thinking, he said that he wanted to marry a flower and keep an economy, and Ancred said that the farm needs to get out of here. Turning back, he asked the soldier behind the dream, to which he said that recently his girl gave birth to a baby, and Ensid also told him to survive. Then Ancred asked the other two soldiers. One of the others said he wanted to raise money and open a bench, and the other one wants to return to their native land. He also asked Andrew, to which Andrew said that he wanted to fulfill his mother's last will. Andrew's dream and mission is the revival of his garden family, saying he was determined. Listening to all, Ensid said that everyone has one answer, and these dreams will come true only if they get out of here. With faith for the better, Ancred suggested that everyone survive and return. Hearing this, Andrew realized that all the detachment fighters now need to act on their own initiative, and there is no better motivation than the desire to live. So far, when the enemies appeared, they tried to break through their own. Pointing the direction of the finger of Encri, said Enri shot there, to which Enria said that there was nothing, and Ancred said that he was not to be repeated. Not wanting to argue, Enria shot the arrow in the direction of the specified Ancre, and he kissed the enemy. Having lost one of his enemy raised anxiety. Hearing this, Enria and others were severely shocked. Without spending time, Ensid was rushing forward by getting a sword. He told Andrew to follow him, but he was surprised. Angry Andrew still obeyed Ancred and followed him. Ancred's plan was to get caught up and attack the back when they do not expect it. Noticing the enemy, Ansid, with one blow in his back, sent one of the enemies to the world. They need to find enemies first to have an advantage over them. Noticing Ancred's enemy could not understand what was happening, and they immediately attacked him. Suddenly, Andrew also destroyed the enemy. While the enemies are shocked from a sudden attack, they need to reduce their number. Bringing Andrew, his guard came here. The chances of a successful sudden attack will increase significantly. Protect Andrew's back, a soldier with a tail came. The number of steps of Ensid realized that out of 12 enemies, there were 8. Seeing the loss, the enemy decided to regroup and call others to help. Gathering together, Ensida's detachment was preparing for an attack on the enemy. Seriously adjusting, Encred ordered to destroy all enemies. After these words, they rapidly rushed to the enemy. The advantage was on the side of Encroid. In this high grass, it is also difficult to determine our location enemies. But why they saw them the first time the panther? She suddenly ran near someone from what a person is frightened by what they seem to be. Frightened, the enemy decided to get rid of the panthers. But at this point, Ansid appeared, which rapidly destroyed it. This panther was the one that Encred met in his first death in this place. The enemies chased after her accidentally met the intelligence of the detachment with Encroid. This time, they did not notice their attack because they were the pursuit of this beast. Thanks to him, they easily coped, so he released him. Having coped with the last enemies, Enria gave the environment of the Enko. All the enemies were destroyed. To which Encrid said that they have to go quickly. Suddenly, the panther began to sneak the back of Ensid, and only she looked at them. After a recent battle, 6 people remained in the detachment. 1 lost. No matter how much he repeats everyone, but this time a lot survived. Continuing to go, they came across new enemies and suddenly attacked them in the back. Since the day was repeated by Enkid knew where and what groups of enemies were. If they continue to go directly to them, completely destroy the detachment from 30 enemies. Therefore, they went around them. A detachment of copies who pursued them very carefully last time. They need to be destroyed to ease the situation. Avoiding heavy battles, rapidly attacking and retreating. They broke through the hostile environment. The soldier with his tail worried about Andrew. A tail soldier said that it was necessary to get out of here faster, to which Encrid said that they would continue the path. To which the soldier asked if Encrid knows where he was going. After all, they go deep into the rear of the enemy, and Encrid said that this is the right path, and it will not tolerate the disobedience. Suddenly, the soldier with his tail set the sword on Ensida and asked to tell the truth. Everyone surprised his actions, and he added that he does not want to go to the right death with Encroid and threatened destruction if needed. Looking at him, Encrid said that he was too late. After all, they left too many traces after themselves. Therefore, the enemies have probably blocked all the paths for retreat, and the soldier said they just follow him. To which Encrid has confidently rolled what just wants to live. Everyone was surprised. Looking at this, Andrew thought that this accustomed commander was a non-solo Muswar. What was Endris's father? His father spent all the money of the family for drinking and died with everything. But now, looking at Encrid, he was wrong at his expense. Rather, his image was reminiscent of another. Remembering the moment with the last words of the mother, she worried that their genus approached the end. From her last strength, she asked Andrew to remain and thought a man who tells everyone the way. He deserved trust and became the leader of his family. It was this that the present Encrid looked in the eyes of Andrew. He was someone who wanted to become Andrew. After thinking about Andrew, he said with determination that he believes Encrid and follow him. This decision did not like the soldier with his tail, and he tried to conquer Andrew. But Andrew said that Encrid is now the commander, and that the fighters of the detachment must obey the orders of the commander. The soldier with his tail was surprised by Andrew's determination and could not say anything. Now no one doubted Encrid. In preparation, he said that everyone was bent and quietly followed until he has a signal. This is the path to salvation that Ensid came up with to escape from that day. The first stage of the plan was to avoid the environment by enemy attacking the first to break. And the second stage of the plan was in the late time to avoid Warga quietly. It was the only point that Encrid found after tens of repetition. Looking at it all, we're very surprised. Only in this evening, and only in this place will they be able to avoid enemies without meeting them. At this point, they were surrounded by a large number of enemies who did not notice them. Hearing the steps nearby, everyone was very worried that they could believe them, but they tried to sit quietly without moving. A little so, they were able to avoid all passing enemies. All with the gap were able to exhale that the danger had passed them with a sigh. Until now, everything was under the plan of Encrid. Now the last stage of the plan should come. Soon the sun will go beyond the horizon and complete imperse darkness will come. The reason for which Encrid's detachment so far could not get out of the grass was obvious. Deflecting the grass, Ensid said they came. All were surprised by the place they came to. It was a camp of enemies. Aspen's army destroyed everyone who came in the fuck to keep in the secret what they hide there. Looking at the enemy logger, Enkid thought what would happen if they have a more important thing than catching them. After thinking about all the subsequent moves, Encrid said that they were going on. Distributing the enemy into the detachment of Encroid, then the way to escape will definitely appear. Encrid's plan was that the enemy camp was set on fire. Then the enemies will definitely not pay attention to them. Outraged by the plan of a soldier with a ponytail, that Encroid is fooled because they will easily destroy them in the heart of the enemy camp. And Encrid asked his name, to which a soldier with a ponytail seriously dismissal is to be called Poppy. And Encrid only said Makov that he would not suffer not in the detachment. Masid, the Poppy decided to threaten Encroid, but Andrew stopped him said that he would be silent. Having said this, Andrew followed by Encrid. Without the choice of poppy seeds had to follow them. He knew that even if Andrew said nothing. Now, even a month was not visible. Roads do not find. In such a situation, it is only possible to rely on the decision of the detachment commander. After reaching the tent, Encrid began to cut the entrance to the middle with the sword. Looking at this, Poppy was dissatisfied. After all, Ensid wanted to break through the tent. Going into the middle of the Poppy was surprised. After all, there was none of the enemies in the middle. It was not clear what is happening in the head of Encryad, therefore, Poppy could only follow him. After all, Encrid was too freely pushed through the enemy's camp. Mac considered it strange. Despite such manipulations, they did not encounter anyone. Judging from the distance, they have almost crossed the entire enemy camp. Suddenly they stopped and noticed a few enemies ahead, and Encred said to wait here. Looking at the enemies, Encred was thinking, he has already penetrated here dozens of times. When he first saw and touched the flange, everyone rushed to him. Thinking about Encred said that the army of Aspen hides this flag in the grass. Protecting this flange are their most important priority above all, and what will happen if it lights up? Hearing this, Poppy thought that Encred already knew about the existence of this flag, but how it can be. Suddenly, Mac thought that a company commander may have told him it. After all, she called him a detachment. At this point, Encred said that Aspen would focus on the salvation of this flag. Looking at Encred, Mac thought that the sudden interception of Encroid command and reckless penetration into the center of hostile positions was his secret mission. And at this point, Encred added that it would be their time to escape from here, and that from that moment they will be divided into two groups, one of which will become a bait and distract the enemy, and the other set fire to the flag. To which Mac confidently said that the role of bait would take on. Looking at him, Encred thought that Poppy suddenly became so agile, though he was very dissatisfied with it, but so for the better. For the first time, the detachment reached the Aspen's camp in such a large number. After all, Encred has led them here many times. Today was the best day of all previous ones. He felt that it would end well today. The plan came into effect. The Poppy threw a stone from the enemy to pick them up. Seeing the fugitive Poppy, the enemy raised anxiety and began persecution. Taking advantage of the moment, Encred went to a lit torch. Taking the torch of Encred's hand was determined to move the next day. But he was noticed by the enemy and swung his sword for the sudden attack of Encred. Feeling his presence, Encred was able to evade but lost the torch. The enemy approached too quickly. Encid could not even hear his approach. Encid has never met so strong enemy for all the past days. From where suddenly a strong enemy came from. Encred was very disturbed by this situation. The enemy said that he would destroy Encred, to which Encred quietly said that some are late. Hearing this, enemy was surprised. Suddenly, the tent near the enemies quickly raised anxiety, and Encred looked at the enemy with readiness. Noticing other members of the detachment carrying the barrels, the enemies began to chase them. Hearing this, enemy that was before Encred ordered everyone to first clear the flames. Looking at this, Encred thought everything. The Poppy is already a majority of enemies, and the rest of the distractions of Encroid. And Andrew, meanwhile, set fire to the tent. Now they just have to get out of here. Any attack begins with your feet, pushing from the earth to put all the force into your body. Encred decided to attack the enemy who is distracted, seeing the weak place of the enemy. But feeling the attack of Encida, the enemy quickly turned, and he evaded the sudden attack of Encred, from which Encid was very surprised. Edging the enemy was able to injure Encred to the side, although it was the best blow to Encred. Looking at the enemy, Encred realized that he did not win, owing the enemy called him pathetic. With such efforts, Encid has reached this point, broke through the environment in the field, avoid a few defeats to get here. Finally, Encred was thinking of escape from that day, but on the way, he met him. This enemy was a real wall, which was presented on the path of Encred, and prevented this day. If Encred is attacked by this condition, he will be lost. Then again, you have to repeat everything from the beginning. After so many destruction, suddenly, the enemy noticed the strange behavior of Encred. He laughed. This made him. The smile of Encred was seriously tuned to defeat the enemy in front of him. Angry such behavior by Encred, the enemy decided to quickly send to the world, and to say that I agree to his dogs. Reflecting the attack by Encid thought was sure that this high wall was overcome. From the attack of Encroid, the enemy was able to defend himself again. Encred was surprised. Using this, the enemy decided to attack the sword in response. But Encred was able to quickly evade this blow. The blow hit the ground. Without spending time, the enemy counterattacked immediately from such an uncomfortable position. What was greatly surprised by Encida? Hardly, Encred still had time to block the sword with a strong blow to the enemy. The enemy made clear and quick movements from which Encred had no chance of a blow. The battle was difficult. The difference in skills was too big between them. In order to somehow injure the enemy, Encred decided to take advantage of the dagger. But the enemy was not confused and reflected the dagger in the back of the palm. What was greatly surprised by Encida, using the enemy, he rapidly headed to Encred by putting a sword for the fall in front. But suddenly, the fire intensified and the enemies shouted about it. This situation was able to distract the enemy a little and he smeared on Encroid. Someone spilled oil and the fire intensified by switching to other tents. The enemy in front of Encred turned to look. The fire spilled over to the flag that the enemies were protected so much until now. One of the enemy soldiers asked the commander whether he did not understand that at this point the most important thing. Looking at Encred, the enemy commander realized that he was not going to seem just like that. Encred's facial expression showed his strong desire not to give up to the last. Having said that, they would see the enemy commander turning back. Looking at how the enemy commander retreated, Encrid was much surprised because he did not expect such a turn. And he thought whether he was a real wall in his way, but even if he did not overcome it today, he was still here. Suddenly, Andrew came up to Encrid. Encrid turned in surprise. In a hurry, Andrew insisted that they needed to go. What Encrid turned to look at the enemy commander, and hiding the sword in the vagina, he ordered to retreat quickly while the enemies were busy with fire. Enicid looked around to look at the surviving. One of the fighters was killed, and now there are 5. The fleeing Pole asked if that's all, and he hoped that there would be no pursuit detachment. What Encrid said that it would most likely be. Suddenly, Enria coiled with pain, almost falling. At this point, they were noticed by a hostile detachment. They tried to catch them. Trying to give time to retreat the wounded Enria, Ensid with Andrew and Papa attacked the enemies who were persecuted. Getting rid of the hostile persecution of Encrid ordered not to delay and continue to run. At this point, Enria advised to go towards the residence of the foxes and snakes. After all, pursuers will not be able to catch up with them. The soldier who helped Enria asked if they could escape there, to which Enria assured that I know the safe zone used by hunters. No doubt in Enria, Encrid said that he shows them the way there. The pursuing their enemies were not heard, and they successfully broke away from them. Due to the fact that Andrew and Poppy fought well with enemies, they easily coped with the escape plan. And thanks to the hips of the Enria in the way, they would not be able to break away from the enemy. The Encroid detachment was able to get here only through the efforts of all the intelligence of the detachment. It started to shine. Finally, Encrid was able to overcome another repeated day. Returning to your logger, the soldiers who saw their condition asked what happened to them. Tired of heavy night and long run, Andrew with Enria was finally able to exhale with the gap. Finally, Ensid could calm down from the onset of a new day. He enjoyed the fresh breeze. All were very tired. The wounded Enri could no longer stay on his feet, so he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, in the enemy logger, they could not save their flag. They will have to prepare again from the beginning. The man in the cloak said that he did not think that the famous Grodog detachment would not be able to cope with some little things. Grodog commander could not understand what had happened. After all, elite fighters were placed in high grass, and they were broken and set fire to just a few people. An independent mouth in the Aspen army with special powers was called Grey. The name of the detachment came from the Grey Dogs of the Aspen Principality of Grodogs. They were known for their persistent character, who do not calm down until they get their goal, whether there will be love or battle. Therefore, a detachment. What is the name of Grodog? He was also known as Persistent Lovers. Grodog commander asked Mitch or Yoga. The enemy was strong, to which Mitch confidently replied that, not for the fire, he would have dealt with the enemy in place. To which the Grodog commander said that he was lucky to escape and that he was also a kind of skill. Returning to Encrid, who tied his hands with bandages and thought. He was worried that he could not overcome this wall, though he collided with her. Encrid had a strong desire to continue that battle. Where they will meet again, he overcomes him. At this point, Mitch told the commander that when he meets Ekrita, he would definitely send him to the world. In his tent, Ram was sad for the commander, and he thought when he would return and why no news from him. Stop throwing an axe from a ski. Rem got up and thought seriously. End City died. As if Encrid had tightened his skills, though he remained a newcomer. Therefore, death would not be amazing. Ramu was sorry for this. After all, Ensid was one of those who liked the turn, but he could do nothing if he died, and he said that nothing interesting happens. At this point, Lagna finally woke up, and yawning from the glorious head. Sleeping Lagna's eyes, he saw a Remus who was looking at him, and he asked dissatisfied why he stared at him, on what Rem only shown the lags of the middle finger of the right hand silently, to which the Lagna showed the middle finger on the left leg. Having groaned Rem threatening to ask the lags, or he got bored of living once. And Lagna saw it also began to get a sword from the vagina, calling Rema Psyche. Meanwhile, Encrid was read by the commander of the fairies. She transferred all the events that took place on the mission of the detachment, to which Encrid replied that he simply made the best decisions at every moment and he was lucky, to which the commander asked whether he was so carrying. And only she said that Encrid was going to rest and recover after a difficult mission. Looking at him, she thought Enkid would do something strange on mission, but she did not expect such a result. She was very interested in what kind of person actually appeared to Ensid. Coming out of the commander's tent, Encrid thought what was happening in her head. Suddenly, Andrew turned to him. Bowing, Andrew began to apologize that he was rude with him at the beginning. After all, he was able to survive thanks to Encroid. Swelling, Andrew asked if they could meet again. Turning, Enkid, waving his hand, said that they were if they were on the same battlefield. Hearing such an answer by Andrew only gratefully bowed to Encrid, who went from there. Others also gratefully bowed to him. Without looking back, Ensid thought, what Andrew said as if he had survived, although he returned only 4. Was it really the best solution to that situation? It was very concerned about Encrid. After all, on the battlefield he lost 2 people from the detachment. What would it be stronger? I would be able to save them. Repeating that day, Encrid was able to look beyond his capabilities. And now it is time not just to fight, and to strive for the image of the knight he wants to become. Therefore, Ensid will try to move forward on today, and not to repeat one day again. Encroid should become stronger. Suddenly, Encrid was swollen by the scream of a soldier that the psychic from the detachment of Ensida began to fight again. Starting a fight again. Rem was very pleased with this, and Lagna was focused on defense. Looking at their battle, Encrid thought that he had never seen them. He trained many times with them, but I have never seen such expressions. Looking at this, one of the soldiers said in surprise that these people are monsters. Continuing to observe, Encrid thought that they did not need to show him his true essence. With his hand, Encrid's sword decided to go step by step. To begin with, Encrid decided to achieve what they showed him, the same face expressions. Despite the battle, Lagna was able to notice Encrid from the crowd of soldiers, and was surprised to name him. Stopping Rem with a smile, said that once Encrid had come, so he had to say immediately, and not he quietly stole like a cat and looked. When Encrid approached, Rem, dissatisfied, said that once he came to look and not to train with him, let him go from here, and Lagna asked if he was okay. To which Encrid answered that he had snapped a little, and asked in Rem how he blocked the attack of Lagna, and Rem turned away that he would go to rest, realizing that Rem will tell nothing. Encrid decided to ask Lagna about the attack, what he had done earlier. Examining the state of Encroid, Lagna only said that even in such a state he still wants to train. On which Encrid did not hear the Lagna what he said. But Lagna only turned to say that he did not say anything serious. Ensid thought that still Lagna wanted to tell him something. But trying not to get them, Encrid decided that Lagna would tell later if he desires. Learned about the basis of the enemy. The battalion commander was disciplining all infantry forces to high grass that was near. During this time, the wounds of Encroid almost healed, and he managed to analyze and train. Looking at how Encrid was going, the extreme asked whether Encrid was going to train again, and he suggested that he rest again tomorrow relocation. What Encrid said that he was not long. Sprinking the eating of Rem, dissatisfied, said that Encrid was not healed but was already training. The morning came the next day. Lagna woke up from a strange noise outside. Raising Lagna noticed that Encrid was no longer in bed, and he thought he went to train again. Stretching, Lagna dressed and taking the sword prepared to go out. Lagna had a talent for fencing. It was not difficult to become strong Lagni, so he realized early how to become a knight. But he was tight. Even if he became a knight, there was nothing he wanted to do. He thought whether it was worth trying so much to become a bad knight. Not understanding the meaning of Lagna, lost his goal, and so stopped on the received. When the Lagna came to Encrid, who trained carefully despite his wounds, strongly swinging, Encrid felt the pain of injury that did not heal until the end, and he sat down for his side. Looking at this, Lagna understood that Ensid did not study from the very beginning. When he first took the sword, he had to master the foundations. But at the places of this, Encrid studied different tricks and spoiled the skills. And now, how much you do not train will not become stronger. But Lagna surprised why Encrid is so exhausted by training. Suddenly, Lagna decided to ask Encrid why he is trying so much. What Encrid was looking at Lagna said that he wants to become stronger than now. Then Lagna asked why Encrid became stronger, and Encrid replied that he wanted to become a knight. To which Lagna said that the knight is the same ordinary person who is fighting well, and is there any sense in this? Listening to this, Encrid began to order what to do as he wished the berry. Lift the sword for the sake of poor and sick people, for the sake of frequent from others, and for the sake of those who love Encrid. That's what a knight he always dreams of. Listening to this, Lagna thought it was belief and honor, so that is why Encrid tries. Power is only a remedy, but what is a knight and what a sword is? What Lagna wants. Without passing this path, Lagna will never be able to know it without trying. Therefore, Lagna decided to ask Encrid, or he does not want to learn how to own a sword. To which Encrid confidently said that of course he wants to learn how to own a sword. Receiving the consent of Lagna, realized that he asked in vain. You will now have to try. But looking at Encrid's genuine look, he realized that he could be interesting. Looking at his nails, Lagna said that the Dakarians have already learned the innards of the beast, to which Ensida corrected him, and Lagna said another prickly blow. And showing 2 fingers, said that all of this Encrid will have to be forgotten. What Encrid asked about the style of Valence mercenary, and Lagna said that it should be forgotten. After all, if Encrid does not forget it, even when it comes to use the new technique in the habit will use the old ones. If so, it is better to leave everything. Before Encrid was the choice of forgetting everything and starting from scratch or staying satisfied with the current level. Even without hesitation, Encrid quickly answered what he wanted to learn from scratch. What the Lagna was greatly surprised. Not everyone is ready to go for this, and Enicid asked serious. To which Encrid asked with interest from what he would start to study. Looking at such a reaction, Lagna thought that Encid is not normal, and he said that Encrida with his power is not suitable for light weapons. Therefore, he suggested to exchange, and Encrid asked if Lagna was sure that he wanted to give his weapon. To which Lagna replied that this is not a problem because he still just picked him up, and he began to show Encrid how to hold the sword properly. Seeing the Encryid sword the handle, Lagna requests why he does so, and Encrid said not to release the sword. To which Lagna asked who taught Enkida, to which he replied that it was Rem. Hearing this lag, he called him a tumor. Suddenly, Lagna said to take a stable and cried. Hearing this, Encrid looked in surprise. At this point, Lagna quickly attacked Ancida with a sword, but Encrid was able to block it. From this, Encroid felt severe pain, and he asked why so, and Lagna replied that it was natural. After all, if you strain and simply press it, it will break. Lagna gave an example as an Encryid wooden stick. Listening to how the lag is attached, Encrid realized that none of these fighters could explain, and why such stupid comparisons. Having thought of Encrid thought that maybe Lagna had a lot that Encrid had tensed greatly, trying to hold his sword. You probably need to be flexible in order not to break and act more smoothly. Continuing to train in practice. During the duel, Lagna pointed to Encrid's mistakes, to keep track of the center of severity. Looking at the steady Encrid asked why his legs were so standing. Lagna's attack was realized that Encrid had tensed again and asked if he wanted to break his stock. When Encrid was attacking, Lagna criticized his movements. Under the pressure of the Lagna attack, Encrid has fallen down to the ground. Lagna looked at him. It has difficult to exhale that Encrid has no talent at all. He does not even have basic sword skills. And it looks like one training here. It will be difficult to teach Encrid, though for some reason. Despite the strong fatigue, Encrid began to climb again. What he noticed Lagna and was surprised. Raising Encrid heavily breathing said he wanted to try again. Thinking about all the Lagna decided to offer Encrid to start with training walking. Suddenly, Rem came and said that's why they were not visible all day. And he approached that Lagna missed food playing here in the soldiers. He asked the axe on the Lagna if he did not mock Encrid, and whether he can study him, to which the Lagna gets angry with the threatening. Looking at the Rem, Encrid asked if nothing happened, and why he got so. Throwing the axe on the shoulder, Rem said that there would now be a common gathering. The enemy is approaching far away. Other participants of the Encryid detachment also began to gather. The whole platoon was assembled under the command of the commander of the fairies in anticipation of the enemy. Looking at the present situation, Lagna thought he was in vain taught by Encrid fencing. After all, he has not yet learned with a new sword and will not be able to fight well. And because of this, Encid can go to the world today. Throwing the sword on the shoulder of Lagna decided. Today, Lagna will stay near Encrid to help him. Having thought of Encrid, he wanted to learn a little more to learn in Lagna. Suddenly, the soldiers talked about a strange enemy. The enemy looked like separate groups with raised flags that were present in each group. Suddenly, the hostile shaman began to wake up that they end. At this point, an impenetrable fog began to rise. Looking at this, the commander of the fairies was greatly surprised. The presence of the enemy of the shaman. Lifting the fog was greatly surprised. After all, it did not see people nearby. All the soldiers were shocked by where such an impenetrable fog came from and weakened their vigilance. Having alerted Enkid began to listen. After all, this fog was not simplified here. Suddenly, the fighters began to hear strange sounds and asked each other. Warning, all Encryds shouted that enemy arrows were flying on them. Reflecting the volatile arrows, the Phi commander already knew that it was not a natural fog but an enemy strategy. And when she shouted, everyone shouted and raised the shields. The enemies were able to capture them. Looking at this situation, the hostile shaman began to enjoy laughing. The shaman spent a lot of strength to create this spell. He extracted the blood of different animals and the water of the purest lake and regularly used the magic of rain. When the spell was activated with a thick fog closed the review, but under the Phlogus, the visibility of magic is preserved. So the enemy can attack a unilateral order and the name to him is a fog of destruction. Suddenly, Mitch came to Shaman and said he was pleased, to which the Shaman said that, of course, because the flag was not burned, but they managed to finish it. Remembering Encrid Shaman said that if it were not for him, they could end everything much easier, to which Mitch also mentioned Encrid and expected to meet him to send him to the world. Meanwhile, Encrid is feeling the approach of arrows. Suddenly, the figure from the fog warned not to lift her head. Encrid was surprised that Lagna was behind him. Suddenly, the figure ahead of the figure was dissatisfied with that it was magic. Encroid by voice was able to recognize the ripple in it. Although Rem was ahead of Encrid, he couldn't see him. This was not possible to fight normally. Suddenly, Encrid did not kiss the arrow. He was very lucky. If she flew a little further, Ensid would have already died. Ensid's breathing went away. He was very tense. Cold sweat flowed down his face. The leg seemed to be cut. Encrid did not use what he learned from Lagna. Encrid did not expect to study everything right away. Remembering the words of the lag, he said that although Encrid has now learned for some reason, from the beginning it will be used by old habits. Until new skills are fully learned, not to go into battle at all. But on the battlefield, not to fight is a true death. Remembering the words of the lag, Encrid finally was able to calm down and focus on the environment. Becoming a calm Ensid, finally, he could hear what was happening around him. Suddenly, Lagna came closer and asked Encrid to move back, and Encrid said that he found a way. If it does not work right away, the Encreid pierces the neck. Worried about Lagna, shouted that Encrid had gone crazy. Having received a fatal urine in the neck, Encrid thought with a smile that he would now go to study in Lagna again. Turning back, Encrid trains with Lagna again. Again, Encreid realized that Lagna was not the best teacher. After all, geniuses seem obvious. Therefore, his explanations were swallowed. Lagna said as if Ensid understands everything his head, but the body did not obey him. And he said that you just needed to lower the sword. Encrid has a hard time exhaling that it was not sarcasm, so he asked where he needed to move the center of heaviness. Hearing the questions of Encrid, Lagna was surprised, and he thought for a moment. And trying to show Lagna made strange movements. From what Encrid realized that geniuses do not know how to do everything in them. Although the clarification of the lag was not perfect, but to listen carefully and learn were the strong sides of Ensida. Therefore, he repeated everything from the beginning. It's been a little time. Encrid again on the battlefield surrounded by fog was reflected from the arrows. His body was still very tense when the attacks were reflected, and hands trembled with pain. Suddenly, he was flying an arrow that he could not repel and died, but he did not worry because he would start learning again. It has come 30th today. Encrid's movements became more smooth, showing its progress. Suddenly, Lagna praised the step made by Encrid, and he asked where he learned it. Not receiving the answer, Lagna said that now they can move to the basics of fencing, and showing the sword told about the movements. The main attacks were a ruble, barbed and cutting, to protect the blade. If the sword of good quality, then you can also the flat side. Outing the sword on Encrid said that the smallest distance between the enemy and it is called the attack line. It is the fencing that is the blocking of the opponent's attack line and your promotion. Lagna said to present the enemies in Cryad and strike the sword. Ensid returned to the battlefield again, and this time he was able to evade the enemy's spear. Encrid's legs became much lighter. Now it is much easier for him to evade. But he was attacked by 4 spears on which he could not dodge. Little by little, it began to change. Again, training with Lana and Encrid was progress. He was able to repel his attack, which was greatly surprised by the Lagna. After all, he did not expect such from Encrid. After that, Ensid went to the battlefield again and died. Returning again, he trained a diagonal blow. Looking at this blow, the Lagna said in surprise that there is nothing to correct in it. Again returning to the field of battle Lagna, Encrid became a senseless running forward, but Ensid did not pay attention to him. Going to that world over and over, Encrid was captured by the fact that it became better every time. Each time, Encrid coped with Lagna workouts. How much he was amazed at him. Now he could even strike. With horror looking at Encrid, Lagna asked who was Encrid. Looking at the present Lagna, Encrid realized that his gaze had changed. It was not just an interested look and astonishment. Returning to the battlefield again, standing in the fog, Ensid thought that the talent that seemed no longer could be developed. And again he went to the enemies. Lagna worried stopping him, but it was useless. Encrid has now been able to overcome another border. As he approached the enemy, he skillfully evaded the enemy's spear, the place to which Encrid sought to reach. Encrid was able to break through the enemy's initial defense. Encrid training slowly approaching the path of the night, which lay outside this pane. Again, he was killed on many enemies. This was a lot of fun from this. He was rightly crazy with joy. Starting this day, Lagna as always asked if Encrid does not want to learn how to own a sword. Thinking about endless destruction that make it stronger, Encrid was ready to repeat it every time. So with a smile, he said that of course he wanted. Starting Lagna training was greatly surprised. It could not be so skilled. And I decided to ask if Ensid did not fit, to which Encrid was nervous, said that this was not quite true. And in order not to be interrogated, Lagna said that Encrid had already mastered the base, and now he needs practice in real conditions. More than 200 days have passed as Encrid repeated this day, again skillfully evading the first arrow aimed at Encrid. The enemy rushed rapidly to check how effective his new skills are. Quickly getting rid of the enemy, Encrid remembered where and when the next enemy jumps out of the fog, even if they are not visible. Therefore, he was convinced that hitting the Encrid would kiss several enemies. The enemy was badly frightened. When he weakened, the attention of Encrid suddenly struck the enemy by separating his leg. Noticing the strange sounds in front of the enemy, was alert and passed to others to follow the earth. Remembering the advice of Lagna, he recommended to remember in this order: eyes, legs, and arms. The eyes should be viewed and predicted. Fight and finish with your hands. Entrucid smiled with pleasure with his new skills. After all, everything was different now. Before Enkid worked the basis, the feelings were completely different. Going to the enemies of Endsid wanted more. He greatly liked his new skills. The group of crossbows was surrounded by Enkrid. One of the enemies said that he made his way, but whether Enkrid will be able to cope with them alone and get alive. Hardly breathing, Ansid stood in front of the enemies, thinking the next move. Not wanting to go from here so quickly, Ensid suggested that the enemies fight on the sword as real men. Frightened by the cunningly smiling Ensida, the enemies just shot him from the crossbows. Suddenly, Enkrid met the boatman who called him stupid. After all, he climbs Rojan, and that he completely went crazy. Waking up, Ensid thought. He has not seen the boat for so long, but he is only able to complain, and he thought that the boatman only came. Suddenly, Rem asked Enkrid why he settled here as a boover. Enkrid was surprised, and he looked at Rem. This Rem is every time the fog appeared. He shouted that it was witchcraft. The enemy had no tactical value, looked as if they were protecting the flag in the middle of the high grass. Having considered why the enemy is, Enkrid decided to ask Rima about witchcraft, to which Rima asked why Enkid suddenly became interested in it, and Enkrid said that it was just interesting, and he asked to tell if he knew something. After agreeing, Rem asked if Enkrid knows the difference between magic and sorcery, to which Enkroyd, folding his hands confidently, replied that magic was more widespread, and Rema said that this was not quite true. After all, witchcraft requires a mediator, although not just needed, it is very needed. Without mediator, the end of witchcraft. Enkrid has now been able to understand. The fog is created by a hostile shaman, and the mediator is the flag. And if you destroy the fog, flag split. Suddenly, Enkrid decided to ask whether the Ram was used in the tribe too. After all, Rem was from the west, from where witchcraft came. To which Rem said with a smile what he saw. But in fact, there are very few real shamans. Those wandering on the continent are charlatans. Hearing this, Enkrid went to the exit of the tent. Looking at this, Rem asked where Enkid gathered. What stopped by Ansid turned and said calmly that he was going to train. He started training again with Enkroyd. Lagna said that Enkrid has learned to have common roots with the knowledge of Lagna. And Lagna asked whether Enkrid heard about 5 sword styles. Remembering the story, 500 years ago, a genius of equal appeared. A child who was born in Bidina, a rural family. In the 9 years, Kotsuba destroyed the 12 robbers that attacked his home. Early in the painful parents and the older boys then mastered the principles of fencing. And later, one aristocrat heard about it and adopted it. So, this genius was named Lyonis Onyak, but he was given a talent given by heaven. He was born with a little bit. From the age of 10, he began to weaken the limbs, and by the age of 12, he became ill with an incurable disease that paralyzed the whole body. It seemed that here they would forget about him. Ole, at 12 years, Lionessus, being paralyzed, made a revolution in fencing art, summarizing all the existing fencing styles and dividing them into 5 categories: straight and accurate, heavy and mighty, open and sweeping, fast and soft. He copied the history of Lionesses, and the Onyak Rida became the most influential in the empire. And the fencing school was passed down from generation to generation. Now it is the northern style of a heavy sword, the central style of a straight and hazel sword, western style of fast sword, the southern style of the flowing sword, plus the eastern style of an unusual sword. For the use of the northern style of the heavy sword, Lagna developed a special technique of the conscience of the beast. Recording his Enkrid told the heart of the beast, and Lagna said that it should be useful, concentration point. To do this, forget about everything around, and only focus only on the enemy and your sword. Getting into the rack of Lagna said that he would show Enkrid how it is done. Immediately not understanding, Enkrid wanted to ask, but suddenly, the sword of Lagna walked at the head of Ensida left the cut. Covering the crop in Enkrid, realized that this blow was faster than in Rima, and he just died, just that. Hiding the sword, Lagna asked if Enkrid was able to feel something in this blow. Suddenly, Rem came and seeing the situation with the name of the lag. And in surprise, Rem asked if Lagna did not accidentally want to destroy the commander. To which the lag is calm, that the concentration increases in the face of destruction, and it simply helped with training. And Rem was angry and began to quarrel. Looking at the quarrel of Rem and Lagna, Enkrid thought said they were both bad. Suddenly, Rem, pointing the axe on Lagna, said that once he is originally from the north, that place was a barbaric place. To which Lagna calmly said that Rem from the tribe of barbarians that occur in the west. And Rem, threatening, said that he would write to the tombstone of the Lagna died at the hands of Barbara. Stopping there, Encred said enough. After all, they need to go to collect troops. Going Lagna gave the advice of Encroid that at the time of severe danger, the feelings are greatly intensified. When the point of concentration manages everything around disappears, and there is a feeling that the sword moves on its own. Returning to the battlefield again, Encred thought of what he learned today. He thought that the concentration was similar to the heart of the beast, but quite different. The heart of the beast is a courage in the face of death, and the point of concentration, on the contrary, requires tension. Encroid to train again and again in real conditions, to catch that feeling, and the flag that serves as a mediator for sorcery of fog. Therefore, it must be destroyed to stop the unilateral attack of the enemy. Encred has added another goal for training. First, you need to get to the flange and destroy it. With Rem and Lagna, it would be much easier for Encroid. But so far, Encred wants to try to make it alone. He enjoyed it. The full concentration was a difficult task. Encred went to the world again and again without having time to respond. Endicide's hearing training was the key to survival against the assassins, and the workout of the hearts of the beast when they stream and torment the battlefield. But full concentration. Training with Lagna again, he showed full concentration. This time, Encred did not even shudder, to which Lagna said that Encred now understood. When it comes to concentrate, then the tip of the sword seems to slow down. This is that Encred had to feel, to which Encred silently denied his head. Encred could not understand anything, and he thought that he probably hindered the heart of the beast. Having removed the sword, Lagna repeated that everything around was blurred and only the opponent's sword is visible. Then you can predict the trajectory, and asked if it was wrong. Hearing this, Encred thought that the concentration due to fear is not the right method, and asked how Lagna learned full concentration. Surprising, Lagna first asked why he learned, and then realizing, he said that he somehow turned out what Encred asked for it, and Lagna said that he was simply concentrated on the same purpose and all. Endcid's exhausted hard, he realized that he would have to understand himself in practice. Deciding to continue to train full concentration, Encred decided to engage in the destruction of flagship. To do this, he needs to break through the enemy. When the fog appeared, Encred decided to warn everyone to lie down, and covering the shield, said everyone also lifted the shields. Near the standing Lagna was very surprised. Being ready for a sudden attack, most soldiers were able to survive thanks to Encroid. He repeated this day 300 times. Therefore, it can predict attacks with eyes closed. Defending himself from the arrows, Encred rushed to the enemy. The enemy was surprised, and at the same time died at the hands of Encroid at the same time. Slowly squeezing through the enemy line, Encred made his way deeper. The enemies were surprised and headed for him. They rushed to grab Encred, but as long as he managed to fight them well. Finally, Encred was a little closer to the enemy flag. The hostile commander was concerned about it and ordered to stop Encid, to which Encred was delighted to attack the enemy commander while all the dispersal. With force, breaking the enemy's sword by Encid by Rick of the sword, rejected the enemy against the steady flage, thus broke him. 10 repetitions today needed to get this flag. Finally, breaking the first flag of Encid thought that the fog was scattered, but the fog was not dispersed. After weakening the attention of Encred, did not notice how the enemy approached and struck a fatal Euron. Suddenly the enemy smiled and said they were deceived. Receiving a hint from the enemy, Encred realized that only one flag is true and the other 5 deception. Now Encred needs to be found true among them. Again, on the battlefield, Encid dug forward. 1/5 was the likelihood of finding true among others. Approaching the enemy, Encred again warned the allies that they would lie down and raise the shields. But the departure of too far, the allies could not understand that Encid shouted and were severely frightened. Suddenly the arrows flew. Encred defended itself with a shield, but the allies did not have time to react and many died. Seeing this, Encred could not understand why this time did not work out. He thought that it may not choose the right time, and it was necessary to evaluate the situation. Encred was able to reach the second flag in 3.5 days, but he was not real again. There are 4 left. The third flag, which Encid to notice, needed 5 returns to get to it, but it was a deception again. The fourth took 7 turns, but it also turned out to be deception. There are only 2 distant flags left. If you ask which one is true, most likely this will be the farthest. This time, when the fog of Encred began to appear and then began to warn others. The other time was enough to understand everything. Defending himself from the arrows, Encid called Rima with him, what is followed by Encroid. Rem asked if he did not go crazy. Before that, the far flange was still far away. Therefore, Encred could not be tired of a real flage. Therefore, Encred took Rem with him to distract the enemies. Meanwhile, Encroid will be able to break into the middle. Having wounded the enemy, Rem took him for the Sish and began to quit who laid this spell. but he said nothing, so Rem throwing him began to follow another to ask him. The enemies called Rema Monster. Meanwhile, Encrid made his way through the fog further. He died in this fog for more than a year. About the flange, Encrid prepared to destroy it, thinking that there will now be the end of the fog. But suddenly Mitch came and reflected the attack of Encrida, then he defended the flag. And he said that the gods heard his prayers. After all, Mitch wanted to send Encrid to the world with his own hands. After alert, Ensid could not remember Mitch that he was on his way. Hearing this, Mitch was first surprised, and then he said that Encrid was able to forget him just a few days, on which Encroid got into the rack alertly asked, "Who is MIT?" Attacking Mitch said that only he pierced Encrid he would be able to remember everything right away. But Encrid was able to easily evade his attack. What was the Mitch that was very surprised? Quickly changing the position of Encroid, he accepted rapidly attacked Mitcha. But Mitch retreated a little. He wondered whether he was exactly before him, the Mostin kid he saw earlier. After all, Encrid's skills have grown sharply. Using Mitch did not want to inflate Encroid. He was severely angry with Encrid's behavior. Seeing that the enemy did not attack Encrid, decided to strike the first, and he rushed to Mitch. Faced with the sword with the enemy, Encrid was able to understand that Mitch uses the basic style of the sword, and mixes it with the technique of evasion of attacks. Initially, the Mitch trembled under the pressure of Encrid attack, but he decided to change the situation by force on Ensida. Mitch seemed to be blown by his force, but Encrid was able to repel this attack. He focused on what before him, quickly restoring the stable Mitch was going to strike. Encrid's balance is rolling if it is distracted for a moment, and to put in it all that Encrid has, he was able to dodge Mitch attack again. So, forgetting about the flags, about victory and defeat, about fencing, all around Encrid disappeared and only the sword remained in front of him. Suddenly reflecting Mitch's attack, Encrid lost balance, and at this point Mitch struck a fatal blow. At this point, Encrid was able to remember Mitcha. He asked if Mitch stood in front of the flagpole on the meadow, to which Mish called his name and said that he was a lieutenant of the detachment of Gradog of the Principality of Aspen. From the last forces, Encrid also decided to name. He said that he was the commander of the platoon of the Kingdom of Noril, and said his name. Suddenly, the enemy soldier came to the commander, to which Mitch said that he was similar to the master and unnoticed, to which the soldier said that Mitch looks frustrated. Having thought of Mitch, looked at Encrid, and with the shock asked who was Encrid, and why he smiles though he will now die. In the last forces, Encrid thought that a member of the Psycho. After all, Encrid did not need the concentration born of fear of death, and Encrid needed a decent rival, the one who would make him give him everything and fight not to life but to death to become better. Turning back, Encrid again listened to the Lagna's explanation of full concentration. Turning Encrid only agreed, and the Lagni seemed like Ensid did not listen to him, and he thought he had already given up. Suddenly, as always, Rem came to say that the gathering ended and it is time to disperse. What Encrid called for a Lagna to go, and Lagna thought that rather on the contrary, Encroid is full of enthusiasm. Looking at the back of Encrid, Lagna thought Encrid was very strange today, and filling himself with the enthusiasm of Lagna, also decided how to stretch. Again, Encrid warned of the approach of enemy arrows. Enisid also caused Rem, but this time Lagna said that he would go with them. What Rem asked whether the lag was not hit on his head. What was the Lagna made up and said that if Rem did not want her to look in his head in front of him. So Encrid broke through the enemies again in the same way as before. And so Encrid met with his face with Huyr. In anticipation of the battle, Encrid said with a smile that they were happy to meet and suggested beating. And Mitch asked in surprise whether Encrid came to pick up his life. What Encrid asked if Mitch was first being recognized, and he said that he fell in love at first sight ago and sought Mitch. And March, getting a sword, said the name of his detachment Avid Lovers. And for the first time, someone found Mitcha before he is someone. What Encrid asked whether it was a Mitch, and Mitch attacking said it was nonsense. Again in a state of concentration where only the sword is felt, Encrid got a fatal blow. What was disappointed with how easily he won. Reflecting, Encrid thought that he did not do it correctly, the wrong mood. You cannot do it intentionally. It was necessary to naturally ply into the sword, again faulting in the battle with Mitch. So, repeating again and again, Ensid found him, that feeling. The 18th time Encrid saw again, 28 times. Intentionally became a state of concentration. 48 times, training with Lagna, who was going to explain the secret of the equipment. Looking at the sword heading on him, Ensid has become a state of concentration, and focusing on the sword quickly repulsed his sword heading on him. Surprising Lagna asked whether Encrid had a blow in a state of full concentration, and asked how Encrid was able to do it, to which Encrid has realized that complete concentration means to fully control his sword and body. and the strength and technique of Ensita all was not recognized in comparison with what was before these repetitions. Encred turned, and Logna asked where he, on which Ensid turned his shoulder sword, and confidently said that he was going to the company commander. This time, Encred was seriously set to end this day. It's been a little time. Encred came to Commander's company. She asked what's the matter, and Encred replied that it concerns magic. And he added that he just mentioned what he saw during the intelligence. The ferry commander looked at him in surprise. Continuing, Encred said that Aspen's soldiers called suspicious man Mr. Meg. Interested in the commander of the Fae nodded that Erida continued to tell. And Encred told everything that he learned about his rebirths. Again, going to the battlefield, everything began as always, leading on the remains and Logna. Encred broke forward to the flag. After all, his task was to previs Mitch and win. Seeing the approach of Mitch was surprised. About him, Encred stopped and named the name of the enemy. What Mitch asked in surprise, he asked where he knew him. To which Ensita, getting a sword, said that he wanted to delay the first meeting with Mitch. The sword of Encred said that he will finally win Mitcha today. Ensid did not hit all his strength because Mitch evaded his blow. Quickly, Mitch attacked Encred, but Encred was able to block it with a sword and holding his sword below his hand. Discarding the sword of Mitch, Encred immediately rushed a new blow, but Mitch blocked him. Exchanging the blows of Ensid and Mitch again encountered swords. Using Mitch asked if Encred did not hide his abilities earlier, to which Encred said that somehow it turned out. And suddenly Mitch asked his name, and Encred called him his name. Discarding the sword of Encred, Mitch, with a rapid attack, said he remembers his name, to which Ensita, having restored balance, said that it is not necessary to remember, because if the Mitch was forgotten, Ensid will remind him. And after focusing, Ensid became a state of complete concentration and watched the attack of Mitch. The center of severity of Mitch shifted on the right leg. It was a preparation for a diagonal blow. The technique of Encred has honed in today and the experience gained through repetition. All this was clearly outlined before the eyes of Encroid. He could understand what the blow was next. Exchanging similar strokes, both Ensid and Mitch were able to injure each other a little with a sword. Feeling that Encred's sword began to move again, Mitch quickly evaded the blow of Ensid. The surprised Mitch thought, why seem to be able to overcome Encred in just a few beats? But now they were equal. Dissatisfied with this, Mitch decided to use his trump card. After all, Mitch was convinced that Encred could now only block his blows and not draw his own. The bottom upwards drawing a large circle, Mitch called it the wheel. He saw Encred. It was difficult to predict the cotton on the beginning of the attack and its trajectory. But it was a technique from which Ensid has suffered dozens of times. Therefore, Encred expected her with a smile to repel her. When Ensid has repelled Mitch's best attack, Mitch was very surprised. He realized that Encred read the trajectory of the blow and repelled. Suddenly, Mitch began to remember the past. Huer's family was one of the three main families of the head of the Principality of Aspen. It symbolized military force. They collected and raised talented people in the martial arts of people without distinguishing between straight and lateral branches. This was how Mitch was attached, though he was from the lateral branch. He received Huer's families and proved his abilities. 15 easily coped with 2 adult soldiers. 18 won the best sword. By the 2020 years, he became a strongman whose name was heard in the city. Thanks to only one talent, Mitch became one of Grawdog's best fighters. Few people could compare with the Mitch in the art of the sword. He did not understand why to train on the sweeping thighs. He also did not understand the meaning of waving the sword until his palms were covered with calluses. It was just enough to try several times and everything turned out. Mitch was satisfied with the real one. Therefore, he fell through his abilities. It was his arrogance, for which he paid now. Using the loss of equilibrium, Encred pierced his shoulder. After getting the sword, Encred began to approach closer to the wounded Mitch. Having overlooked his trump, Mitch was greatly miscalculated. And he said that Encred was neither the power nor the technique of him. And Encred was looking at him that he was right, but still won by Encred. Being on the threshold of the death of Mitch, realized that if he had no more, swinging to apply a fatal stroke of the Mitch. Encred said he had fun fighting with him. Suddenly, Mitchu's assistants came to the Grey Dog commander, who blocked Ansid's attack by throwing him away. A soldier approached the wounded Mitch to hold him, and he said that Mitch did not lose consciousness, to which the Grawdog commander said Mitch to a safe place. Listening to his soldier took Mitch. Looking at the retreating tap with a soldier, Commander Grawdog said he did not think that Encred would be able to practice them alone. Owing his sword swung and said that even if the Grawdog will not leave Encred in the room. Looking at the current situation, Encred forgot for a moment that he finds at the epicenter of the enemy field. And now his task is to break the flag and break down to the deviation. Suddenly, the Grawdog commander ordered the crossbows to shoot Enraid. Despite the arrows, Encrid continued to go forward. After all, it will not be able to evade all attacks. Therefore, you will have to take the risk and break. Looking at this, Growdog Commander became angry and said Encrid's me. He attacked him, but Encrid blocked the blow. Hearing the crash, Ancid noticed that his sword had cracked. Growdog Commander used a heavy sword style. Faced with the Grandom Commander, Encrid realized that he would have to die several times to make his way to a straight line. But the current goal of Encrid is a victory in battle. He needs to destroy the flag. Therefore, Encrid threw a dagger into the flag. After all, even a small damage will make a magical conductor with a tinker. Therefore, if you go into the canvas, the blow will pass through. Recognizing his plan, the Growdog Commander attacked Encrid. Outcracing from the attack, Encrid restored the position and again threw the dagger, aiming at the place of fixing the flag and the holder. Encida's dagger was able to kiss the flag and trim all the canvases attached to the handle. Meanwhile, the Commander 5 fought with enemies thinking. She spoke about the possible presence of magic and invited countermeasures, but no action was taken. This kingdom was rotten. They simply sent to the front of a green young man as a battalion commander. With such a schedule, only time is complete. Suddenly, the Commander Fairy noticed a strange thing. Suddenly, the fog began to scatter. All soldiers were very surprised, while the enemy was confused. The Fair Commander used the moment and destroyed the enemy. With the disappearance of fog, the enemies were very confused. It was the only chance to break the situation. Therefore, the Commander Fairies ordered everyone to attack. All allied soldiers went into battle. They were determined. Without fog, the situation has improved. But the Commander of the Fairies was interesting who destroyed magic, and suddenly she remembered that Encrid could probably do it. At this point, Encrid remained with a broken sword. Wiping sweat from under the beard, Encrid thought he had miscalculated. Encrid had the hope that after the destruction of the flag, and when they retreat to their positions, he would be able to meet a Rima or lag. Meanwhile, Rem reflected from the enemies and questioned them where the shaman was. At this moment on the other side, Lagna got lost and found himself in a completely different place. All surprised looked at the Lagna without understanding what was happening here. Lagna was suspicious of the hostile camp, to which the soldiers were covered on him and said that he did not speak such nonsense. Defending from the last forces, Encid did not want to give up. The enemies surrounded him and asked why even in such a state he fought for life. And the enemy swept upon him by the sword that Encid would already be consulted. Suddenly the panther came and attacked the enemy. Seeing this, Encid was surprised and immediately recognized this panther. After all, he saw her in high herbs. The enemy crossbows were alerted to see the panther, and they asked that it was for the beast. Having destroyed the enemy of the panther, attacked the crossbows, and the claws tore all the bowstring and returned to Encida in his defense. What Encrid was greatly surprised, and he said that the panther fled better. After all, the rival that is not approaching them as others, and it will be very dangerous. Suddenly, Benzens came to the aid of Encrid. Putting his hand to Encrid on his shoulder told him to move away. After all, he will understand here. Encrid was surprised by the Benzens platoon commander. Swing quickly, Benzens attacked the Growdog Commander who was faster than him. Unable to withstand the power of the Growdog Commander, Benzens flew back and fell. What Encrid asked if he would understand here. Raising Benzens ordered the crossbows to shoot by the Growdog Commander. But Growdog's commander repelled all the arrows and was angry in their direction. Benzens called him a true monster. While Growdog was occupied by arrows, the panther decided to attack him unnoticed, but Growdog felt her and struck the hand. Throwing Panther Growdog continued to go to Encida, swinging his sword. After focusing, Encrid became a state of complete concentration and was able to see his trajectory of impact. Preparing to repel Growdog's blow, Encid pulled the sword into one of the crossbows, and trying to defend himself from the beat of Growdog realized that this big sword did not stop. Therefore, Encrid decided to evade how Mitch Hewer did. But through the short sword, Encrid received a cut. Seeing this, Growdog was strongly blown away, and he said that Encid repeated the technique of Mitch's evasion, to which Encrid was delighted to say that he had to do it. Using Growdog's astonishment, Benzens decided to attack suddenly, but the enemy was able to evade. Suddenly, Growdog looked up and saw the approximation of reinforcement for Encroid and Benzens, and retreating Growdog turning, said that he remembers Encrid, to which Encrid calmly said Greta that he did as he wants to him without a difference. Turning to his army, the Growdog commander ordered everyone to retreat. A concerned Benzens ran to Encida asking about Encrid's shoulder, and he said that it was necessary to retreat urgently, and Encrid said that it was necessary to pick up the panther, to which Benzens, lifting Encrida, who kept the panther, said that he would take a better care of himself. Helping Encrid go, Benzens ordered his third detachment to retreat. Holding from the last forces, Encrid's eyes began to close. Seeing this, Benzens told him not to close his eyes, but the eyes were closed on their own. Benzens was concerned about it, and he continued to tell him that he would not close his eyes. Seeing the boatman said that Encred was able to achieve his again and called him stubborn, and he wondered what mixes Encred to be like that. Retreating Benzens carefully defended the wounded Encred against enemies. A new day has come a little time. While Encred woke up, others discussed what happened on the battlefield, feeling something strange on the tips of the fingers. Encred opened his eyes and saw a panther nearby. Starting that Encred woke up, all the participants of his detachment were surprised, and Rem calmly said that he thought this time Enreid would die exactly what Odin said, that God heard his prayers. Raising Encred asked what was happening here. Suddenly, Jackson asked if everything was okay, to which he answered what he wanted to drink. Jackson handed him a glass of water and said that he was not surprised. After all, Ensid lost a lot of blood, and the extreme said that the doctor told them that Encred had no serious injuries. And the goddess looks like the commander's side. Having thickened on Panther, Encred realized that he lost consciousness during the retreat. Coming out of the tent, Jackson said that once Encred woke up, he would go, and Lagna said that I needed to sleep. Everyone dispersed in their business, and for some reason, only Smai sat silently looking at Encred. Suddenly, Encred noticed it asked what he was looking, and does not want to stroke the panther, to which Rem replied that the beasts were not interested in. And having become serious, Rem asked how Encred guessed that it was witchcraft. Hearing this, Encred wondered that even if he said that he did not believe it because of the repetition of Rem's day, and he decided to be honest with Rem. So he said that he lived with a boyfriend who was like Rem from the colonists, and he heard something from him and made such an assumption. Also in the thought of Ansid said that it turned out great. After all, he really heard this story from Rem. Getting up, Rem said that Encred was twisted as he wanted, but that I didn't even think to be interested in witchcraft, and Encred realized that Rem was not so simple. And he decided to ask where Rem was gone during the battle, to which Rem answered what went to watch who put the flag there. Turning Rem with a smile said that he did not like his face, so he sent to the world. Hearing this now, Encred realized where the shaman went. At this point, the Edge wanted to sweat the panther to give it a paw, but she roared. Frightened, the Edge went away, and Encred told him to be careful, to which the Edge, shaking, said that he would lose 10,000 crowns. And he heard from Enri, who went with Encred in intelligence, that it was a black panther with blue as a lake with his eyes. It is also called Lake, and is a spiritual being. One of its claws costs more than 10,000 crowns. It changes them periodically if you guess. Looking at it, Encred understood that it was a large amount. After Encred lost consciousness, their troops received the upper hand in the battle without fog. But it did not work finally. It took a few days. Remembering the moment where Encred blocked that blow, he doubted or be able to do so again. Suddenly, Encred began to knead. Noticing this, Jackson said that he does not overproduce, but he would get worse. To which Encred replied that everything is under control. Suddenly, Lagna came in and said that Ensid now could only pull up, so he said that he would lie down and sleep already. Pushing the lag, Rem said that he wanted to infect the commander with his laziness, and so that the lag did not stand the pillar and sleep on the post. To which the Lagna got angry and went to look for his sword, and Rem said that the lag was falling. Suddenly, Encred said he had questions about fencing, and he said that he was able to use the technique that he never coached, and what is similar to Encroid for the first time, asking whether it is possible. Sticking the ear, Rem said that it happens, and this is nothing special. After all, when the beasting heart is beaten, you can see the enemy clearly. And Lagna said that if there are basic skills, then the movements are easier to understand. After all, Encred was able to achieve a complete concentration, so vision has improved. And he added that Encred's similar licked, because usually such success requires hundreds of real battles with his level of skill. Hearing this, Encred understood. For him, that day was not just ordinary. These were hundreds of days of desperate battle and difficult training for winning. And that he did not just remember the recurring situation, and he became stronger thanks to his efforts. Even if Ansid's talent was worthless, he was able to become stronger than before. After thinking, Encred called Rima and Lagna. At this point, they just quarreled, and he suggested that they beat, to which Rem said that he was considered a psych here, but Encred had interrupted him, and Lagna agreed and said what a fight could be in his condition. And he added that with such wounds, not to battles at all. Suddenly, a fair commander came into the tent, when she asked whether Encred had destroyed the wagon conductor. Seeing the commander of the ferries, Encred thought that someone else would come about it, and only he said that he was. Raising Encred said that he saw something in intelligence, and there were some knowledge of witchcraft. What Faye asked how he found the necessary of 5 fake, and Encred replied that now good. Hearing this, Commander Faye turned around and said that it was clear. What Encred asked if all that he wanted to ask, and Faye said that she still wanted to see herself. Turning, the commander of the fairies added that they looked like Encroid connected by a fate. Looking at how she went to Encred could not understand what fairies meant, and Lagna with Remus was only surprised. Suddenly, Rem smiled cunningly, asking the secret of Encred, and Lagna said that he had a talent. What Encred told them that they fell silent. Suddenly, the Extreme looked and said that Encred was perfect for opening a salon for ladies. The country even suggested favorable conditions for the contract. By refusing the Extreme, Encred also became interesting why suddenly the company commander came. Remembering a somewhat Extreme said that he had exciting news. They said that the weapon of the Knightly Order arrived. Encred was much surprised by this news. The Order of the Red Cards here. The division in which Encred served was named after one knight, namely the Cypherus Division, and he belonged to the Order of the Red Cloak. Knights are the owners of liquid talent from the entire continent. Therefore, in knightly orders, not only knights, there are gun peoples, that is, servants and students of knights. If the armored person deserves the recognition of the knight, he becomes a younger knight, and on the very top there are knights overcoming human restrictions. Usually weapons are not involved in battles separately from knights. Therefore, the arms that came now will soon become a younger knight. Suddenly, a notification came to go to battle. Rem said to Encred's, "Stay here. After all, in his condition it is better to relax." But Encred very much wanted to see the armored person who would soon become a younger knight. Rem noticed it. He said that Encred is now such a face as if he is going to die right now, so he said to go. All Saphris's troops were going to go to battle, the ideal of which Encred only dreamed of. And now a part of this ideal stands right in front of Encroid's eyes. The armored person walked in front of everyone heading for the enemy. The hostile archers aimed at him. By order of the enemy commander, 1,000 arrows flew to the armory. But the armored person did not doubt for a minute and sat down the stable. Looking at the armored person, Lagna said that he was using the will in his legs. Gathered freedom in his feet, the weapon rapidly rushed to the enemies, bypassed all the arrows. As he approached the enemies, the armored person began to get a sword, and only one wrath smashed the enemy line by throwing them into the air. Seeing this, Encred was severely shocked. After all, this level of skill was still far for him. Looking at the situation, the hostile commander was shocked. He could not understand what was happening. Rapidly breaking through, the armored person destroyed all the enemies by making only the sword. Seeing how quickly the armored person destroys all the hostile soldiers, did not know how to stop it and began to flee. To which the enemy commander shouted to everyone to keep his line and not to run. Suddenly his head flew from his shoulders. Looking at the battle of the gunmen, Rem thought he was quite good. Not for nothing he was called an expert of war. Watching this, Lags thought that with this level soon and he would be able to become a knight. And Jackson thought that at least 5 times he had the opportunity to deal with Skvad. After all, the enemy commander was stupid. Praying, Odin asked God to take care of the warriors that would soon stand before him. And the edge of taking up the head said that you do not even need to retreat. Watching the fencing of the armored person, Encred thought that he was using a straight sword, but I realized that there was a heavy and quick swords at the same time. The exact and straight swords use the opponent's movements with benefits. A heavy and powerful sword cuts with force and presses. The open sword, whisking from the panther, deceives the opponent and draws sudden blows. The style of Valence mercenary belongs to this type. A quick sword or a shabby sword set the speed and pressure on the enemy. A soft sword or smooth, it evades the opponent's attacks and counterattacks. Heavy and quick swords are completely different in nature. The fact that they feel simultaneously. What is their nature different? But all fencing styles take their beginning from one root. If you understand the intersection of all styles of direct, heavy, open, fast, and soft, and move the sword as a living being. Cypher's troops quickly rushed into the battle of screaming everyone to destroy the enemy's parishes. Suddenly, Rem noticed that Encred went closing his eyes and not moving. Lagna also noticed this, and he said to others that the detachment commander saw, to prevent others from interfering with him. After going, Encred realized that even if he realized something would change anything, awareness only showed how long the Encryad path will still need to go. All the soldiers ran forward, and only the detachment under the command of Encred defended it, standing in place. Wanting to become the best, Encred decided to check what finds on this top. At this point, Cypher's troops dominated the enemy. They drove enemies to the borders. Opening the eyes of Encred noticed that the war was coming to an end. Future winter and spring will be tense. Meanwhile, in Aspen, this country is founded in 3 main families. Duchy of Aspen. Aspen king was very dissatisfied. After all, their army of Saphris is a non-vote rule not to use the forces of the knightly order. Gradog commander was a master of military affairs in the Principality of Aspen. Ekins an expert in the field of state management and policy. He said that Cypris used the appearance of General Frog on the battlefield as a predict. Only the knightly order is able to counteract him. The king was dissatisfied with the actions of Frog, to which Ekins said that he was always arbitrary. "Do not even be there, General Frog, they would find another Preda." And he said that if their witchcraft worked, this would not happen. To which the king is angry, said that Grodog will have to be responsible for it. And Grodog's commander replied that Cyprus would never get off his hands. Returning to the Cyprus troops, it's been a little time they started moving. After a long confrontation, Aspen retreated, and the detachment of the return. The border fortress under the direct control of the king is Border Guard. It borders with Aspen, the military city where the fifth of the population of the garrison. It has been a little time. The commanders gathered the soldiers to reward the heroes of Noril who brought them to victory. For the destruction of the subtle witchcraft of Aspen to reward Ancred. When Ancred climbed the stage to receive the award, all the soldiers were angry about him. It was impossible to say it is not capable of Enkid. There were assumptions as if he had assigned his merits of his wards. Someone even said Enkid was licking in the battalion commander to receive the reward. Suddenly, Benzins approached and threatened them to silence them. The soldier, who began to be nervous about Ancred. Andrew stood nearby too, could not keep silent about it and said that they did not judge Enkid. Everyone who knew a little knew Ancred believed that he was much more prominent than others thought about him. Having received the award, Ancred returned to his place. The Extreme decided to ask what Enkid would spend his money, on alcohol or women. But Ancred was not interested. He only asked to take him to the best forge of the city. To which the Edge said in surprise that it could not be, and asked whether Encred really wanted to spend all the money on the sword. After all, the one that is also good. Opening the Edge said that not a battlefield is lying a lot of swords. He has already collected a lot, so they should have enough of their department for life. Looking at the Encreid sword, he understood that to become a knight needed to start getting a good weapon. The Extreme asked why Encred's expensive sword, to which Ancred replied that he would take the exam for the increase. He was intentioned to prove his skill, after all, to be an ordinary soldier. The surprised Extreme said that Ancred was not interested, and Ancred replied that it was not necessary to stay forever in a low position. Hearing this, Extreme became very interested in and asked if they would begin to prepare. In Navaril used a system of ranks to raise the spirit of soldiers. Particularly strong were called the elite. Each level is a special attitude. To increase the level, you need to defeat 3-level soldiers. Therefore, for the witnesses gathered, it is as if the entertainment is betrayed. The host rate of the Esli called for a soldier to compete with Ensid. One of the soldiers became interested in and went to Enrita that he was awarded. Seeing his opponent, Encred recognized him. After all, the rival is known as the past mercenary. He is quite skillful among middle-level soldiers. One of the witnesses came to bet, and he was very surprised that someone put on Enrita. He added that the fool put it on him. What the Edge with a smile said that the result of the match would become clear when it begins. Adopting the persistent Enrid prepared for the battle. So far, he has become stronger due to the repetition of death, but there is almost no risk in this battle. There is only one chance of one chance. It was important to understand it and be careful. Most of those who now hand over. Earlier, Ensid would not even get courage to challenge them. Setting up on the match, Encred decided to fight as if the death was standing before him. Waiting for a quick victory, Encred's rival with a tricky smile began to attack the first. Encred mentally wanted to use evasion spent in past battles. If it turns out and appears at least a small break. The opponent was confidently attacked by Encred, but Encred skillfully knocked his sword out of his hands. Ancred's attack in response was so strongly knocking out his opponent's sword, he broke his fingers, so easily reflecting the opponent's attack. Ancred was greatly surprised. To quickly finish this match, Ancred decided to strike a decisive blow to the opponent's handle. Looking at the lying opponent, Ancred could not understand why he was so weak. All viewers were greatly surprised by the victory of Ensid. One dissatisfied soldier said that the Chris knew that Encred would win, and put it on him. What the Extreme shocked was asked if Encred always fought so well, and he added that I just wanted to keep his face. And others said that the En trust Ensid. Looking at his sword, Ensid thought that the opponent may have underestimated him. After all, for a middle-level soldier, it should not be so weak. To dispel his doubts, Ancred decided to try again. Ancred's new rival told him that he did not get through a casual victory. This time, the rival of Ancred became a man who owned a spear. Looking at the opponent, Ancred also knew him as an elite fighter of the heavy infantry of their battalion. When preparing an attack, the opponent began with a deceptive maneuver. Look at the tip of the spear for a sudden attack. But Ancred, reflecting the opponent's attack, easily broke his spear. Ancred was suspicious whether it was just a direct blow. Does the opponent be prepared by the second attack with his left hand? But judging by the opponent's face, it is not. It looks like a direct blow that he had. Initially, Ancred thought whether he could beat his opponent, but still he decided to hit him with his foot. All were surprised by Ensita's victory again, and only the participants of the detachment intelligence were happy for him. Someone shouted that twice this no longer accident. Also, they could not believe that the low rank so easily won the two-size twin. Suddenly, the cries asked who wanted to be the next. All the soldiers began to doubt whether they should go to Enrid. Watching this, Benzins called all the fools. After all, they were so neglected by Encred, and now they are afraid. To which his ward said he was so. Having gained the courage of Andrew wanted to challenge Encred. After all, he trained for a long time with poppy seeds. But Poppy stopping him said that it was not worth it. What Andrew was greatly surprised, and Max said that Andrew's skill grew greatly. But now, even Makov himself was difficult to defeat Encred. Suddenly, Rem stove one soldier with his knee to go out. The soldier first angry, but turning around and seeing the Rima there was much scared. Smiling Rem said he was so loud to the detachment commander so loudly, and suddenly he was scared. Using the soldier shouted that he was not scared. This was noticed by Ansid. So far, Encred has always coped with efforts in battles, so I did not notice the difference. Remembering past enemies, Raw with prickly blows from the first today. Then the high-speed assassin, which imperceptibly destroyed Encred, and the recent battle with Mitch Hooker. Even daily training with the participants of the 4th detachment of Encroid. All this time, Ensid has fought in 2 difficult conditions as for an ordinary person. The last fencing teacher Ensida said never to underestimate the opponent, while Encred thought of him approach the next rival. And when he asked what Encred wondered before the battle, to which Encred answered anything. Encred believed that he would not need a teacher's advice. But the moment has come when Ensid will underestimate the opponent. The rival asked why Encred had such a facial expression. At that moment, Encred smiled with confidence in his victory over his opponent. And he said that he was just fun. Encred has become so strong that it can suppress a rival of this level. The enemy rushed to the enemy. Approaching the opponent, Encred struck a heavy blow. The opponent was under the pressure of the attack. Science was called the country of knights. The strong ones were respected here. By repeating the sword of the opponent. At this point, the opponent's sword could not stand and began to break. Using the moment of losing a rival of weapons, Encred wanted to make a decisive blow but stopped. After all, the opponent began to lose consciousness by fell on the ground. So Encred was able to gain the 3rd victory, defending his honor as a fighter, handing it with your own eyes. Everyone realized that Ensid actually destroyed the enemy flag and stopped the magic, and that it was not the merit of the detachment of Encred and his independent. Suddenly, Andrew began to climb, and the spell destroyer shouted. Hearing this, Encred looked not understanding what Andrew did. Turning, Andrew shouted to everyone so that they would also support Encred. After all, if it were not for more than half of them to be killed in the battlefield. Following Andrew's example, everyone began to shout by repeating the spell destruction. Looking at this, Encred exhaled and thought it was quite good. Suddenly, the edge of Big and congratulated Encred on the fact that he is now a middle-level soldier, to which Encred said that it is early to rejoice. After all, Encroid still has to become a high-rank soldier. What the country was surprised to ask whether Encred really wanted to continue the fighting. Suddenly, one of the soldiers rose from the crowd and said it was interesting. Encred looked at him with the edge. Others noticed on his shoulders an eagle sign of difference. It was a border guard from a direct unit of the kingdom. Elite detachment, where all high-rank fighters and above. Everyone was surprised that there was a butcher from the border. Going to Encred, the elite fighter asked if he did not want to arrange a match with him. Seeing this, Rom got up and said that Encred had problems. Border guard compared to Graja with Aspen. Therefore, Ensid thought that this opponent could be able to match Mitch Hewer. Interested in this, Encroid became stable. He was curious about what if he was fighting with the master without the possibility of rebirth. Whatever the result comes out of this duel, therefore, Encred confidently told the opponent to attack. Seeing the mood of Ensida, the opponent was surprised. After all, Ensid was not afraid to oppose the special unit. Smiling, Encred's rival began to get a sword from the vagina. Encred was much more interesting than the rival thought from the beginning. The audience cheered for Enrita. They did not want the opponent to sway his special forces, to make Encred show everything that he can. They called Encred then the destroyer of magic, then the flowers of the battlefield or infantry. The rival Encred called the audience fools mentally. After all, special forces and infantry is the same, and that they were too much in a few victories. To teach them a little rapidly to attack Encred rapidly, to show who is strong here. At the moment of approaching the rival's attack, Ensid was focused and entered a state of full concentration. Having determined the trajectory of the impact of the rival, Encred easily blocked his blow, surprised him. Amazing concentration and a minimum of unnecessary movements. It could surprise the opponent a little, but he continued to attack. Neorida grabbed his opponent closer to his clothes and wanted to throw him, but suddenly Encred grabbed his opponent by his hand and aimed at him with a sword. Feeling a strong danger, the opponent released Encred and departed from him. Encred's sword stuck in the ground. Taking advantage of this moment, the opponent decided to quickly attack Encrid. But Encrid was not lost and quickly grabbed the opponent's sword with his hand to stop. Defending himself, Encrid immediately rushed to the opponent and grabbed his head with his knee in his stomach. Running in different directions, Encrid and his opponent prepared for the next attack. Having taken his dagger, Encrid rushed to his opponent, who at that moment went to him with his sword. Suddenly, the commander of the fairies stopped in their match, reflecting their attacks. Looking at Encrid, Faye said that he would be careful because he would destroy the ally. Breathing hard from the fatigue of Encrid, looked at the commander of the fairies in surprise. At this point, Jackson threatened the dagger on the neck of the rival Encrid. Other participants in the 4th detachment of Enrollment also came to protect their commander. He threatened to look at the rival Encrid. Rem said that he had taken a lot. Nipping the rival, Encrid said it was cruel because it was just a training fight, and, if Jackson again does so, simply will not go from here. Looking at his fist, Encrid thought that a little did not get the opponent when he missed his movement. The audience said that Encid was beating well. Hiding the sword, the opponent approached Encrid and said that he did not expect such a duel. Smiling the opponent, his hand to shake his hand, calling himself a commander of the platoon of the border guard Torres. Squeezing his hand in response, Encrid also said that he was the 4th detachment commander, the 4th platoon, the 4th company, and named the name. Hearing that the rival of Encrid was the commander of the platoon of the border guard, which more is an elite fighter, all viewers were very shocked by this. All with the ovations began to praise Encria. They said that with this level he would get an increase to a senior soldier. Andrew screamed that he was captured by Encrid. Looking at the captured viewers, Encrid only waved them silently, to which Torres said that he liked as Encrid enjoying the applause, and said they would see soon. Encrid has taken another step. It's been a little time. Ensida called the 1st company commander. Heavy infantry called a turtle. Graham suggested entering his mouth. It was the 3rd proposal after the 2nd and 3rd mouths. Encrid thought it was because of the title of senior soldier. Graham told the benefits of their mouth. It was a great suggestion that would bring Encrid to the elite, but Encrid decided to give up. Graham asked what the matter, and even suggested helping, to which Encrid replied that the exercise is not in the 4th mouth, and Graham said that there was no doubt similar to Encrid. And it was difficult to exhale that Encrid knew that Graham was disappointed, to which Encrid offered them a rima, and Graham immediately refused him. Turning to go, Graham waved his hand and said that he survived in the past battle thanks to Encroid. He added that Encrid continued in this spirit. Suddenly, from the window of the house, behind the end of the house, and asked whether Encrid needed to gather his things. What Encrid said no. When Encid went into the middle, the Edge asked why he refused. After all, with his reputation, he will be taken warmly everywhere. Only Encrid wanted to answer the question of the Edge, how suddenly someone came. It was Torres. Entering with a smile, he asked how Encrid did. Becoming a serious, Torres decided to say directly that Encid went to border guards. Hearing this, Encrid heard very much because the border guard on the direct obeyed the kingdom. Therefore, this proposal looked much better than a heavy infantry turtle. Looking at this, Rem thought because Encrid could not even dream of it. Even if he closed other suggestions, it should be accepted. Interested in Encrid, Torres said when he hit him. Torres clearly felt that Encid was wishing to battle. If Encrid goes to the border guard, they will give him a large number of training and the adds real battles. Introduction to border guards meant that Encid would become stronger and would reach the limits of its capabilities. Hearing such perspectives, Rem has hardly exhaled by understanding what choice Encryad would make. At this point, Lugna was calmly listening to and Jackson rubbed his dagger. Odin only watched quietly. Suddenly, Encrid repeated what Torres had told him about the administrative training and real fights. What Torres was surprised. Expecting Encrid's answers, everyone looked at him waiting, and Encrid said that there was no better place than it. After all, what Encrid wanted to reach the limits of skills and to go beyond them. The next day, Rem woke up shaking from the cold under the blanket. Seeing Encrid going somewhere, Rem asked where he asked and asked to bring a hot stone. Encrid was looking at Rema that he thought it is enough to kick. Suddenly, Odin approached the bed and began to rip off a blanket with a smile, offering him to train, to what Rem with a cry resisted. Leaving Rima at rest, Odin asked if Encrid did not want to try his workout, and Encrid said he needed to go on duty, so later. Going out of the house, Encrid threw a cloak, and in the trail him, Rem shouted that Encrid had not forgotten about the hot stone, and Encrid said that he understood. Walking, Encrida corrected his cloak because it was very cold on the street. Walking through the market, Encrid heard the sellers offered their goods. The main task of the border guards was to fight, but in peacetime. They patrolled the city to support order. Encrid met with people for patrol. Subject to a man with dark hair, he introduced himself as Jackson. Bella Brizzi presented as a lead, and he said that today they patrol in 3. Hearing their names Encida, They seemed familiar. They seemed to be a detachment. Followed by Encroid. Jackson said that he was honored to be in a patrol with the Destroyer of Magic, and Vel said that others were talking about the increase of Encrid, and that it is very striking because it will not be able to rise from the lower rank right to the higher. And Encrid said that he was just lucky. Interested in Jackson, he suggested Encrid to arrange a match when they would return, to which Encrid agreed. Turning from the cold, Jackson asked if it was necessary to alternate in such weather, and Vel said that this winter is much colder than it is past. Strenuous Encrid wondered why Jackson and Vel were standing so close to him. It is not so large to close the wind. Suddenly, the person who went to the meeting of Enkita stumbled. Encrid was worried about whether everything was normal, but a strange face suddenly attacked Enkrita with a sword in the stomach. Not able to react by Ensid was severely shocked. Jackson and Vel were told with assassin. Despite the large number of people around, no one noticed Encrid and assassins. One of the assassins was a participant in the Grudog detachment. Smiling, Assassin said that the avid in love never forgets her prey. Polo Elf Assassin was sent by Aspen. Encrid immediately realized that he was sent for revenge for the destruction of their magic. Having completed the task of destroying Encroid, Jackson and Vel had to return to Rotten. Hearing the words about Rotten, Encrid mentioned that those scouts spoke about that they were damned and injured. This meant that they used it as an excuse to leave the squad and contact Aspen. Seeing Encrid that went to the world, all the people began to shout. Again, waking up on the same day, Encrid began to climb quickly. Rem said a good morning and asked if Ansid went crazy in the morning. Gathering Ensid went outside to Odin. In the trail, Encroid Rem again asked for a hot stone. At this point, Odin was just pouring water and turning with a smile asked if he was sounded. To which Enrid asked him about the way of training that warms the body, and Odin said that this workout should be that the body does not get into such a cold winter. You need to be prepared for any situation. Hearing this, Encrid asked Odin to show him this way of training. At the moment of attack, Assassina Ensid saw him got the knife but could not react. After all, the body was deepened and could not respond properly. Removing the cloak of Encrid sat on one foot, leaning the other forward. At that moment, Encrid thought he had to suspect the unlawful with Jackson and Vol. With a smile, Olin saw if Encrid could not stand it, then his muscles will pay. To which Encrid shakes said they were already crying. When Jackson and Vel suitable close to Encroid, they intended to catch them and beat them one by one. Notice that Encrid without a cloak. Jackson asked if he was not cold, to which Encrid said that he was only from training, and Vel praised him. Little by little, Jackson and Vel began to approach Encrid, but this time his body was in great shape. And now the assassin should appear to the meeting. Suddenly, Encrid swung his hands back. He got a fist on Jackson, but Vel was able to evade. And immediately, he began to quickly get a sword from the vagina to attack Encrid. Looking at Assassina, Encrid thought he would now run away or join them. Getting quickly, the sword of Encrid wanted to deal with these two to the asset of Assassin as soon as possible. Suddenly, approaching Assassin threw a metal dagger into Encasin. Encrid did not understand at first what sound it was. Looking at the distance between them, Encrid was surprised as Assassin fell from such a distance through a crowd of people. Falling, Encrid thought everything. He was able to hear a volatile knife, but he was already in the heart of Encrid. The knife was faster than the sound. People were surprised again, and Encrid realized that he would have to fight in a near and distant battle at the same time. And with a smile, he thought about what to start preparing for the battle. Starting the day again, Encrid started training with Odin. At this point, Encrid mentioned the battle, the semi-half when approaching and at a distance of throwing knives. The assassin had quite simple techniques, so the wall was relatively simple. When Odin put his hand on Ensida, Encrid said that he would go to the world now, and Odin asked if it was a threat, to which Ensid replied that he would die. Looking at this, Lagana asked what Ensid was doing, and Rem looked from under Owala asked if it was really so difficult. What Encrid shouted to leave and make so smart once. At this point, Jackson came in saying that Encrid is next duty. But when he came in, he saw everyone strangely needed. Rem said that there was nothing heavy here. Lagna said that he did not work. Odin called them lazy. Seeing this, Jackson looked at them with distrust, to which Encrid asked what his facial expression was just training. Sitting in the yard, Encrid painted a stick on the ground and thought, how to reflect from the dagger's throwing assassin. The sharpness and speed of a completely different level than the usual dagger. Suddenly, Jackson came and seeing Encrid on Earth, asked if it was not a whistle dagger. Interested in Encrid asked that it was for the dagger, and Jackson replied that because of the whistle, he was called whistling or just whistling. Against the skillful opponent, he does not even go to understand what has happened and will already go to the world. So Jackson advised to shy away from immediately. Ensid went to patrol. Therefore, Encrid decided to block his infestation. Again, hit Jackson and led his fists. Encrid expected evasion, so grabbed him for his clothes. deciding to use it as a shield from the whistling of Assassin. But Assassin again hit Encred and led with Jackson to get rid of everyone at once. In a short period of time, Assassin was able to throw 3 daggers. What was greatly surprised by Encred, seeing the dead people began to run. Ensid was shocked by this. After all, Assassin even destroyed his allies. Suddenly, Assassin approached Encred and said that he was beating well, and repeated that avid lovers never forget their prey. To which Encred said that they were happy to meet. Assassin said that he would rustle and helped him go to the world faster. Smiling, Encred realized that he had greatly underestimated his new opponent. After all, the wall is a wall. Seeing the boatman said that Encred was enjoying it all. But he can laugh. After all, the stronger the joy is, deeper. Again, going out for a workout. Encred did not think that the repetition of the day was a curse, but on the contrary of blessing. Going to Jackson, Encred asked him to tell about whistling daggers. Surprising, Jackson asked why so immediately to the main. What Encred asked if Jackson would tell if he waited. Restricting, Jackson began to say that the dagger was compared with a few thin blades applied to each other. Therefore, a sound appears when throwing. It was once called a dagger from which only the sound remains because of the speed of unattainable human eye. What Encred asked if you need to see this dagger and evade, and Jackson said it would not work, and Encred asked that if necessary. Looking in surprise, Jackson asked if he really needed. What Encred confidently said that it is very necessary. Realizing that Encred will simply not go, Jackson decided to call what to look at the already thrown dagger. Therefore, you need to look at your hands. There is also a technician who hides the movements when throwing, but if you know about it, to see hidden movements is not so difficult. Encred asked if he would be able to study, to which Jackson replied that at the level of throwing stones he could not. Hearing this, Encred realized that Jackson also sees herself imperceptibly. Suddenly, Jackson suggested that Encred learn how to throw daggers. Hearing this proposal, Enghil was very surprised because Jackson himself offers something, providing Jackson's dagger said if Encred is not sure. On which Ensid did not hesitate to ask Jackson to teach him to throw daggers. Ensid went to patrol with Jackson and Volume, recalling Jackson's advice on throwing daggers. The throw is a moment. You need to relax the whole body and then concentrate and throw at one point. The same with evasion. Feeling the approximation of Assassin, Ensid got a sword and quickly separated Jackson's head. Then Encred quickly swung on the Elite, much surprised. Using this, Encred quickly destroyed. Seeing this, people around frightened began to shout about the death of people. The assassin was prepared from the crowd that was preparing to throw a dagger in Encred. Therefore, Encroid needs to catch the moment when it relaxes and concentrates. Having covered his heart with his heart, Encred wanted to prevent rapid death and tried to focus on the tips of the assassin to see the dagger direction. Suddenly, Assassin kissed Encred in his hand and then in the heart. It was too fast, but Encred was able to see it. The ray that only flashed in a second, but Encred was sure of it. Going Assassin wanted to repeat the words what he usually says, but Encrida warned him and told him faster. Hearing this, Assassin was greatly surprised and asked where Encred knows these words. Smiling, Ensid told him to the meeting. Encred was convinced that it would be several times, and Assassina's attacks would now be on his palm. Ensid went on duty again and wanted to get rid of Jackson with Vol again. Getting rid of their Encryad began to focus on the hands of Assassina ahead. He is no longer one who dreamed. Now, if Encred is strongly tried, it will be able to achieve everything. Going to Assassin, Ensid noticed the first dagger and accepted it with his hand. Seeing this, Assassin quickly prepared a second throw, saying that Enkid had gone crazy. Noticing that Assassin went to the front attack by Ekenrid, decided to move aside. But it was a fraudulent maneuver and Assassin changed the trajectory. Noticing this, Encred was alerted but could not dodge. After all, the enemy was tuned under Ensida. After getting a dagger, Ensida wanted to try it with a smile as well. Returning, Encred found a similar dagger and began to learn to throw it. Suddenly, Jackson came up and asked that Ensid was doing, to which Encred replied that he was training to throw a whistle dagger. And Jackson said that the dagger in the hands of Encred was not whistling, to which Encred said that the real will soon be. Twisting, the homemade whistle of the dagger suddenly broke and almost hit Jackson. Seeing this, Encred turned and looked at the shocked Jackson. The 8th day has come. Encred has already lost Jackson with Vol and went to Assassin. At this point, Assassin threw a dagger. Ensid was well sure that he would no longer get into the deceptive taming Assassin. Suddenly, Encred in the back from the crossbow, he killed Rotten on the tower. On the 9th day, Ensid came with his homemade dagger, which he destroyed Rotin, who was on the tower. This moment used the assassin and quickly threw it into Encred's dagger, thus destroyed it. Returning, Encred trained again with Jackson to throw daggers, and he kissed the apple that was in Jackson's hand. Surprising this, Jackson silently looked at Encred as if asking how. To which Ensid immediately said that the hand should be like a starting installation of the elasticity of the whole body, and he asked if he missed anything. And Jackson, getting an apple dagger, said that it was enough. And where Encred asked, he learned how to throw daggers. And Ensid thought that Jackson had, but he told him that he looked at one craftsman on the battlefield. Hearing this, Jackson thought that once Encred was able to reach such a level only, maybe he may be genius. Submitting an Encryid dagger, Jackson asked if Encred knows about the style of the metal dagger, and continued to draw. In the past, this style was created by a legendary assassin named Georg. It is a technique of owning metal weapons. Georg himself sought to create a silent dagger with only one thin blade, but because of its complexity, it was improved to the present whistle. Hearing the history of Encred said it was a rather historical technique, and Jackson asked if Encred first learned about it. Encred asked what he thought so. To which Jackson replied that Encred has the perfect stable for a whistling dagger. There was a 10th attempt. Jackson asked where Enki went, to which Encred said that he would patrol another place. And Jackson said in surprise that their parties were the bazaar, and if they go to another, punish them. Turning to the Unkurj, asked who was a high rank here, and he said that he was responsible for himself, followed by Encroid. Jackson and Vel were dissatisfied with what to do in this situation. The bazaar was the area prepared by assassins. Therefore, Encred did not see the point of playing their rules and brought them out of the city, to which Jackson asked to return. Stopping Encred asked that Jackson had time to start spying as a soldier crone. Realizing that they were revealed, Jackson and Vel began to get the swords to attack Encred. But Encred quickly got rid of them, and he noticed how Rotten came to assassin Poliwelf. Seeing Jackson's dead body and lead, they were severely shocked. Inviting Enserid waved his head and said that the assassins were a little late, so he told them to attack together. Without spending the time, Assassin Pololf threw 3 daggers at once. But Encred evaded everyone. He was indifferent whether it would be 3 or 4, if you follow the tips of the fingers. Using this moment, Rotten went behind the back of Encred to shoot from the crossbow. But Encred felt his approach and quickly threw a dagger into Rotten, kissing his head. Suddenly, she noticed that Encroid was distracted by Assassin quickly quit the dagger. But Encred covered his head with his hand. Assassin was severely shocked. It did not like it. With fear, Assassin asked who Encred was, to which Encred said that Assassin is not needed, and having got a dagger from his hand with a smile, asked how many such daggers have such daggers. Seeing the Encryid throws the daggers of Assassin that they were from one sphere, and he replied that he had 2 more daggers. Going Encred said that the envied Assassin has only 1 such dagger. Offered by Assassin did not like the jokes of Ensida. Also, starting to go by the Assassin of the Tell that Encred did not understand because he loses a single dagger, then he ended. Having prepared for the attack, Encred said that the winner would decide at the very end. Watching the Assassin, Encred was preparing for Assassin attack. After all, your hands can be hidden, but not their movements. Encred's plan was to follow the rival's whole body and to evade it, because it is Saint. Watching the Assassin's fingers, Ensid saw that he was throwing both daggers at once. Ensid evaded them in response to his dagger, but Assassin evaded him. As Assassin was approaching, he immediately prepared new daggers for attack. Of course, he could not say the exact number of his daggers. But Encred still remained his own daggers, so he launched him in Assassin. Enduring Encred's dagger, Assassin began to get a sword quickly, and he called Ensida a liar. Defending Encred said it was mutual. Encred was alerted mentally because he has not seen such weapons in Assassin. But even as an assassin, it does not mean that it should only have long-distance attacks. In the unusual lower stand, Assassin went to Ensida. He had fairly fast movements. There was even an unusual new attack, but Encred was sneaking and he just caught Assassina by the hand that held the sword. Without waiting for such a turn, Assassin was very surprised that he was so easily caught. The mowing of Encred said that he would finally end with this repeated day and hit the sword on the head of Assassin. 10 times, it took Encred to overcome the wall that presented it this time. Fight and lose and become stronger to win. Encred was madly fun. Suddenly, Encred looked at the assassin's body and remembered that he had even whistled daggers, so he decided to pick them up. It's been a little time. Encred has left the duty to attach the situation to the commander of the fairies. Surprising Faye asked Encred or left the patrol because he almost fell victim to Assassin, to which Ensid replied that it was by accident. The Fae commander asked if Encred had coped with 4 soldiers, and he received only scratches. It was also an accident. To which Encred calmly said that the goddess of luck himself liked him. Not wanting to interrogate Encred, the fairy commander decided to let him go. Returning, Encred opened the door and wanted to say that he had returned. Suddenly, an axe flew into him. When Ensid was evaded, Rem was fascinating that Engrid was able to dodge. What Engrid asked if Rem did not go crazy. After all, Engrid almost died. And Rem said that once the assassins began to appear such workouts too, to which Engrid threw a hot stone. Catching his Rem initially rejoiced and thanked Engrid, but suddenly buried with a stone. Looking at how the hair from growing Engrid realized that it was time to cut it. Therefore, Engrid decided to ask the edge of cut what the edge said to the honey, and Engrid said 5. The extreme tried to arrange for 8. Going outside the edge began to cut Engrid. Engrid asked if there was no discount for the detachment to the edge. What the edge said if you do not like to go to the city's Cyril, and Engrid said that they were cut as it was. Suddenly, the snow began to go, and the extreme raised his head to look at it. As other participants of the detachment turned out to go to the street by Engrid, Rem shook from the cold, cursed the snow, and Odin said that this is the trial of God. Having thought of Engrid tried to understand how Assassin managed to penetrate into the guard, in thought that there was their accomplice. Therefore, Engrid decided to ask the edge, or he did not know where the 3 dead were from. After thinking, he started talking from Jackson. He was caught on pocket theft and sent to serve, and Vel offended the nobleman. And the last Rotten guarded the ruined trade house. All 3 came here a year ago, and as if they had previously worked in the same guild. Hearing this, Engrid realized that one guild was cleaned a year ago. It was the Guild of the Thieves. She was a guild only by name. In reality, it is a criminal logo. Therefore, it had to know all the vines in the city. Therefore, Engrid asked if Jackson did not know something about the Guild of the Thieves. Jackson asked Cho he was asked about it, to which Engrid said that he seemed so, to which Jackson thought that Engrid was very abused. So said that after cleaning, all the connections with the guild were broken. Therefore, Jackson also knows little. Endorita. The edge of taking the cape said that it was already ready. Smiling Rem said that Engrid is now like at least a person. Looking at his new haircut, Ensita lifted his head and said that the snowfall increased. Suddenly, Jackson raised his hand in Engrid whether he could not return to the barracks today, to which Rem was angry said that Jackson is cunning. After all, it does not want to clean the snow wanting to miss the most unpleasant work. Engrid first looked at them silently, and then he suggested that Jackson and Rom go to the task with the authority of Encroid. After all, they do not have to clean the snow, to which Rem, when getting an axe, said that they urgently go out, and Jackson calmly said that he was going with them. Quickly dressing the edge said that he was ready to go too, and Engrid asked if the edge also did not want to clean the snow. But Engrid said that you need to get permission from the company commander, and Lagna asked why Engrid did not do it and called it lazy. Everyone started entering the building, and Odin wished them good luck. Looking at this, Engrid realized that when there is a benefit for them, they work harmoniously. Extrician came to the commander of the fairies. She asked or heard that Engrid wanted to clean the thieves. What Engrid has confirmed and said if, of course, he was allowed to permit it. Having considered this commander, Faye asked if it was not exactly because of the snow removal, to which Engrid seriously replied that this is not because of him, but mentally, she said what she is guessing. Having received the permission of Engrid with their detachment and began to go on the task. Walking the Kiz asked whether gilding Gillen was about guild and asked if something was known about it, to which Engrid said they would find out right now. Looking at Jackson, Ensid ordered him to find the guild apartment headquarters as long as they would wait for him in tavern. And Jackson asked how to do it, to which Engrid said that Jackson should do it with the beloved methods. Hearing this extreme disappointment, he thought it was a strange order for Jackson, and Jackson calmly said that he understood. Suddenly, the extreme thought whether he may have understood something in this order. To wait for Jackson, they stopped at the tavern Vanessa. The extreme decided to ask what if gilding Gillen is innocent. What Engrid said, though they will not be involved in destruction, but they are still criminals. Therefore, you can at the same time deal with them. Suddenly, the country called a waiter named Rice for a moment. Rice with a smile came and asked if something needed. And the extreme began to whisper Razy something in his ear. Engrid noticed it but said nothing. Looking out the window of Engrid realized that Jackson was delayed. But that did not surprise Jackson started without any hook. And he thought that he could be too irresponsibly ordered. So the conscience began to bite the Engrid a little. Meanwhile, Jackson watched the snow with the snow. Returning to Taverna, Engrid asked the edge whether he was acquainted with that waitress. And the extreme told everything about District. At this point, Jackson came all covered with snow and saw the picture as they ate meat and warmth. Seeing this, Engrid decided to comfort Jackson and gave him the meat that he ate, and Jackson refused. And he said, why waste time if you need to move quickly? To which Rem was dissatisfied, he didn't want to get cold on the street. and Jackson suggested to turn the Rima into the diapers, because then he would be able to warm up immediately. Stopping their quarrel, Encred said that though he wanted to go right away, but because of heavy snowfall, it will be difficult for them to move, so they will wait a little. A little waited for Encred to realize that the snowfall would not soon end, so he decided to go. What the Edge said, "What? You need to be careful." And Encred said he was already careful enough, so they came out of the tavern. Turning from the cold, Rem said that they would be better there. Suddenly, the people near whom they passed the daggers and began to attack them. But Rem noticed it and with a smile attacked them quickly, destroyed one, and the other just hit the face with a fist. And having taken Assassina for the clothes, Rem called him a crisis for attacking his back. And the Extreme said that these were people from Gillen's guild. Sitting, Jackson opened a secret passage to the headquarters of Guild Gillen, and he said that the homeless people were their guards. But trying to open the hatch, Jackson could not, so Odin asked Jackson to go away to open. When Jackson departed, Odin with his naked fist broke the hatch to the headquarters of the apartment. Seeing this, Rem asked whether Odin knew how to knock properly, and Encred said that the main thing is that the hatch is now open. Going into the secret passage of Rem asked that Encred wanted to ask these guys first, and Encred said that the conversations with them would be later. After all, they first set them with force. On the other side of the door, the participants of the guild spoke with each other. They discussed whether the detachment commander would come. After all, they had to make a failure. But they were able to correct everything to destroy it themselves. But one man sore asked if everything would be fine. After all, Ensita fighters will also be with him. To which the commander said that everything would be fine. Suddenly, Odin broke the door into pieces with a smile, tuk tuk, and Ram is pleased with the crown that will destroy everyone. To which Encred Calm said that those who never destroy the weak, and those who are ready to go quietly for playing, does not want to die here. Ensid took the sword and fled into the ground. Drawing a line in front of them, said that they could throw a weapon and cross this line, otherwise they would destroy everyone. To which Rem was dissatisfied that they were going to use the force initially, and Encred answered that he changed his mind. After all, Ensid thought that this moment looked very cool, so he changed his mind. Owing, the main one in the guild, said that Encred was holding them for fools. Odin said that these people are obsessed with demons and would not listen to them until they show them. To which Encred stood in a rack and said that it was worth showing, and he asked who here is the most stronger in guilding Gillen. What the guild manager said that it would be interesting, and he called the evaporation of the stronger sword of their guild. He ordered the exterior to fight Encroid. Undoubtedly, he agreed. After getting the sword, Verna approached Encred and asked if he could withstand his sword. After all, he never lost no one since childhood, and the Encroid was rapidly attacked, but Encred easily reflected the attack. Using this moment, he quickly pierced his shoulder with a sword. During the impact, Encred thought said that the style of mercenary Velena was to say and beat. This was the level of Encroid. Seeing the loss of the manager of the guild became, and Encred said that the similar recent members cannot even be checked. Making the sword of Ensid gave them the last chance. Either they give up or go to the world immediately. All participants of the detachment looked strangely at Encred and thought that he showed the cool here. One of the members of the guild decided to surrender, and he raised his arms and raised his hands up. Using this manager guild, he got a sword and wanted to destroy him, but Encred stopped him, throwing a dagger in his head. Suddenly, Rem was arranged for a second thought that Ensid was cool. He was very angry, and Odin sincerely considered Encred stunning, and the Edge with hot eyes considered it steep, to which Jackson closed his eyes and thought that Encred was doing well here. Only Lagny and Remu was enviously encried, and Ensid himself seemed really steep. Everyone gave up their hands up and asked only to leave them alive. Going Ram asked what would now be done by Ensid. It would be better to destroy everyone here to prevent problems, to which they were planted to be spared. And they began to plead because they have families who need to look after, to which Encred said that a difficult life does not justify crimes. On which the man bowed and with tears begged at least others to be alive, and to destroy it only because he is Gillen. Surprised by Enkid, whether he really asked Gillen from Guild Gillen. After pointing to Gillen with his finger, Encred asked if he was managing here, to which Gillen replied that he did not indicate the dead manager. Then Encred pointed his finger on the body of the manager and asked if Gillen was called, to which Gillen himself denied and said that his name. It is not able to understand this. Ensid was shocked. Therefore, the country decided to indicate that the guilds are specifically called the name of one of its members, to which Gillen said that the manager guild earned it. But other members of the guild are not so guilty. Therefore, he asked to destroy only him. Suddenly, all members of the guild were moved and begged for good Gillen. Moving on this scene, Rem with tears asked whether Ensid really wanted to destroy them after that, and Encred said in surprise that Rem suggested it. Suddenly, Gillen remembered the treasures of the guild and said if they spare them, then they would give their treasures. Hearing this, Extreme became very interested in their treasures, so they went to the safe. When Gillen came, he said that he needed to find the key to him, but Odin with his bare hands tore the door of the safe. Helene did not have time to agree as the members of the detachment of Encred have already begun to clean the safe. Searching safe, Rem was able to find a thermosture for himself. He was happy. Seeing this, Lagna asked Enrema whether it was his treasure. Looking into the safe, Encred was able to find a good quality leather armor there. Suddenly, the Extreme turned to Ensid. Detailed from the leather armor, Encred asked what the Edge wanted, to which the country suggested that Encred to make this guild his property. To which Encred was surprised to ask whether he realized correctly that the Extreme invited him to become a theft. Confirming, the Edge added what he invites him to become a theft that does not send anyone to the world. Indicating Gillen, the Extreme said that even if they now dissolve them, a maximum of a month will create a new guild. Therefore, it is better to manage yourself. Hearing this, Encred realized that the Edge planned it from the beginning, and it began when he spoke with the waitress of rice. And he said that now not surprised that all members of the guild were waiting for them here. After all, the Edge was told by the waitress. What the Edge smiling at confirmed it. And in his interest, he suggested that each month give a certain percentage of Encred, and also the Edge will collect information for him. Encred himself was not personally greedy to money, but money is not superfluous. Therefore, Ensid gave its permission, to which the Extreme quickly said Gillen that it is now the Guild of the Thieves who do not send people to the world. And he said that I needed to take the worst to send for the play, and later to begin the reorganization. What the upset Gillen said, if they do not dissolve, they will all die. The surprised Extreme asked why so, and Gillen said that the dead leader worked on Aspen. Every year, in the spring and autumn, Frog comes to check the guild, and if it learns of changes, then that crazy monster will destroy them all. What the Edge said that this is not a problem, and convincing the Extreme said that if the thing about crazy monsters, they are the best here, to which Rem was angry and told the Edge not to carry the beacon. Going, Encred asked if everyone was taken away, and he said that it was time to return back. And Rem asked, or other soldiers were already able to remove the snow. Encred was shocked and looked out the window. There was still snow. Lying on the earth, Lagna said that he seems to have remained here. Sitting near the fireplace, Odin said that he wanted a little more to preach the word of God here. Gathering, Jackson said that he still has things here, so he will return tomorrow in the morning. Hearing the important reasons for not to clean snow, everyone decided to stay here. Therefore, Encred lay next to them near the fireplace. It's been a little time. Ensid came to make a return of the detachment about the destruction of the guild, and the commander Faye asked how they lived without cleaning the snow. To which Ensid answered that he did not live, but he knew that she was very assured. Suddenly, the commander Faye asked if Encred would not give up a duel, and Encred said that he usually did not give up. Becoming a steady commander, Faye asked to spend a duel with her, to which Encred became a steady agreed, and he thought that she did not get angry with him. Suddenly, the commander Faye quickly affected Encred's foot that he did not even have time to get a sword. When Ensid fell, she told him to climb quickly. Rising, Encred tried to take the sword, but Faye quickly threw him away and let him take the sword in his hands. Not able to do anything to Encred did not understand what was happening here. After all, the sword of the commander Faye seemed to him look like Knut. So for some time, the commander of the fairies mocked Encred. She did not give the chance to Enkidov to take the sword. Seeing this, Faye thought, earlier Enkid responded to high-speed attacks, and now the movements were clumsy. But Encred was a fairly unpredictable person. After all, the fact that he destroyed the curse and defeated 4 assassins remained a very significant fact. Suddenly, the snow began to go again, and the commander Faye went saying that they would live and see. Hearing this, Enkid realized that the case was in snow. This defeat did not like Encred. He trained so much with his sword, but never learned to own his body. Therefore, what Encred has not enough this art to use hands with legs and all the body. After thinking, Enkid realized that he should learn the martial arts in Odin. Ensid came to Odin's a little time, which at that moment trained with an upset tree. When Encred asked about the basis of martial arts, Odin replied that it was a trained body. Suddenly, someone started shouting someone to uproot the tree. What Encred said that Odin did, and Odin said with a smile that he had his own methods. Its name was the isolation technique. Odin warned that it would be very painful, as if Ensid would die several times. To which Encred seriously replied that he was a real professional in this. Before starting training, Odin tied a large stone to Encroid. Ensides training with him felt as if he would die now. By instigating Ensida, Odin indicated that the basis of insulation technique is a load. Therefore, the more the muscles tear, the stronger they become later. Pressing on a stone, Odin said if Encred lasts for 10 seconds, and he would be able to know his boundaries. Encred wondered where he knew. And Odin decided to ask if Encred had not begun to regret that he had not started to study earlier. After all, that in the true mastery of martial arts, you need to train the body for a long time. And if Ansid started a little earlier, and Ankrid said no time. The past in the past. And Ankrid said that instead of chatter, it is better to show another exercise. On what Odin thought how a person could be so straightforward. And from the first meeting, Odin and Ankrid he always tried. Therefore, Ensid was worthy of respect, and Odin said it was time to move to the next stage, bringing still stones. Odin said that today Ankrid was creeping to the post in the fours, giving Enkroyd to each hand on a large stone, and Odin said to stand in this pose. Suddenly the panther came and looked at it. It's been a little time. Enkrid finished training and returned to the post, but he could not reach the bed and fell at the entrance. Seeing this, Rem asked whether Enkrid was sometimes not offended in part. After all, Ensid went so beaten. Therefore, Remu was a pity, to which Enkrid answered that he just trained, and shaking barely reached the bed. When Enkrid sat on his bed, the panther came to his comfort. Looking at this, Rem said, once Enkrid was induced, he has to give a name at least. Therefore, Enkrid decided to call the panther a stove once it is warm, but she didn't like it, so he decided to go over a blue-eyed one, what also did not like it. What Rem was disappointed and asked whether Enkrid did not like leopards that he mocks the animal, and Enkrid said that this name was beautiful. Going to sleep. Ensid said that you will need to think carefully about it. After all, the panther decided to stay here, then you need to choose a good name that she will like. The panther looked carefully at Enkrid. Suddenly, Enkrid woke up in a strange place filled with many flowers. Rising, Enkrid noticed the northern light in the sky and thought it was possible to dream. Immediately, Ensid thought about the boatman, but he was not visible. Yes, this place was not suitable for a gloomy boat. Suddenly, Enkrid felt someone's presence and turned the girl. The mysterious girl had long black hair and bright blue eyes. Suddenly, the girl spoke, and looking at Enkrita said that her name is Esther. At this point, Enkrid woke up and noticed next to the panther a girl from sleep. Noticing Enkrid woke up Esther frozen, and Enkrid only said Esther to grow big. At this point, all Krepko slept, so they did not notice a sudden change in the panther. The morning of Esther became a panther again. Waking up, Rem asked where Ensid gathered, and Enkrid replied that training. Having warned from this, Rem asked if Enkrid did not hurt after yesterday's beating. Hearing this, Enserda, he was hurt, and in fact his body seemed easy. Looking at this, Esther said that the state of Enkrid became the best because she used magic. After all, Enkrid needs it to remove her curse. Therefore, Esther cannot look as Enkrid will die, mocking his body. Interested in Rem, asked if Enkid did not accidentally meet in the night of the priest, and Enkrid said that he was dreaming of a girl who spoke strange things. Having surprised such dreams of Enkrid, Rem asked what the girl was. Remembering her image, Erij replied that she was beautiful. Esther herself liked this description of Enkrid. She surrendered when, being a man, she studied different spells and secrets. Being strongly obsessed with this, Esther was cursed and lost every effort to a panther. And so won when Esther from hopelessness wandered the steppes. The smell of the curse led it to Enkroyd. Coming to Odin, Enkrid started training again. Odin was surprised by the rapid recovery of Enkroyd because it had to take a minimum of a week. After graduating from the exercise, Ensid noticed Esther on Krisha and called it a blue-eyed, to which she was angry, and Enkrid corrected Esther. The world of spells depended on the names, but if you call another name, it will hit the world Esther. Therefore, Esther spent the remnants of his strength to appear to the dream of Enkrid and name her name, although she made a mistake. But fortunately, Enkrid was unable to understand anything, and Esther noticed that Ensid was also cursed. Although his curse has not yet fully penetrated it, but it was much stronger than Esther. Strong curses absorb the weak ones with them over time. Therefore, if Esther stays with Enkryid, will be able to fully restore his forces. The next day has come. Enkrid studied the martial arts with Odin. Holding Enkrid's hands, Odin wanted to suddenly hit him with his knee, but Enkrid was able to evade. Using the moment, Odin grabbed Enkrid by his face and by force, put him on the ground. Having removed his hand, Odin began to order that the martial arts need not only physical strength, but the feeling of distance as fencing. Therefore, without agility, everything else is useless. Although slowly, like a turtle, but the body changes. And Odin added that Enkrid really does not know the word to give up. So the moon flew unnoticed, and it was time when new sprouts appeared from the ground. Enkrida was held in endless workouts every day. Having tried new Enkryid skills, Happy Rem said that it was much better and now you can beat normally. A little time has passed and dinner came. Enkrid quickly eaten his portion and suggested that Lagni go to work, and Lagna only eaten his portion. Matting his dinner, Lagna still agreed to the match, and so they trained until sunset. Lagna said that using Enkrid is still bad, but Lagna has already taught Enkrid to all the basic techniques that he could. and now you need to bring the movements to automaticity to even dream. Therefore, you will always have to repeat everything, to which Encrid said that it is the easiest for him. Endicid's night came on, the bed looked after his sword. He liked sparring with his comrades, but he wanted to try himself in a real fight. As suddenly, Encrid felt the approach of someone. It was Jackson that secretly attacked Encrid. Cleaning Jackson's dagger said that now, from a sudden attack, Encrid would not die, and he added that Encrid has advanced in that. The rest at this point asked them not to fight here, not to shake the dust indoors, and Encrid asked why the Christ returned so early. Suddenly, Esther got up to pull the back. It noticed the edge and became interested. When Esther went the edge, he began to look at the place to find at least one of her claws. Looking at this, Encrid could not understand whether the extreme was avid or greedy. How suddenly someone knocked on the door. It was the commander of the fairies. She asked Encrid to go out for a few minutes. Going out, Encrid said that the snow had already arranged, and the commander Faye said that it is enough to mention it. And she said that they had a new task. They will fulfill orders on the program soldiers. The mercenary soldiers were one of the two major programs in a series with soldiers' ranking system. This system allowed the city to hire trained soldiers. It was cheaper than hiring ordinary mercenaries, but much rougher. After all, the skills are good so high, and Encrid is just needed combat practice. At this point, there was a yawning duty. He was mentally pleased that his duty ended. Suddenly, he noticed the commander of the fairies who stood next to Ensid. Returning to their conversation, Encrid asked about the group's composition, and Faye said that only 3 people would be Endkid and one of his fighters, and the third will be fairies. It was greatly surprised by Encrid. After all, he did not think that the commander of the fairies himself was taken for such orders, and why it is her. Walking past the next one considered it strange. He often saw them together. He has thought that they may meet secretly. Having doubted the commander, Faye asked why Encrid looked at her, and whether Encroid is unpleasant to work with fairies. Interested in this moment, another soldier realized that something was between them and began to tell others. Even the rumors of the soldiers were as if Encrid and Faye knew each other before the army, and now Faye is waiting for a baby. While Encrid trained nearby soldiers talking about Ensida's relations with the commander of the fairies, they said that a wonderful couple came out of them. These not truthful rumors were greatly disappointed by Encrid. After all, nothing really was. After graduating, Ensid returned to his post, and he met him with a cry, calling him his father. Smiling, he asked how many months he was born soon, to which Ensid's installments answered that there was nothing like that. After all, this is a misunderstanding and someone told false rumors. The edge was rising that it is not necessary to squeeze it, to which Encrid has objected to. And Lagna said that this is a good option because she would also be a fencing teacher, and Odin said that blessing their path. Hearing this, Encrid felt that they were bullied. Suddenly, Rem asked when they planned a romantic date because he would have to go with them. Hearing this, Encrid turned and asked if Rem asked about the task and why he thought Encrid would take him. What was greatly surprised and asked who Encrid would then go. At this point, Jackson gathered came to Ensida and said he was ready to go. Ongoing, Rem asked why Encrid was throwing him for Jackson, and Encrid replied that Rem could accidentally put an axe in the head of the client. Coming out of the Jackson building, he asked if he was taken because he would not like trouble, and Encrid said that Jackson often performed such tasks. Suddenly, Jackson, being older than Encrid, decided to give him advice. Looking at Encrid, he told not to give her heart without a rest. After all, it will return to him a deep wound. Understanding that they roam again, Encrid said he did not need Jackson's advice. It's been a little time. Ensid with Jackson came to the commander of the fairies, and Encrid asked when the client came, to which Faye answered what would soon be. At this point, Encrid hoped that the rumors did not reach the commander of the fairies. It would be a problem. Suddenly, Faye asked whether they did something with Encrid, what children could have appeared. Hearing this, Encrid has disappointed, and Jackson got ridiculous. Hearing the laughter of Encrid asked if Jackson laughs, to which Jesse turned away and made his appearance, and Encrid said that he had heard laughter. Seeing the reaction of Encroid, Faye asked if Encrid did not suddenly angry. That Ansid denied, and Faye asked if he had fun. That Ansid confirmed. While Encrid was understanding what was happening here, at this point their customer arrived. Suddenly, the fairy commander said that she only became interesting. Encrid did not understand her. The essence of this task was to protect the heir of the trade guild. From the 2 heirs of the trading guild, Lockfried needs to determine who will become the manager. Therefore, the regular army was asked to secure protection. Seeing the heir of the trade guild, Encrid thought that it would be some disgusting frog. But it was a beautiful girl. She introduced herself to the heir of the trade guild of Lockfried named Leon, and she said that she was counting on them. It's been a little time. Encrid followed Leon, but after the greeting, she no longer talked to them. After all, all that Leon needed to pass through her nanny. The nanny passed that they would first occupy a room in the hotel and would wait for other heirs. Therefore, Encred realized that they really need to be protected and not interfered. Suddenly, Encred mentioned Odin's advice on how to evaluate the opponent. You need to look at age, pose and location as well as view. Therefore, Encred decided to watch everyone to analyze them. The girl's girlfriend was left-handed. Her difficult steps meant that she was wearing heavy equipment. Judging by 3 swords, she is physically strong. Analyzing all the Encroid realized that they were all about a low-high rank. Although the analysis was incomplete, but Encred was enough. It was quite tight that Jackson decided to offer Encred to play a simple game to guess the sound. So they started playing. Jackson said the sound, and Ansed had to guess where he came from. Suddenly, Jackson said tongue, and Encred listened for a long time and did not have time to answer. So Jackson himself said where the sound came from. While Leon occupied the room on the top of Erida was asked to wait in the lobby. Sitting at the table, Encred decided to continue the game. Suddenly, Faye sitting nearby said that she would join the game too. The feeling of elves is twice as stronger human. Starting the game, Jackson again called the sound, and the Ekenrid and fairies had to say where he came from. But Faye did not give Encred's chances to answer. Observing this, Encred realized that trying to say something here in vain, but the problem was more serious. They seemed to guess the sounds, but so they noticed the assassins that were in the basis. Suddenly, the assassins decided to attack but were quickly destroyed. For Jackson and Faye, it was not an unexpected attack, what fairies agreed with. Suddenly, one of the assassins decided to attack Encred sitting quietly, but Encred noticed it and destroyed it. Suddenly, a female cry from the Leon's room came. Encred realized that the client's protection was in priority. Therefore, Encred quickly began to climb to the 2nd floor on the stairs. One of the assassins noticed it, so decided to immune to Encroid unnoticed, but Jackson covered his back. At this point, the fair commander quickly destroyed assassins that others were alert, and they did not understand why they were so strong. Looking at Jackson's ability, Faye understood that in the detachment of Encred, all were stronger than him, but everyone believed in Encred and followed him. She was very interested in the reason they do. It looked fun for her. Assassin decided to take advantage of this moment to attack but quickly died. Crossing attacks were no longer surprised by Encred. After all, in his way, he saw them a lot. So the same strength and combat skills of Encryid have improved from the times. Although others said Odin was still slow and awkward, but Encred felt his movements were not as before. Thinking about it, Encred repelled the scrapped attack by Assassin. Approaching the Leon's room, Encred noticed how a girl who guarded Leon flew out of the room. Going to Encred noticed how Assassin wanted to destroy Leon, but her nanny covered her. Looking at this, Encred understood that the whistling dagger is a tinker at such a distance, and with his level, he will not get to him. Encred was also not sure whether it would have time. He needed the method to quickly shorten the distance. Suddenly, Encred remembered the moment with the armory, but it was not possible to completely repeat that method of Encroid. But Encred had the hope that he would be able to repeat it a little. Therefore, Encred quickly rushed to Leona with a nanny. Therefore, at the time of Assassin, Encred was able to close them with his body. Thanks to the leather armor from the guild Gillen Ran, there was no footprint with a sword. Assassin was shocked by this. Overcoming Encred suggested Assassin to go down to talk. Grabbing Assassina Ansed from his run, pulled out with him right out the window. Falling, Encred used Assassina as a pillow so he could soften his fall. Noticing how Leon came to the window, Encred realized that there were no enemies on the 2nd floor. But right before Encroid, Assassin, which fell, climbed Encred. Even taking the whole blow, Assassin was still holding on his feet. Ascending Assassin called Encred Psyche and asked if he's suddenly not from the border guard, and Encred replied that no. This pleased Assassina. After all, if Encred was not from there, he will definitely be able to win. Looking at Assassin, Encred began to analyze it. Assassin had 2 swords of different lengths and did not lose balance. Perhaps this technique of the sword so Arid thought about how to handle it. While Encred was thinking about the situation, Assassin continued to tell how he would destroy them. Provoked by the enemy, Encred asked if he always chatted so much. Encred has not had a real battle for a long time. Therefore, this rival seemed strong enough. In preparation for the attack of Encred, he was delighted to think about what technique to use him. Attacking Assassin moved not in Cryad, and Encred understood that it was an unusual attack because 2 swords had different rhythm. Focusing Encred, he was at first and then from the other sword. Whatever attack the assassin applied, Encred has skillfully evaded everyone. What was greatly surprised by Assassina. Turning, Encred said that he was jealous. He did not have the talent to learn this technique. Encred realized that his enemy was a master of prickly blows. Using the assassin, asked what was bordered by Ansed and began to attack. After noticing this, Ansed became a state of full concentration and began to evaluate the trajectory of the assassin. concentrated by Encred was able to see the assassin attack line. Therefore, Ensid was clearly attacked in the middle before the collision of assassin attack, but Encred was a little bit. But Encred realized that he still needed to learn a lot and already planned to work with Lagna or Jackson with someone. Suddenly, Ensid noticed that other assassins ran out of the first floor of the hotel. Only Ensid thought that the fugitive assassins should be destroyed. I suddenly approached Jackson and said a loud battle. And Encred, pointing his finger on the bandits, said they were fleeing. That confirmed Jackson, and Encred asked if they would pursue them. To which Jackson replied that the task did not mention the clearing of criminals, and once they have escaped, the client will be safe. And Encred realized that it was necessary to focus only on protection as it was in the task. Suddenly, the commander of the ferries approached and praised Encred, and Encred turned whether ferries were not injured. At first, Faye was surprised, but decided to make a joke over Encred that he even cares about his beloved, and Faye added that she would not fall asleep from excitement. Hearing this, Encred again. After all, he did not get such jokes. Suddenly, Leon decided to ask if they were meeting, to which Ensid replied that no. What is the commander of the ferries with a calm expression that Encred asked if Encroid was bullied. Even more disappointed in Encred, could not understand their jokes. Interested in Leon came to Encred and asked his name, and Encred called his name. Having learned the name of Encred, Leon bowed and thanked for the protection against attack, and she said that the injury would be compensation later. And Encred Worship said that it was not necessary because he was obliged to do so. It's been a little time. The captured assassins were taken to the garrison and reinforcement arrived in case of repeated attack. While sitting at the table, Encred thought who those assassins were. After all, among them were quite skillful fighters. Therefore, Ensid thought that it is worth checking the air of the opposite side. At that moment, Leon came out and noticed Enkrita said he was an early bird. Noticing Leon, Encred replied that he had a change now. When Leon Sela came at Encred's table and suggested becoming a personal guardian of the Lockfried Trade Guild. Lockfried Trading Guild was a solid, medium-sized organization. Among their key partners were shepherds of deserts from the lands of animals. They also included the Guild of Hunters for dragons called Black Leather, and glacier rangers that guarded glaciers in snowy places. In addition, the Trading Guild has an invaluable treasure, trade routes with description of routes. For the Tinker son of the past leader, it was unbroken generously. Therefore, Leon must maintain the inheritance of the past generation. Therefore, it requires Encreate. His skill was able to save Leon from death, and at the same time, Ansid does not expect awards. The place in the Trading Guild was the dream of many. Therefore, Leon was convinced that Encred was no exception either, and she said that she would fulfill the desire of Encred. What Encred did not refuse to quickly refused, and Leon asked why Encred refused so quickly. At this point, Jackson came and said that he was stuck after the refusal. After Jackson, the commander of the ferries descended and said that it was not really beautiful. Walking, Leon warned that another guild heir would come to the dinner, so she goes to prepare. Going to Encred, Jackson asked if Encred liked heavy women that he seduces the heir, that Ansid was disappointed. The joke decided to join. The joke said that Encred wants to have 2 wives. What offended the company commander? Overcoming, Encred apologized and said that his taste had changed a little. Hearing this, Jackson and the commander of the ferries were greatly surprised. After all, Encred snapped to the company commander. Suddenly, the soldiers who were heard from the outside and began to call Encida a demon. After all, he threw a fair commander for the sake of another woman. Hearing this, commander of Fae smiled such a turn of events. Disappointed by the loss of Encred, sat gloomy at the table, not wanting to speak further. The next day, the Edge joined their group, and he said that he heard the rumors that Ensid had a night with a client every other day. All in the voice discussed how Encred temptation of the heir to guild, and called it the destroyer of women's hearts. The disappointed Encred asked whether the Edge also came to mock it, and the Rise quietly said that Gilding Gillen came. Hearing this, Encred said that the extreme came in time and added that he wanted to do something. Assassins that escaped from them. Encred wanted to catch them and ask information. Remembering the history of Lockfried family, Lenos Lockfried was the last head of the guild. He possessed outstanding business qualities and worthy respect. Although Leon was a foster daughter, but Lenos considered her an ideal heir to the guild. But Lenos could not completely turn away from his son and was suffering from doubt. So the last manager of Guild Lenos Lockfried has not resolved from the future guild, went to the world. Returning now, another heir was traveling in the carriage with his servants and discussing the failure of the attack on Leon. The son of the past managing guild was called Lockfried. His servants said that their master was too hurried. One of the servants said that everything would set up and asked if their contract was still in force. To which he quickly replied that everything is in power, and when he became the manager guild, he would not forget to reward them. It's been a little time. He came to the hotel with his guard where Leon stopped. Going into the middle, he began to regret that there is too much dust here, and he added that Leon called him to such a musty place. But Ensid did not pay attention to Paulid. He was interested in the guard behind him. Suddenly, he pointed to Jackson with his finger and told him to go to call Leon. Seeing this, Ensid thought that he did the right chose Jackson. After all, if it was Rem, then he would quickly cut his head with Paulida Sokira. Suddenly, Encrid noticed how Jackson began to get a dagger, and he decided to stop him. At this point, he screamed that he was in a hurry. At this point, Leiden asked him to cry not to scream. It is very vulgar. Currently, Leon said that he had become happy, to which he began to say that Leon could not even normally teach the Union. Hearing this, Leon came out and struck her hand on her face. Seeing this, Encrid said that he was similar here was the most normal of all. Receiving a slap, Lady shouted that Leon had gone crazy, and Leon said that it went crazy. After all, he had attacked Leon, which was guarded by a regular army, and Leon asked if he wanted to rot after bars. What worried, he said that he did not know about protection against a regular army. Suddenly, one of the guards, Lita, coughed. Therefore, he said in a shout that he was not he, and he was put. And pointing at Leon's finger, he said how she was picked up from the street dare to talk so much. The Leon confirmed that she was adopted, and the native son who cannot do tour affairs and cannot even count money. From these words, he began to be nervous. Cold sweat flowed down his cheeks, like he said that this is the case of the manager. Disappointed by Leon, if it was not for the last will of her father to solve the issue of inheritance with the consent of her son, then Leon would not spend time here. Listening to Enkid thought that the past manager was too soft-heart. After all, not to look at Leon a lot more suited to this role. Currently, Leon said that the only right to inherit is that the blood of the past manager flows in him, and he asked what could be the main? Grabbing Paulida by Leon's face, she said that he did not look like a father. After all, this is his clumsy behavior and an ugly face. Leon could not understand who he was. Angry in Leon, he began to get the sword by calling it. Noticing this, Encrid began to quickly get his sword, but suddenly felt a threat from one of the guards of Paulida. Therefore, it became readiness between Leon and Maine. Seeing this, he was very alert. Protecting a short-haired security guard pushed back. But at this point, Encrid watched the long-haired guard behind. Its rack was for a fast sword style. This is very interested in Encrid. He was curious whether his sword would be more struck than the axe or even a dagger. Only a long-hair guard wanted to take an attack, and Encrid was waiting for it. Suddenly, Torres stopped and asked all the stops. Warning Torres said if they do not take a weapon immediately, then it will be regarded as betrayal. After all, the border guard obeyed the king. Hearing after he was scared, and Ansid was disappointed by the cycle. Seeing this, Jackson mentioned as Ansid said that he was the only normal here. While Encrid was complaining about others, Jackson, looking at Encrid, thought he was here the most chuckle. At this point, Ratis said once the detained assassins were mercenaries from another country, the border guard will be engaged in this case. After all, the assassins confessed to the orders of Gilda. Therefore, Ratis asked if he did not hire mercenaries to resolve the issue of inheritance. Suddenly, a short-haired guard went forward and asked what kind of guild the thing went. Only this evidence is not enough to detain. To which Ratis smiled at the guard that a cunning tongue is in the guard. After all, he thought that the border guard would not hear such a mark. Suddenly, Leon said to the conversation that she has an assumption. Therefore, you need to find new evidence that will indicate the offender, and added that during the investigation the two parties would be protected, what he disagreed with. Hearing this, Encrid did not understand why Leon, being a victim, was asking for custody, to which Torres said that all whom they detained were only ordinary soldiers who did not know anything, by saying that they only obeyed orders. And Leon said that there were still suspects who fled. Among them could be the same commander. Therefore, Leon suggested catching them. What Ratas asked if they could not find the customer, and Leon replied that then the border guard will simply continue the investigation. But Leon could not continue to talk about the inheritance in the border guard. Therefore, they will return to the main city of Guild. Hearing this, Encrid understood that there would be no protection of a regular army outside the border guard. But most of Encrid was worried that Leona's protection would not be able to cope with the protection of Paulida, especially with those who have a rapier. After all, as soon as they leave, the border guard immediately die. This Leon had to understand, but Encrid did not understand her plan. Asking a nanny to bring a little Leon said that she was a seller and did nothing without benefit. Therefore, she promised the award for the caught fugitives. When Leon began to unfold the reward to be issued, Jackson was much surprised to see, and Encrid did not understand Jackson's reaction. There was a fourth product from the collection in the hands of Leon, under the name of Carmen Style. Suddenly, Jackson seriously said to Encrid that he would do this business. Looking at this dagger, Encrid did not understand why the indifferent Jackson showed such an enthusiasm for this dagger. Hearing this, Lita said that Leon had gone crazy and asked if she knew the value of the award that she named. And Leon said that the stiletto under her supervisor is there for her. Therefore, she in the right to decide what to do with him. And Encred asked what he was special. What Jackson was surprised because Ensid did not know it, and he said that this weapon was created by a great master of weapons, Carmen. Carmen himself was a slave that became an assassin for the sake of revenge. He used 7 types of weapons of his own production, and the stiletto is the 4th of them. Therefore, Dewey is ready to give life for his weapon. Suddenly, Torres said all those present for 2 days under the supervision of the border guard. Therefore, no one is allowed to leave the tavern. What Encred said to Jackson, not worry about the stiletto. After all, Encred has already sent the edge behind him. Therefore, the news should come. Being in a hopeless situation, he began to be angry, and the long-haired guard looked interested in Encred. But Encred felt his gaze on himself and looked at him. But at that moment, the guard turned away and left. It's been a little time. He began to discuss what would happen if they were caught, and the security guard said that it is impossible to simply so becoming a border guard. And if they could not choose the heir with each other, then the right of choice will pass to investors. It is then possible to make your move. To which he replied that there was no problem with this because he had already sent letters, promising a reward for supporting your candidacy. While everyone was busy with their affairs, Encred trained in the yard. Watching Torres said that Encred continues these loose training, and at least, Encred noticed him turn to him. What Torres asked, with a smile, asked if Encred did not want to relax a little. And Encred thought if only time was just a rest. But time is flowing differently for talented and foolish. The talented studies for Sunday, and Croyd may take a month and maybe even a year. Therefore, Encred cannot waste time, or more precisely say he does not want to spend it. By making efforts day after day, Ensid wants to build a wall even higher. One of the soldiers of the border guard called Encred a muzzle and asked that they were lazy, from what Torres thought. Rodas raised, said Encred is quite physical training. According to Rodas, Encred is all good. Earlier, Rodas did not understand it, so they played with Encroid in a draw, and I became interested in how it would be. Hearing this, Encred smiled. After all, he will be able to test his abilities. Therefore, they staged a match on the sticks. Rotas praised Encred's ability. But Rotas was more skillful and the first to put an Encroid stick on the neck. It was already the 7th victory of Rotas, who boasted with a smile. Someone's soldier said as Rotas can sway after 4 loses. Suddenly, Encred asked to arrange a match again. And Rotas or Ensid will ever get tired? After all, 11 rounds have passed. Suddenly, one of the border guards said he wanted to be the next. Hearing others also became interested in the duel. Everyone was surprised by Encred's skills. Meanwhile, he was dissatisfied with such a noise. He looked at them and called the savages. At this point, Encred's rival took him by Odin and threw it to the ground. This was quietly observed by a long-haired guardian. He was interested in Encred. Rising, Encred asked what it was and asked to show again how much he surprised his opponent. The long-haired security guard thought that the similar Ensid did not bother. Rather, Encred was like a child who found a new, interesting toy. In addition, Encred knew that the guard was stronger than him, but he did not hide his intentions. Against the new technique, Encroid cannot find protection until 3 or 4 beats. The fighting feeling of Encred was guilty. A couple of times, Encred lost this time to repel the opponent's hand and throw him to the ground. Everyone was screaming happily for Ensida and began to ask who wanted to be the next. Looking at this, Commander Faye said that where Encred did not go, he will fascinate all men and women. Leon asked if they were really in love. What fairies said that they were married, but there were no wedding, but they seemed like a baby. It annoyed Encred and he wanted Faye to leave here. Suddenly, the guard was just watching to ask if he could join the duel. Hearing this, Encred first looked at the guard silently, who offered him a duel. Watching this, Rotas could not understand that this guard had started. The security guard considered Encred not personally talented, but he had a great desire to teach him. The trained soldier said that the security guard was not in the position that they are. Therefore, it is better to sit quietly in the corner. Ensid, interrupting with a smile, said that he was waiting for this moment. Hearing this security's guard, Lita smiled that he could teach something to Encred. At this point, Jackson watched them sitting on the roof of the tavern. This guard was very worried about Jackson. After all, even if there is only a wooden stick in the hands of the guard, was very dangerous. Therefore, Jackson needs to be very careful. So Jackson put his hand on the dagger. At this point, Encred stood in a stable preparation of the battle with the Guardian. From the expectation of the attack of the opponent, the notion of the whole body of Encroid, the feeling was as if they were right now in the middle of the battlefield, and in their hands they are not ordinary sticks, but these are swords. When the guard began to attack, Ensida entered a complete concentration and saw the yoga line of attack. Despite the small changes in the tractor, the guard was aimed at the neck of Ensida. Therefore, if you repel his blow and finish the combination. Suddenly, Encred felt that he had already lost because the guard was too fast. Having removed the stick from the neck of Encida, the guard said that Encred was able to read his movements but was too slow. Feeling this by Encred realized that the guard had a fast and strong blows with a sword. They were much faster than Encred imagined it. Encid thought a lot that he could have become stronger, but it was not. The gap between them was very large, and the level of this guard was unattainable. Thinking about this, Encid with a smile stood in a rack and asked to try again. Turning, the guard said that this was a very good approach to training. While Encred trained with the guard, other soldiers were already pulled out of fatigue, and only the commander of the fairies continued to look at their match without falling asleep. Meanwhile, Encroid fell under the pressure of the guard's attack. The deer sword will inevitably fall in the spirit in front of a strong rival. The difference in force for the guard was obvious, but he could not understand why Encred was rising every time to continue. Watching them with Krysh, Jackson thought that Encred was slowly reacting and did not sing behind his eyes. And even training, he will not be able to overcome it. So Jackson thought of teaching Encred an order. Seeing that Encid is on his feet, the guard said that it would be enough and it is time to go to bed. To which Encred said that the guard surprises him, and straightening with a smile, he said that he was sure to master this technique of the sword. Hearing this, guard was more captured by Encid himself, but he was sorry that Encid had such a small talent. The morning came the next day. The tavern came to the tavern, saying that they had grabbed fled mercenaries, and the extreme spent the captured mercenaries in the middle of the tavern to show everyone. Seeing this, Encid nodded in praise in silence. Putting his shoulders, so answered Encred that it was his work. At that moment, Leon began to descend with the gratitude of the cry for the caught mercenaries. Without spending time, Torres sat down by the mercenaries and asked who hired them and what a trading guild was. At this point, he began to nervous and turn his head from mercenaries. But the mercenary said they were hired by Aspen. It surprised Encred. Continuing, the mercenary said that it was the trade guild of Aspen to monopolize shopping areas that intersect, and he added that he does not know what kind of trading guild it was. After all, they just received a letter with money and a promise of award for success. Hearing this, Leon asked if the border guard would continue to do this, what Torres first thought. And he said that Leona had a happy face, and Torres asked if Leon was hoping that Lold would be guilty. What Leon agreed with and said that she wanted so much that she even put a valuable stylet in the reward. Staying the neck, Torres agreed, said that it was their work to deal with such people, and added that the trade guild of Lockfried is released from the arrest. A little time passed and the heirs left that tavern. Walking, Jackson enjoyed his styling obtained I.D. Leona. Noticing this, Encred told not to shine it where it was. Jackson apologized for it. Suddenly, the extreme advised Encred not to fall in love with Leon because she is a terrible woman, to which Encred said that E fell in love. Nesting closer, the situation said that the situation is strange. After all, if not to look, those mercenaries had to hire Lolly, and then suddenly Aspen. Yesterday, the night with the guild members, Gillen caught all mercenaries. Suddenly, a strange man came in a cape and asked whether the Kiss was a governing guild Gillen, and more precisely a member of the 444th detachment. A strange man introduced himself as a servant of Leon. Therefore, the extreme already knew about their location and everything about Guild Gillen. Therefore, they even suggested that the mercenaries pay the army's fine to avoid execution in exchange for the testimony. Looking at Leon, Encred did not understand why she did so, and he thought it may somehow harm Leon. Suddenly, Leon lifted a blind and looked out of the carriage window. What happiness was that he was innocent. After all, it could harm the honor of the past manager Guild Lockfree. Now Encred has been able to understand the cause a little, and Leon asked if Encred was not interested in such conversations. And Encred decided to ask if Leon was confident in his choice. After all, outside the territory of the border guard, they will not be able to protect them. To which Leon answered that you could not worry because everything has already been decided. When they approached the exit, they met the soldiers under command. Lockfrieda's trade guild commander was introduced as Mattis. The only loud solution of all shareholders, Mattis came to accompany Leon. After all, she was chosen by the new managing trading guild. Welcoming all the guards bowed. Seeing this, Encred realized that Leon was deliberately arrested for 2 days to collect investors' voices during this time. Devotion and awareness and determination were described by Leon, because as he said the extreme, Leon is a really scary woman. Turning, Leon said that she did not want to impose on them. Agate would be ugly. After pointing to Encred, Leon said that there is something that makes him want to support Encred. Therefore, Leon hopes that they can be useful to each other as friends. Having handed Leonie's hand, Encred said that he would be pleased to become a friend for Leon. Seeing this, he quickly came out of the carriage and began to condemn Mattis with a cry, calling him a traitor. Using Mattis, He said enough to repay the name of the past manager and named a fool. Meanwhile, the guards of Polyda said that the plan had failed, but they could at least get information about the new manager of the trading guild, and also information about an unusual soldier named Encrid, who is very interested in them. Suddenly, Encrid mentioned yesterday's match with a guardian. The guard gave him the advice to throw the sword because though the will and the diligence of Encrid were exciting, but he had no talent. What was very sad and offensive because not everyone talented made so much effort. Encid has not heard such words for a long time, but because he never listened to such advice and reached this point. It's been a little time. Encrid returned to his fast and tried to reassure Rima, but Rem was badly offended because Encid was taken to Jackson's task. And Encrid said he wanted to work with Rem, therefore, it needs Encryid. After hearing this, Rem was very happy and asked if Encrid was really needed only. Encid thought that it was needed for the style of a quick sword. First of all, it is the ability to create the most effective attack lines and release a fluid through the whole body explosive force. After performing this attack, Encrid was able to injure Rima, what was surprised by Rem. Finally, Encrid came now to become faster than Rem. Continuous development of basic skills, relaxed flexibility, and trained muscles. All this together gave the result. Frying Enicid's enthusiasm, Encrid was surprised. After all, he just realized what a quick blow means. Having prepared, Rem said that, then a little accelerated. What Encrid was surprised and barely blocked the hit. Encid did not have time to recover after the first fast attack, as Rem did a new one. The axe of the Rima, which was previously like Knut, now moved at the speed of the sun. Without frightening this, Encryid rushed to A remains with an attack. Encid started a little time. After all, he knew that he was still far from ideal. Suddenly checking Encrid, Jackson attacked Encrid, who was able to block this blow. Holding the attack, Jackson said that Encrid has good hearing and vision. Therefore, this training is no longer needed, Encryid. Having said this, Jackson turned to go, and Encrid asked if Jackson came specifically to say it, to which Jesse replied that so, while yes. NCD's exhausted hard, he thought that Remus calls Jackson a wandering cat. Suddenly, Encrid felt as if Jackson wounded his neck. At this point, Jackson said it was the intention of destruction. Therefore, if the attack cannot be caught by the eyes and ears, you need to feel the intention of the opponent and respond to it. There is also the technique of detecting this intention of destruction, called the Gate of the Sixth Feeling. Showing Jackson's style said that he would teach Incida for him. Getting in a steady, Encryid said that he was ready for training. After all, there is a lot to teach what Encrid has enjoyed pleasure. Starting Jackson's workout began to outline that the Gate of the Sixth Feeling is an area of instincts. Therefore, you cannot rely only on vision and hearing. After all, the sensations are not limited to only 5 basic ones. For example, feeling of direction or movement. The intuition of the beast during hunting is all on instincts. Therefore, if they are exacerbated as a sword blade and constantly fighting instincts will predict the intentions of destruction. Encrid's first attempt to guess was unsuccessful, so Jackson said that it would be difficult from the beginning. But if you continue to train, the intention of destroying the Gate of the Sixth Feeling of Encrid will open. The night came. Encrid looked after his sword as suddenly said Encrid had changed somehow. Hearing this, Encrid was first surprised, and he said that he may have a little rolled, to which Rem said that not in this case. And Odin showed the thumb of the road that Encrid began to smile more, to which Lognus said that it is not just about it. Suddenly, the extreme with a smile said that Encrid became more crazy, pointing a finger on the edge. Rem said it was what he meant. Odin agreed with this. To which Encrid said that among the crazy ones should be at least one normal, so they just seemed to them. And Jackson thought when Encid would accept this fact. When Encrid went to bed to him Esther. Noticing this, Rem said that there as if Ed was smeared, she always goes to Encid. Approaching Encrid. Esther mentally said that Encrid probably drove himself again with training. Laying next to Esther began to treat Encrid. After all, not her magic Encrid would be given to fall from fatigue. But Encrid's life worried Esther only because of the removal of the curse that was on it. The morning has come. Waking up, Encid went to break before the workout. Training in the evening with a lag battle on the swords to hone the skills. A little later, Rem with OIN, and they train the muscles. So the day by day repeating it, Encrid has fun because it never had it. And Jackson, in unexpected moments, appeared next to Encroid, showing the intention of destruction. But Encrid did not work correctly to understand where the intention came from. Watching the unsuccessful attempts by Encrid, others began to disappoint it. So Rem said that he took his words about the change of Encrid back. There is no progress. What Odin said it was strange because it was a moment when Encrid was suddenly about the raging. Lagnus said he also thought several times like Encid genius. But now, everything is as usual. Then Jackson said if there are no improvements in the CCI workout, and Rem added that then only the practice in the battle remains. Once with Aspen, until this quietly, the idea of hiding on the monsters on the external order came up, then something may work out. The next day, Encroid stands near the board with tasks. After all four conspired to send him to practice. Although Encrid was able to understand their faces that were dissatisfied with the absence of progress in Encrid, suddenly, someone stretched Encrid a piece of paper with the task because Encrid could not choose for a long time. The assignment of the issued Encrid was the test of the basement in the shoe workshop. Surprising, Encrid asked why this task here is because he would have a regular patrol, and the soldier answered the pupil. After all, the owner of the workshop spoke as if in the basement settled the runny nose. Looking at this task, Encrid intended where the runny nose came from. Probably it was all the Novsky kiss. And Encroid needs to gain experience. Seeing the hesitation of Encrid's soldier began to ask him to take this task. After all, no one is taken. The owner of the workshop, though inflammatory but good. But recently his wife disappeared, so the owner of the workshop is worried. So Encrid asked to just go there and reassure the owner. Only Encrid wanted to give up how he was finally convinced. Therefore, Encid came to that workshop. The daughter of the owner of the workshop quickly spent Encrid in the middle because her father dug the land as obsessed. Noticing the arrival of Encrid, the owner was very happy and invited him to look, and pointed to a large hole in the floor. The owner said that he dug into the bottom and found it. Seeing this Encrid that this is not the usual hole in an underground cave, but what she does in the city center. Therefore, these were definitely not any crisis. Taking the torch, Ansid went down with the owner. Traces of artificial treatment were visible in the cave, and the scale of the cave itself was surprised, so the monsters can really be kept here. Suddenly, Encrid stopped and noticed many aisles that led in different ways. The cellar was only 6, therefore Encid thought that this could be a specially created maze. Following Encroid, the owner hearing strange sounds said it was a runny nose, and Encrid stopped him to protect. Walking a little forward, Encrid suddenly felt a tide of warmth that flashed sharply, burning everything in his path. So Encrid went to that world and returned on the same day. Waking up, Encida realized that it was a magical trap. After all, Encid did not have time to take a step as if everything burned in a moment. When Encrid was going to reach him, Rom came with the words that Encida was time to go to battle. But Encid was busy with his thoughts. The rule of Encid knew about: you need to run. If you die in the battle with the magician Rakua, what was lucky? And if you live waiting for the fate for worse. This rule in equal degree also belonged to magical traps. Standing near the stand with the tasks of Encrid, thought that he could contrast this trap, and whether it is possible to overcome this wall simply by sharpening the skills, as the soldier again drawn to him the same task. Looking at this task, Encid thought that here you need to have an expert on magic or invite support to the superiors, which is not easy. Faye's commander could call off at the request of Encrid, and until this impatient old man climbed there, after thinking, Encid realized that he had little time and quickly ran to the shoe workshop. After reaching the workshop, Encrid knocked the door with his foot and quickly asked the daughter of the owner where her father, and that she quickly answered in the basement. Without spending the time, Encid went down to the bottom and struck into the dungeon. Encid ran out quickly to catch up with the workshop. Almost reaching the owner of the workshop, Encrid shouted to stop. Hearing this, the owner of the workshop stopped but was too late to activate a magical trap that burned them both. So Encrid went to this boatman. Sitting, Encid was thinking about a way to solve this situation. To begin with, he needs to prohibit entering the dungeon. Suddenly, the boatman sailed the boat with the words that they would only be soaked, but he felt the skin burning, and the whole body turned into ashes. The boatman asked, or even after such, Encroid still wants to go into the flame. To which Encrid said that the boatman was right. The body seemed to swept thousands of needles at the same time. Raising Encid said he could not allow the innocent person to die. After all, it is even more pain for Encroid. Waking up, Encid began to get out of bed quickly to gather. Noticing Encid, a hurry, Rem asked where Encid went and stressed that he had a conversation. To which Encrid turned to say that there is a plow from a shoe workshop. To which Rem was surprised to ask if suddenly leather boots had not turned into monsters. It's been a little time. Encrid quickly reached the shoe workshop. Encid could simply be forbidden to dig but could not just leave it. Deeping, Encrid warned the owner that would go himself, to which the owner insisted on what to go with Encrid. But Encrid failed to persuade the owner. Walking on the dungeon, Encrid thought that finding an expert on magic would take months and will not help with reinforcement. Encrid was waiting for an unknown trap without a single hook. Therefore, during the intelligence, someone will probably die. And this will happen even if Encrid takes a detachment. Therefore, Encrid first needs to gather as much information as possible. One of these passes should be without traps, but if it would be proper to check every price of their lives. The repetition of this day is too simple for Encroid. Therefore, there should be a way to the best. Enri had thought about feeling the trap before going. Encrid thought how many times he had already died, and that every time he felt at the moment when the opponent lifted the sword or entered his throat. Suddenly, Encrid remembered Jackson's words of the intention of destruction. Suddenly, the hinged axe was illuminated in front of Encroid. But this did not really happen. Therefore, the Encri decided to check his feeling and, taking a step forward, was cut into two. The feeling of intention of destruction from the trap has brought the pleasure of Equidao. Therefore, repeating the day, Ensid quickly came to the shoe workshop. Looking at the entrance to the dungeon, Encrid realized that the feeling of a dangerous trap was the key to this day. Trying not to take sharp steps, Ensida went to all the aisles, catching a clear threat. Going to the tunnel in which Ensid had not yet walked, he could not feel anything. Only he wanted to go how sharply turned and went to the place from where the cutting wind came from. Going to that place, Encrid realized that it was not a feeling of threat, but just a memories of death. Suddenly, the owner of the workshop approached Encrid and asked why Encrid just wanders here, to which Encrid said that he asked him not to come here. Having said this, Encrid decided to go to the unexplored passage until he feels something again. It's been a little time. Ensid returned to the workshop. He was met by the owner that Encrid had done so long there, and Encrid said he would come back tomorrow. When Encrid was going to go, the owner of the workshop asked to help because he could not sleep at night because of fear of losing his daughter. To which Encrid asked if there was no gap about his wife, and the owner said that the missing was increasing. If Encrid seeks a woman with a heel, it is obligatory to tell him exactly as owner and chestnut hair. Ensid has passed a little time to his post and trained to capture the intention of destruction, and turned aside to guess, but Jackson was in the other side. And Rem said that it happens when he is not obeyed and engaged in leather boots. And he said that today it is enough to sleep. Encrid was curious because today he did not die. Will it just end this day? But today it was repeated. And as last time he said that Encrid needed to go in the forefront. Again, visiting the dungeon, Encrid wondered what would happen if you sleep all day. Therefore, Encrid stayed all night without closing his eyes, and so meet the sun his eyes suddenly closed. The day was repeated immediately, and Encido, as always, woke up on his bed. Therefore, Encrid realized that until it overcomes the wall in front of him would not escape from today. But it did not upset Encrid because he was not going to meet tomorrow without overcoming this wall. It took 10 days, 20 days, and Encrid, approaching the aisles, tried to realize that it was not just fear. He needed to feel the intention of destruction. It took 40 days, 50, 60, and 70. Encrid has met different traps on his way. Again training with Jackson, who used the intention to destroy to Ensid. But this time, Encrid was able to accurately clarify Jackson's location. Surprising, Jackson asked if Encrid opened the gate of the sixth feeling in just a few days. On the 72nd day, Ensid was preparing for the battle in the dungeon. Noticing this, Rem dissatisfied, he asked why Encrid was so gathered, although he goes to the shoe workshop, and Encrid said he would destroy a dozen boots. You will take care of how Ensid gathered. Esther was alert because he couldn't just do it. Looking at 6 aisles in Encrid's theory, one of them was to be safe and without traps. But whoever created this cave is a very coward man. After all, in all passes, traps are placed so there is no safe path here. But that didn't mean that there was no way. In the end, the trap is only triggered if they step on them. In the first aisle, where Encrid went one wrong step and in a second you turn into ashes. Choosing this path, Encrid tried to take a step but felt the danger there. So stopping began to pick up a launch place for the step, not to activate the trap. Having decided on the place for the step, Encrid took a step forward and nothing happened. Focusing on the feelings of Encroid took small steps, carefully thinking about the next one. So before him, the traces of his feet were drawn to step to pass safely. So walking along the tunnel, Encrid was able to cross the dangerous way to overcome that wall. As suddenly, the goal came towards Encrid, but Encrid was not lost and quickly destroyed it. And seeing more hums who ran to him, Encrid thanked for such a wonderful opportunity to train. Preparations for the battle with Gulia, Encrid realized that even a screw of claw ghoul was very dried, and usually several soldiers fight with one hum. But this is not about Encrid. He coped skillfully with all the ghouls that would not go to him. Therefore, after graduating with the ghouls, Ensid confessed that he had done well here. But he was sorry that the boys from the detachment were not seen to evaluate his efforts. Suddenly, an unknown monster went to Ensida. He could not understand that this monster was mounted by different animals. Therefore, breaking through, Encrid was interested in what was in the front. Meanwhile, Esther was worried about Encrida decided to follow him because he behaved strangely. No one goes completely armed in a regular shoe workshop. Therefore, Esther went to see whether with Encrid everything would be fine. Having come to the workshop, Esther felt the aura of the spells that left the building. returning to Ensita, who overcame all the monsters on the way. Suddenly, he felt his breath barely audible. After passing, Enkid went into a place where different parts of the body of people hung. Over the years, Ekrid's battle spent on the field, but it frightened it. Suddenly, Enkrid heard a female voice that he wanted. Enkrid raised his head. Behind the bars was a woman with chestnut hair and a ring on her fingers. Seeing this ring, Ansid immediately realized that it was the wife of the owner of the workshop he was looking for. Suddenly, someone said that a healthy material came. The magician did not know how Enkrid got here but wanted to use it as material. Noticing the magician, Ansid asked if his hands were his work, to which the magician replied that no one would do it here. And he said that these waste was just an experiment, but pointing to the monster behind it said that Bamelo was a true art. Looking at Enkrid, the magician said that he would turn him into a little beautiful. At this point, Enkrid had mentioned the rule of magicians, which said that it was necessary to run. But Enkrid, on the contrary, became strongly recognized as him. He said he would destroy him even if you have to die thousands of times. The magician reflected the whistling dagger of Enkrid with its magical barrier, but Enkrid was not lost and immediately attacked the magician with a sword. But touching the barrier of the tribe of Enrida, immediately rejected. At this point, Esther had already caught up with Ansid and saw their battle. Suddenly, he decided to attack Ansid with a balloon invisible to the eyes. It is unable to see and feel this ball, and Kriad evades the attack due to the intention of destroying this attack. Taking advantage of the surprise of Maga, Enkrid decided to attack quickly. Remembering what he somehow asked how to fight the magicians, Rem said to shoot a bow, and Jackson advised that it is best to beat it so that they were not noticed. Odin with a smile advised to stay in the rock near the magician without allowing you to spell. And Lagna only said that everything living will inevitably die if it is cut. Floating to the carnal to the magician and Kriad mowed up with the sword. After all, the invisible barrier around the magician does not punch a whistling dagger. Therefore, Enkrid decided to break through. Suddenly, the magician used the spell on Ensid. Noticing this, Esther was very alerted but then realized that the spell would not harm Enkrid. From the spell, the outerwear of Enkrid broke a little, but the armor remained whole. Under the pressure of Enkrid, the magical barrier of the magician broke out, much surprised the magician. And Ansid took advantage of this moment and sent to the world an unprotected magician. But from this blow, Ensida's sword was badly damaged. Fortunately, only a sword. Checking himself, Enkrid wondered why he was not damaged. After all, the blow was very strong. Unlikely by Enkroid armor was so good. Suddenly, Enkrid remembered the wife of the workshop, but her weak breathing has stopped. Winning the magician and even opening the gate of the sixth feeling of Enkroid was still dissatisfied. When Ensid came out of there, Esther, for her, this magician was stupid because he did not use what he created. Flash goal to enhance the physical abilities of the magician. He only had to add the last spell and would come to life. Not wanting to leave Golem here, Esther decided to pick him up. Returning, Enkrid spoke about the Magafai's underground laboratory. Hearing this fairy thought if people know that the townspeople stole for horrible experiments, panic would rise. Suddenly, Enkrid said it was better to leave this case in the secret. What Faye asked why the merits of Enkrid would remain in the shade. And Enkrid replied that the well-being of people is much more important than it. A little time passed. The Fee's commander sent a soldier to bury the passage to the dungeon. The people who passed the shoe workshop were wondered what was happening there. In order not to worry people, the rumor is as if it were the tunnels of the Guild of the Thieves. Suddenly, the owner of the workshop approached Enkrid and said it was amazing that they were not the monsters of the guild. And as a sign of gratitude, the owner of the workshop gave Enkrid a new pair of boots because he noticed that Enkrid had already worn. The owner became smaller for one fertile, but the owner still thought of his wife. Betting the owner of the workshop asked Enkrid to find his wife. Gently smiling, Enkrid said he would do his best to find his wife. Going on the hill, Enkrid was sitting on a stone and thought whether he had given a vain hope. It may be better to tell the truth of the owner, though cruel. Looking at his broken sword, Ensid thought that he would become a knight. Will it be able to prevent such cases but does not know it until Enkrid, so you only have to try. It's been a few days. Ensid with Rams went to the task of hunting for monsters. For careful destruction of monsters in the soldier was his own, those standing in front of the shield and those behind the attacks. But looking at this slow top of monsters, Enkrid understood that he would not be stronger here. Ensid's heart exhausted, I thought that he would take a single task better. It noticed Rem and said that some were tight here. In the enthusiasm of Rem, he began to get his axes saying that he would correct this tight situation. And Rem quickly rushed to fight the monsters. Noticing this, detachment commander began to shout. The commander decided to ask Enkrid what was created with Rem, but at this moment Enkid himself rushed into the attack. To which the commander said that Enkrid was infected with madness from his detachment, and Rem with a smile said that Enkrid had infected them all. to which Encrid said that Rem was beaten here, and Rem asked if Encrid did not like it. All the soldiers were surprised by Encroid and Rem with ease of all the monsters. Seeing the reaction of Encroid, Rem said Enkita has too few these monsters. Hearing this, soldiers suggested Encrid to go to a heavy infantry, and Encrid asked if there were strong monsters, to which the soldiers answered that the task of heavy Ihota is to cleanse the herd of monsters. Meanwhile, heavy infantry reflected from different types of monsters, but the most problems were delivered to them by Harpias, who lifted people into the air. At this point, Ensid with Remus was just reached for a heavy infantry. Seeing how people falling said that it is probably very painful. Seeing Harpias, Encrid mentioned the times when he was still a mercenary, and Harpias completely destroyed his detachment. Those mercenaries were good, so they defended Encrid at the cost of their lives. So this time Encrid will protect everyone. Seeing the approaching people of Harpia began to shout what a soldier was immobilizing. But Ensid did not pay attention. It was not more terrible than death. Seeing how skillfully Encrid destroyed Harpy, Rem asked if Encrid did not learn to fly. And after throwing Harpy, Rem suggested that Enserdu to arrange a competition. Who will destroy monsters more? Educating from the attack of Harpy, Encrid said they came here not to play. At this point, heavy infantry soldiers were greatly surprised by Ensida, with Rema coping with Harpia, and the border guard that came to the rescue could only watch. Suddenly, Harpia knocked the sword out of the hands of Encrid. What surprised herself greatly surprised him. But Encrid did not get lost and got rid of the flying Harpias with the help of a whistling dagger. Taking advantage of the moment, Encrid wanted to quickly turn his sword back, and Harpia noticed it wanted to attack him, but Encrid managed to raise his sword and destroy Harpy in front of him. Having undergone a lot of losses of Harpy began to retreat. The soldiers were surprised. Recalling the past, Encrid thought, though he could not save those mercenaries. Although these soldiers are not the same people, but Encrid was able to save them. Now Encrid has been set up to save everyone who would meet on their way. Soldiers of heavy infantry said that once Harpias was not gone, what Rem asked what was so fast. And Encrid lifting the sword said that it is too sooner to turn back. Border guard with Torres heard it thought that they were psychic. A little time has passed and the evening has come. Encrid has always continued to train. The soldiers who passed were discussing how Encrid saved the severe infantry and how much he tries. The next day, Encrid came to a stand with tasks to choose a new one, to which the soldier who distributes them was very shocked by this. So Encrid per day performed the task and continued training in the night. The next patrolman was surprised every time. Looking at this, the next patrol thought to start training too. So watching Encrid's efforts, more and more soldiers became interested in starting training themselves. One day, bypassing Lager, the fair commander noticed that the mood of the soldier changed, to which the assistant fairies replied that everyone was trying to repeat after Encroid. Therefore, Faye realized that it could not be just ignored. The next day, the commander of Faye came to Encrid and said that they had a long narrative about him. The management decided that from this Monet, there were 444th detachment. It increases to an independent platoon of the 4th company, and now Encrid commander of an independent platoon. To which Encrid said that he had only 5 people, and for the platoon there is little. And Faye said that Encrid will receive as many people as needed. Aries. Hearing this, Encrid thought that becoming a platoon commander. But with recruits, it will be difficult because of the fools that were already in his detachment. Suddenly, Faye said that the platoon commander does not need to carry the usual service of Encrid, will be more time for training. Hearing this, Encrid bowed to say that he would fulfill his obligations. Suddenly, the commander fairy said she was sorry to let go of Encrid just like that. Therefore, she offered him a duel. The match will be weapons in hand. Hearing this, Encrid remembered his workouts with Odin, and throwing his sword on earth, Encrid agreed to the duel. It is time to check the eyelash's progress. In preparation for the attack, Encrid mentioned Odin's words that in hand-to-hand focus, the emphasis is on the speed of movements and not on their difficulty. At this point, the Commander Phi quickly rushed to Encrid attacking, but Encrid was able to block it. Encrid rejected the fair's hand and decided to use the difference in weight categories. So Encrid settled with his weight, engaging her to the ground, and he said that he won. To which Hay said that it was like it, and added that people are very often predictable in their actions. Suddenly, Faye, hitting Encrid, quickly threw him away. Now Faye squeezed Encrid to the ground. Faye also said that it is important to determine the weakness of the opponent and overcome it with their strengths. After bending the few with a smile, she said that it was a wonderful fight and called Encrid Zenith. To which Encrid quickly said that he was not a groom and asked Fairy to get off him. Listening to Ensida, Faye quickly brought up and apologized for failing to protect. Encrid himself did not understand that she had to protect in what she spoke at all. From warming time on the battlefield began again. The full-scale war was approaching because after last defeat, Aspen changed tactics. In response, the army of Norley also began serious preparation for the war. They have a new commander of the battalion, Marcus. Seeing his extreme, said once, sent Marcus of crazy similar battle this time will be serious. After all, Marcus is one of the key officers under the command of Cephras, and unlike the past commander, this true strategist with extensive experience. After presenting, Marcus began to evaluate troops, but in their army, in addition to the heavy infantry and border guard, some recruits for the mass, unless an independent platoon stood out, and especially their commander Ensid. From the past battle, he suddenly began to show impressive results. Looking at Encred, Marcus wanted to prove Encred that his merits were not just luck and benefit. A little time has passed, and the assembly of troops ended, and Encred received a task of exploring the area near the Pencanil River. At that moment, Encred trained with Odin Melee, while others discussed this task. Suddenly, a new member of the platoon said that there could be the city of Aspen Fortress called Cross Guard. It looks like a border guard. And going there now is not safe, and the extreme said that this task for intelligence. Suddenly, Rem asked Encred not to go there, to which Encred said that one cannot give up the direct order of the combat. Then Rem said that he would go with him. At this point, Encred said that all the soldiers except the commander was in order to wait under the command of the new commander of the department, and it was also a direct order. Therefore, the fighters of an independent platoon should obey Andrew, who became the new commander of the independent platoon department. He did not like it. Tommy Remu came to Andrew and threatened to lick the axe. Threatening asked why a small beach was in their unit. Brassing Andrew said that he was their commander of the department, so everyone should listen. What Odin with a smile said, Andrew's trembling. Looking at this, Lagna asked why Andrew became the commander of the department. Having gained courage, Andrew said, if someone has claims, then you can arrange a match. Andrew passed to serve under the beginning of Encred. Hearing this, Rem was very interested in this and began to be able to attack. Odin's Needing also did not want to stay away and suggested that Andrew suggest a little. Even Jackson became interested in this and getting a dagger asked if one finger would break. Sparing with Lagna. Encred said they be careful, and Lagna said Encred to focus on combat. Suddenly, the Poppy approached Encred and asked to stop them. What Encred asked why to do it. After all, they get so well. Yes, they themselves offered sparring, and this is a sign of a great position. And Mac asked if it was sparring. Suddenly, Encred was silent. Therefore, the Poppy had to save Andrew from Rem. At this point, Enria asked Encred about the location near the Pencanil River. It is very dangerous there. Therefore, Enria suggested that before the tomorrow mission to share with Encroid what he knows, to which Encred asked Enria to tell everything he knows about that place. The night came. Encred gathered new clothes for intelligence and headed to the meeting place. At the meeting place, Torres was already standing, and seeing Encred asked if he was also going on a task. And by waving hello, Torres added that lately they often see maybe this vessel. Going, Torres recalled to the Encrid increase and greeted him that they were now one rank, to which Encrid told where to the royal. To which the trees asked to reject these formalities and speak easier. And having begun, Torres asked how many Encroid years, and Encrid answered 30. Hearing this, Torres was greatly surprised because Ensid looks younger and really older. When Torres said that only he was like, and Encrid said that if Torres asks, so he will turn to you, and asked about the task. And Torres replied that at first they would swim through the penalties of Canil, and then meet with the rest that would put everything. Going to the shore, they noticed that there was no boat. Therefore, Torres sat down and offered to rest while waiting. What Encrid agreed with, and getting the sword began to train. Seeing this, Torres said that no rest, and Encrid said that it is a vacation for him. Hearing this, Torres realized that Ensid is truly diligent and training diligently and talent. In addition, the same is beautiful and young. Torres was said about it, and he thought whether Encrid got too much. Suddenly, Ensid felt the intention of destruction and looked at Torres quickly to see for that. But seeing the expression of Torres's face, realized that it was wrong. But he did not understand why Torres looked at him. Rising, Torres said that last time in the tavern account was 14 and 20, and he added that Encrid was not a rival in the battle. Getting in a steady, Ensid said that it was in the past, to which Torres said that not only Ensid is getting stronger. So Encrid with Torres began the fight while waiting for the boatman. By taking the hit by Encrid, Torres thought he felt it during the battle of Encrid with Harpia, but Encrid became much stronger. Reflecting the attack of Encroid, Torres re-attacked, preparing a fist for impact. Looking at the fist of Encrid, it realized that it was not just an attack, but a covered blow to a dagger. Who was able to engage Encrid? Surprising, Encrid asked how a knife suddenly appeared in his empty hand. Showing, Torres said it was his secret reception called a covered knife. Hearing this, Encrid wanted to say that it was unsurpassed, but Torres interrupted whether Encrid would not call it cowardice. But Encrid said it was cool and asked to teach it. Seeing the encap of Encrid, Torres said he was really a psycho. At this point, the boatman came and watched Encrid with Torres in surprise. Torres showed Encrid how to release a hidden knife properly, while interrupting that her boatman asked if they would swim. So Encrid with Torres crossed the river and continued to train with a blank knife. The morning came and they crossed the river. Walking, Encrid asked where the meeting with scouts. But Torres suggested that he start to wash in the river so that he was not poured immediately. What Encrid has sniffed his clothes and decided to wash in the river while there is such an opportunity. Standing in cold water, Torres accelerated Encrid to get into the water sooner. Turkey, Torres saw the naked Ensita and began to envy that the whole morale disappeared, to which Encrid said not to destroy but to attack. Suddenly, the scouts came and Finney said that they came to look for them because they were late and they accept the bath here. Hearing this, Encrid was surprised because he did not feel their approach to them. Finding them, Finn said that they needed to get to Cross Garda today. What Torres asked how to go out if Finn was looking, and Finn said that there was nothing to look at. Hearing this, Encrid without shy and began to leave the water. Surprising, Finn said that Encrid still has something to look at, to which Torres was instilled in asking why Finn was so openly looking. And Finney said that she just saw the press, to which Torres said that he also had. Submitting her hand, she introduced a platoon intelligence commander and said that she was pleased to get acquainted. Ansid with Torres had been dressed and went for the Finn, which began to start the situation. In Cross Garden, they have a spy named a cat that learned important information, which he promised to pass 4 days ago. But the cat never appeared at the point of communication, so contact with him was lost on this day. What Encrid asked if something had happened to the cat, to which Finn said that they should and then find out to penetrate into the Cross Garden and save the cat. The field before Cross Garden is called the Land of Demons. Enemies consider it a natural barrier, so fortunately they are not particularly engaged in its intelligence. There are 3 safe ways to penetrate there. The first is to use a hole. This route used black cellars from the beginning. The second way is to climb into the night through the wall, but it can be a physically difficult but safest way. And the third, penetrate into the middle of the bazaar protection. It can be dangerous because you have to go through the main gate. Platoon members Finns will go to the point of communication in case if the cat is just late, and in Cross, the garden will only go Encrid with Torres and Finn. The complexity level is the same approximately everywhere. Therefore, Finn said that they could choose the option that they want. Encrid understood that it was only easy in words, but Encrid knew that everything was not easy. And Torres said that it would be better to choose Finn because she is most aware. To which Finn said they would go tomorrow in the backpack, and I will penetrate the hole. Waiting for Encrid, trained to use a wrapped knife. Looking at this, Torres asked how Encrid was able to master the sword with such talent. But Torres said to continue because sooner or later in Encrid, it would work. Looking at it, Finn asked why they did not eat and what they did at all. And Encrid replied that he was training. After stretching the dried meat, Finn suggested to eat it. Trying to, Encrid said it was very tasty. Finn also offered Torres. Trying, Torres asked what was there for seasonings. Finn also warned that Ensid with Torres did not go to the side. Interrupting her, Encrid said that there was a poisonous snake. Hearing this, Finn was surprised and asked where Encrid got it. And Encrid replied that one of the members of his detachment was previously a hunter, to which Finn said that Encrid was well prepared. Suddenly, Finn said that she liked it and suggested that Encrid to work with her on an adult. But Encrid did not understand what she looked silently, and Finn asked if it was an interested facial expression. Auditing Finn, though she looks thunderous but really good, feeling at once, Torres asked them to do it elsewhere, and Ansid refused her proposal. What Finn asked why he refused, and suddenly she remembered that Encrid was already meeting with the commander of the ferries. Encrid thought when it became a fact. Suddenly, Finn said that it could be addressed informally, what Encrid said if possible. And Finney said Encrid to go to rest earlier because tomorrow go to Crossguard, to which Torres said that Finn was ignored by the last. Listening to the advice of Finn, Encrid decided to go to bed earlier. Suddenly, in his dream appeared the image of a boatman who looked at Encroid. At this point, Encrid woke up with the thoughts that the boatman had not appeared in his dreams for a long time. After all, it meant that the boatman wanted to say something. At this point, Encrid mentioned the words of fairies and realized that this was not a normal mission. The morning came and the group of Ensita went to the hole in the wall to get into the crosses of the guard. And Torres decided to ask why they are going in the backpack. It is usually done in the night. What Finn was asked if Torres fool, and she said that the guards did not distract from the road completely. And Encrid said that no one expects penetration in the backpack, to which Finn said that it was true, and she added that beautiful guys have something. Walking in the passage of the first, Finn said that the ranger should go first. Hearing this, Encrid thought said that the rangers should pave the way. Therefore, you need to be silently moving with light weapons. Going behind Finns, Ancred has hardly heard her steps and decided to try to repeat it, as suddenly a head appeared as Aspen soldiers who were waiting for them. At this point, Finn shouted to everyone about the foundation and telling quickly, to which the enemy said that they have nowhere to run away because the crossbows have already come behind. After thinking about the situation, Finn told everyone to break through the enemy. At this point, the crossbows began to shoot them, but Ancred was able to repel the arrows aimed at him, but the financial was injured by one of the arrows. Seeing how Finn and Torres are weak in battles, everyone on One and Cryad realized that he would not be able to show his strength. At this point, the crossbow was mounted to the back of Finn, and shot in it what he sent her to the world. At this point, Torres reflected from one enemy as suddenly another stood up behind and pierced his spear. So Ancred remained one against a large number of enemies. The new wall that appeared before him was high. But Ancred did not want to die so simply, so he continued to reflect from the enemies. But the enemies with spears began to surround Ancred and threw it not to the earth with lists. So Ancred was killed under the pressure of enemies that arranged them. Returning in time back, Ensid thought that so many soldiers could not appear there just. Therefore, it was planned and the enemy knew about their invasion of Cross Garden. At this point, the Finn asked why Ancred was not preparing because they need to go, and Ancred said that he had a bad anticipation. And he suggested that the garden climb into the crosses over the wall. To which Torres said that thanks to such anticipation, Ensid once was able to find and destroy the magic. Therefore, they will not lose anything if they come so. And Ancred said that this is not an anticipation but an experience of today. The Fina agreed to it. But Finny said that it would be safer to go in dinner, Tom. At that time, Ancred suggested that the Finaya, the match was waiting for the evening. Finning Finn said that she didn't know that Ancred was like to do so in the middle of white. Disappointed by Ancred said that it was not it, and the usual duel. To which Finn said that but weak in fencing, and Ansid offered a match with his hands. To which Finn, smiling, she said that there was no problem then and she is ready. In preparation for the duel, Ancred thought that if the enemy knew about their invasion, it is high the likelihood that the collision would even choose a different way. Therefore, this match Ancred wanted to learn the possibilities of Finn's and to train with it. And Ancred asked who would be the first to attack, to which Finn, waving her hand, invited Ancred to attack the first. Therefore, Ancred quickly attacked Finn, but she shattered and attacked her knee. Looking at her battle style, Ancred realized that the strategy would be the same as with the commander of the fairies. Use the benefits of your weight category, so Ancred pounced on the Finn to knock down. But Finn was not confused and struck by Ancred's hand to choke with his feet. Seeing this, Torres decided to stop the match, shouting that it is enough. Turning his breath, Ancred was thinking that at least the body of Finn is small but muscular. Therefore, Finn is better in the melee of the night with a sword. Looking at Ancred, Finey asked with a smile as Ancred is a complete defeat. What Ancred thought that was perfect for a duel, and with a smile, Ensid suggested trying more. Hearing this, Finn smiled, and Ancred said he was about a regular duel. Looking at this, Torres asked to do it. The evening came and the group that went to the wall gathered to go. Suddenly, Finn asked whether Ensid would go so, and Ancred asked what was wrong, to which Finn said that Ancred has taken too many weapons and if it would go in the middle of the way. Looking at Torres asked what with his weapons, but Finn said that Torres himself dealt with it, from which Torres was very upset and sat on the ground saying that he was offended. But Ancred assured the Finnu that he had the strength to get with it on the wall, to which the Finn was said that it was very naive. After all, they need to overcome not only the wall, but to climb through the rock ahead to reach the walls of Cross Garden. Seeing the rock, Torres said she was too high, and Ancred thought that it would not be easy to rise. But overcoming the walls for Ensid has never been easy, so Ancred wanted to try to overcome it.